처음 만나는 새로운 엑스포의 시작. (2030) 부산 세계 박람회. 새로운 엑스포를 원해 부산에 유치해.
Hi everyone. The 240Hz XL2546K monitor was launched in 2020. It didn't come with the market's highest available refresh rate back then. But still, it has been widely acclaimed by pros and tournaments as the top choice for FPS equipment for its distinct motion clarity. Today, we'd like to introduce our latest DIAC monitor with a 360Hz TN panel, XL2566K. With DIAC 360, XL2566K delivers a higher level of visual accuracy in-game that either XL2546K or any monitor with the same 360Hz refresh rate can live up to. But it doesn't mean a new XL2566K will get an instant upgrade in your gameplay. Monitors are a computer peripheral. It alone can't guarantee smooth and clear visual presentation. There are other things to look after. The first thing is to make sure your PC game can run at 360 frames per second. And your graphics card is up to par. Last but not least, we've always believed that monitors should be designed with players' needs and habits in mind. A specification-loaded product is not our goal. We hope to create products that can deliver better overall experiences to all players and help those to find one that fits him or her the best. Thanks for watching. Please DM us if you have any questions.
We are the dreamers. 파도를 가르며 Keep me sinking in this darkness. Keep on forging out this anger in me. It's the only place that I can truly be myself. There's a light to fill my void when the only thing left is the night. But it gets me up, it won't let me stop through this endless fight. So now I lay my numbing soul to fate. Better my destiny, let it take over. Fight on, it's time for revenge. I'm a different in this world with nowhere to go. I'm an avenger, they won't let me surrender no more. Deep in my empty soul, my thoughts bite the bullet to my only cause. Take me on, but nothing else could save me now. I'll take you down, wait for it when we get there. I will be the end of you see. It'll be the beginning of beauty. 지금 우리 학교는
지금 우리 학교는
Keep me sinking in this darkness. Keep on forging out this anger in me. It's the only place that I can truly be myself. There's a light to fill my void when the only thing left is the night. But it gets me up, it won't let me stop through this satisfied. So now I lay my numbing soul to fate. Better my destiny, let it take over. Fight on, it's time for revenge. I'm a drifter in this world with nowhere to go. I'm an avenger, they won't let me surrender no more. Deep in my empty soul, my thoughts bite the bullet of my only cause. Take me on, cause nothing else could save me now. I'll take you down, wait for it when we get there. I will be the end of you, you see. It'll be the 지금 우리 학교는
Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Let's go!
to save our home. We must travel through the gateway to find new energy.
Play or live. Busan.
The curtains rise upon day 2 of the World Cyber Games 2023, and we begin a brand new dawn with another day of the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Invitationals. Welcome everyone once again, and thank you all for choosing to join us. My name is Dafa, along with Riku, and we will once again be bringing you some TCG action.
Oh yes, absolutely. I can't believe it. We're already here from 8 players, 8 invited players yesterday. We're now down to our last 4 over here at the semifinals. And at the end of the day, we'll find out who is going to be our 2 grand finalists heading towards tomorrow.
Today we'll basically be confirming our top 3 with the podium finish as well. For those of you who don't know, it's going to be our 2 semi-final matches and then our 3rd place match. Like what Riku said, we're going to know who our 2 grand finalists are, and we will be officially crowning 3rd place in the tournament as well. So it's going to be an exciting day that you don't want to miss.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A lot of exciting stuff and a lot of decks to definitely look forward to. I mean, yesterday we saw a lot of different trends, but also very similar decks that have been appearing that has a 100% pick rate, that also has some decks even have a 100% ban rate. So I'm curious to know, like, if the same trend is going to happen, considering that we saw I guess, for example, we saw a lot of the Klee decks primarily. I do believe the Klee decks have been 3-1, I believe, yesterday when it comes to win rate.
Ooh, that's actually a statistic I haven't been keeping track of, and I wouldn't be surprised if you were. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case right there, because Klee been basically the defining deck of this patch. But of course, let us have a look over the schedule once more. For those of you who joined us yesterday, we completed 4 quarter-finals, narrowing the field from 8 players to our top 4. And as we've explained today, we're gonna have our 2 semifinals and 3rd place match, ending things off tomorrow with our grand finals, the one and only best of 5 series of the tournament.
Yes, Sari, it's single elimination, so it has been, a very tough process and a very, very, what's the correct term? It was a very intense process, especially when you see like the expressions of the players, knowing that they're able to reset within the series or at the brink of elimination. There were so many plot twists yesterday, and again, considering that it is a BO3 moving towards today for our semifinals, the same tension can be said for our 2nd day. But of course, there is a bunch of events ongoing in the event itself. So we got, spin the roulette and win the prize. And here are the steps to follow to be able to participate throughout this event.
Yep, of course, if you happen to be on the ground at World Cyber Games in Busan as well, then even more so for you to participate and perhaps get yourself some very fun prizes. And from what we've seen on the live stage as well, it's very cool. The atmosphere is great. There's lots of room, so you don't have to worry about not having seats. And I think there's even some other attractions happening there. But of course, the main attraction is right here. Let's have a look at the brackets.
The brackets from yesterday, we had a bunch of 2-0 sweeps except for our very first match yesterday. It was Stranger against Xiaobao, and Stranger coming again from the Prince Cup Korea, the champion, eliminated right off the bat. But at the end of the day, we've got Mattel, TDM Megan, and Chikuwa moving towards the semifinals. And again, it's going to be absolutely exciting to see, because these except for Xiaobao, all of these players won a 2-0 sweep. So it's very exciting to see how they're able to push themselves to their limits, considering that, again, the player pool has been narrowed down. And again, these are the best of the best players at the moment here in Genius Invocation TCG.
They've certainly earned their top 4 spot here at the Genius Invocation TCG Invitationals. And right now we're gonna head into our first series of the day. It's going to be Maitel versus Dosa Bao. Now, as we mentioned, Tosafao going to be the only player among the top 4 who wasn't able to win their first series, their quarterfinals, in a clean sweep. But he was, of course, up against the champion of Prince Cup Korea. So all things considered, still a very good showing, and I get the feeling we're going to see some very intense matches for today. Both players now going to be taking the time to ban out 2 decks from their opponents.
I agree with you there. The Shabao is able to reverse sweep that BO3 series against Stranger, and it was just so intense as we get to see now the bans. Wow, interesting. The cleave, as you mentioned, now removed off the bat, and the energy generation composition with the Raiden Shenhe is now eliminated as well.
Yep, and on the side of Tosafao, we see the Agent Electrocharge getting banned out, and I believe a little bit of a variation on the Chongyun comp with Beidou instead. It would have been quite interesting to see that played, but we're not going to bear witness to that today. For game number 1, Mayatel going to be bringing the Agent Electrocharge deck to the field. Very consistent deck, lots of damage overall, and was able to secure some pretty clean victories for our players in the matches yesterday.
Oh yeah, definitely a lot of summons on the board to build upon, and just having to hammer down a lot of that chip damage and as well as elemental reactions. But against that is the Ayaka Shanghai Yoimiya, which is going to be absolutely interesting with the melt, which I don't think we actually saw yesterday.
Is this actually the card deck that we're going to see on the right now? This is Ayamiya. This is the classics, one of the first true metas, and it's gonna be the Ayamiya deck coming out of Tosafao today. This is a deck that dumpstered the meta back with the inception of TCG. Has since been nerfed pretty heavily with Yoimiya requiring more energy overall, but still has a lot of damage potential, and now paired up with Shenhe to really boost on Ayaka's damage, it definitely has a lot of potential. However, it's gonna take a while to ramp up, and as we've seen from mid-range combo decks yesterday, Agent Electrocharge can really start whittling them down.
Yeah, I think the biggest question is whether or not they'll be able to survive and spread through the entirety of that damage to be able to get that set up, because as you mentioned, Yoimiya requires that energy, especially with that 3 cost. So with the Oceanid starting first, we're going to be expecting a lot of summons on the board to be able to deal a lot of that chip damage and as well as that spread.
So back when Ayamiya was very popular, it was the obvious choice to go for the Yoimiya start. Back then, her burst only cost 2 energy, so it was very easy to get it out and start melting off of every single attack with Ayaka's passive. Looks like Tosafao will still be starting with that classic style, but now requiring 3 energy will take a little bit longer to achieve that compared to before. And imagine afterwards we'll be switching to Shenhe in order to get the Icy Quill set up as well. What Mayatel's goal for this game is going to be is making sure that Tosafao is not going to be able to achieve this win condition, because if Ayaka is able to get her passive out with the Shenhe burst with Yoimiya burst, then the game's basically over at that point.
Yeah, that's just a lot of burst damage happening for sure once that does set up, but that means we get to see Maytel just try to hurry things up, and I do think that's quite a possibility here, considering that once you overrun the board with a lot of these summons, it's very, very pretty much difficult, especially if you don't have tech to remove those summons to begin with. I actually want to know if there's
That's interesting, actually. The agent switched. Now, typically on the agent Electrocharge deck, you go Oceanid into Official, you get the Oceanid summons out, you get Oz out, and then you save Agent for later on in the game to potentially burst down enemy characters. But I think Maytel, seeing that the Inazuma Resonance has already been played, it's very clear that Tosafao wants to stay on Yoimiya for as long as possible, get all her energy out, and even apply a bunch of Pyro. So I think the agent is being used here as an aggressive response to prompt Tosafao into thinking, is it safe to leave Yoimiya out as the main character for too long?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? There's little cost for versus the 3 cost for your ultimate on the side of the Fatui agent. So at this point, with the damage mitigation as well, makes it much better for trading later. I mean, now in the current situation.
Okay, we've seen Maitel go for the ramp, pull out the Lieben, and turn very early, and even leaving Agent out. This is usually a bad idea. So Tosapao is actually very wary of this. There's no reason for Maitel to leave Agent as the main character here unless he has energy generation and can burst down Yoimiya next turn. We can see in his hand, he's got Cultist art, so that is indeed the case. Very smart choice by Tosapao to switch to Shenhe to make sure that Yoimiya is not taken out before her burst becomes available.
And I feel like it might hold back Yoimiya a little bit. I'm not quite sure. Does this deck usually have that stars align inside this deck? Question mark.
The star sign for the Ayamiya
Star
deck,
sign.
is it? Star sign. Yeah, it's not stars align.
Stars
But
align,
close
star
enough,
sign.
honestly.
Potato, potato.
Technically, stars aligning are star signs, right?
That's fair. Thank you very much, Stafa. I appreciate you.
I got you.
And now Mattel feels like he was hesitating a little bit whether or not he wanted more pyro on the end of things, but instead he'll keep the hydro for the ocean and later on in case he wants to put more summons on the board. But this reaction right here, little bit of hesitation I see.
It's understandable that Maitel would be hesitant in this situation because Agent is meant to be the anchor of the team, saved until the end to burst down high health enemy characters. Right now, if he goes for an attack with the Agent, he is effectively sacrificing it because at 5 health with a Pyro Aura, Shenhe can lethal the Agent. He of course can go for stealth, and that would allow him to maybe survive with 1 or 2 HP, but it's still a very risky play overall. He may be betting on the fact that Tosapao may not be willing to risk Shenhe to an Agent burst, but he does have the Lotus Flower Chris. He's got Cryo Resonance. He's just gonna use all of it, and that Agent is lethal. That is going to be the end of the Agent Electric Charge anchor right now, and things are going to get dicey for Maitel.
Yeah, that's true. The only interaction, you're pretty much left with just your Electro and as well as your Hydro here. Without the Pyro, it's going to be a little bit difficult. We get to see Mattel having his hand over his forehead, seeing how he can get out of this situation, knowing that there are no elemental auras at the moment for any sort of reaction. So that setup is going to be a little bit slow if he does want to trade a character at least, especially for the lowest health member on the opposite side, which is Shenhe. Quite the setup that he has to do still, which means the Oz is a possibility here to pair up with that summon after the end of the turn.
I feel like what we're seeing here is Maitel perhaps having already made a mistake in this game. I feel like he may have overcompensated slightly because this is actually a deck that does pretty well into mid-range combo. Just go for your typical play, get the Oceanid summon set up, get Fischl's Oz set up, and then slowly whittle them down. I don't mind him putting the Agent out to force Yoimiya into playing more defensively, but I feel like he should have considered switching back after that. He was hoping that Tosapao wouldn't have enough damage in hand to proc the lethal, and perhaps he could get an easy kill on Shenhe or Yoimiya, but that may have cost him now. It's not as if he has zero carry potential here, because he still has Adeptus. Oceanid Burst is very painful, but he will be really feeling the loss of Agent in this matchup.
Yeah, you're right. Electric Charge gone, and as well as the Overload interaction gone as well, so you're pretty much just stuck on to this sort of setup, Electric Charge rather, and we'll see what the decision is right now, because it does feel like Bao has that upper hand at the moment, is able to maximize Shenhe, especially if you are able to use your ult before anything else. But you're right, it does seem like Yoimiya would be the better shot. You don't have any sort of Electro or Hydro aura just yet. You're not close to anything super dangerous. You have the Lotus for mitigation just in case for safety. And you're very close to that ult as well for that big burst. So here we go. There it is. 3 energy.
Yeah, Tosapao will feel very comfortable staying on Yoimiya to end the turn here, considering that he will be able to burst first next turn. And what Yoimiya's job in this deck is basically burst, and then your job is done. Yoimiya can basically be sacrificed after that. He's actually even considering using the Lotus crit to avoid damage from the summons there. That's actually gonna negate most of it. Yoimiya only going to take probably
Nice.
actually a bit more damage than I expected. Gonna take 2 damage from the Electro Charge, but that's fine. Fischl will not lethal Yoimiya this turn. He'll be able to get burst out quite easily.
Dr. Bao, you can see him rearranging his seat. He was, you know, cracking his knuckles even. I feel like this is a sign of confidence here. It feels like he already has a plan in mind. It already feels like he has this set up maybe 3 turns or maybe the next action phase, because this is quite the condition that he's definitely looking for with that burst already available. And you're right, after the burst is done for Yoimiya, that's pretty much done. You can already have everything set up once with Ayaka as well, with the melt interaction. So we'll see what Mattel does to, what do you call this, set up more, because Oceanid, not even close to burst, no summons on the board. So Mattel starting from this back foot.
Yeah, this is rough for Mattel, but he still has a win condition right now, and that is going to be the Oceanid burst onto Ayaka. One thing about the Ayamiya comp is that without Ayaka, the damage potential drops quite heavily. So if he's able to burst down Ayaka with Oceanid ult, he's got Adeptus, he's got Cox's art as well. So he actually only needs to use 1 skill, and then he will have enough energy to burst when necessary. I was actually wondering whether he might consider staying on Fischl for 1 more turn to tank the Yoimiya ult damage and avoid Pyro application, but seems like he's quite okay with letting that be, equipping the Lucky Dog to make sure that Oceanid is topped up. I think Mytel, while definitely didn't get the start that he was looking for, is still in a pretty okay spot. He even has a send-off if Dosapao decides to go for Shenhe Burst.
Yeah, it's still pretty much okay. Is able to actually attune. There's only 2 dice left for the ends of Mattel, so playing more in a defensive standpoint, unable to do anything up until the next round. But it is definitely a setup for that elemental burst, and looking at the summons on the board, it does feel like at the end of the action phase, there is going to be a little bit of chip damage here and there. But with Ayaka now, the active character, with everything pretty much prepped up, with again the Shenhe elemental skill and as well Yoimiya burst, that's gonna be a lot of hurt for sure once Ayaka attacks.
I think it's really good for Mytel as well that he was able to get the frog out, so that extra bit of defense on the Oceanid is going to be able to help deal with Ayaka's damage right now. Looks like Dosapao is not gonna go greedy here. He knows that the Oceanid burst will be up if he decides to tempo this out and try to get Shenhe burst. So he's just instantly switching to Ayaka to try and see if he can take anyone out. The problem right now is he's not going to quite have enough damage to lethal the Oceanid here. And then the Favonius Cathedral will be able to help top up. And then he's gonna need to decide who he needs to switch to, because this is a lot of damage on the summon side of Mytel's field. And either Shenhe or Yoimiya will die to this. Yoimiya, her job is done. She's the most likely option.
Yeah, with well, more healthy member rather. Here comes another. There's the piercing, and that's done and sealed. And let's see, will we switch to Shenhe this time around to see if he can sack from that Oceanid burst, as it is quite close. But just as you said, because of that heal and a Lotus coming through, also for Mattel for more damage mitigation, I think that's pretty sweet. And having the Adeptus at hand later on for that burst, this is still pretty close.
Actually, I think Mytel has this in his favor very much right now.
Yeah.
Dosapao, he basically is forced to switch to Shenhe right here, because you have to remember Ayaka's passive only activates when she is switched to during the turn. So if he started the turn with Ayaka, he wouldn't have the cryo on her normal attacks, and it just wouldn't work with Yoimiya's burst, which unfortunately only has 1 stack left as well. With Cox's art in his hand, with Adeptus Temptation, I honestly think Mytel has this game in the bag, no problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Having not only the HP advantage, but the conditions as well. No one from the ends of Dao Xiaobao is even close to their ults, as they've already used them earlier. Ayaka same thing can be said. And just as you also mentioned, it is just a one stack from the Yoimiya ult already done in deal after this, and I don't think it's even quite close to anything. There's nothing in Dao Xiaobao's hand that can amplify any sort of damage. A lot of these things are just utility for setup, for ramp, and that's definitely not what he needs at the moment.
I think, unfortunately, Dosapa either doesn't have a lot of energy regen in his deck, or he's very dependent on the I haven't lost yet, or his draws have just been very unlucky, because a little bit of energy regen here would allow him to regain some tempo. And he has two I haven't lost yet in his hand, but Yoimiya died to the summons at the end of turn. That can be really annoying to have to deal with. Gonna use the Cryo Resonance, drop Fischl down low. This will put her... Actually, that is a kill right there with the Yoimiya burst. I didn't consider the extra damage from the melt. That will allow those Dosapa to buy a little bit of time. I'm still wondering if it's going to be enough. This may turn out to be a little bit closer than I thought. That's a risky play from Dosapa because it enables the I haven't lost yet for the Oceanid. But it will allow Ayaka to instantly switch it. Ooh, this may not be as in the bag as I thought. Mytel, I think he has to use the Lotus Chris right now. And he has to actually consider whether it's a good idea to kill Shenhe this turn.
Yeah, that's true. I think the only saving grace is the what is the saving grace? Adeptus, Lotus. He does have a lot of elemental dice to use for the Oceanid. Do you burst here? There's just one piercing damage available at least. Yeah.
I'm a little concerned about his decision to not use the Lotus Flower Crisps.
Yeah.
Oh, Ayaka's gonna do a lot of damage here. Oh, and she has burst available too. Oh,
burst.
Alright, Dosapa. That's gonna be it. That is lethal. Not in the bag for Mytel. Turns out the caster curse does not just apply to my previous games, but for here as well. Dosapa showing us how he was able to take down the Prince Cup Korea champion. Now one game closer to becoming top 2.
Xiaobao, you can tell that game was incredibly stressful and still incredibly close. He really kept a lot of that energy generation at the very last moment up until lethal. All he had to do was just survive that one turn that Metal was trying to... He was basically pushed into a corner. He needed to save that Oceanid burst to remove Ayaka, the very last character on Dao Xiaobao's deck, but Dao Xiaobao had something in the bag in return to be able to remove that Oceanid. But just as you mentioned, it makes me wonder, I can't exactly do the math, but I wonder if the Lotus was enough for at least 1 HP survivability. I could be wrong, but it was still 7 damage on the board against Metal.
I do kind of question why the Lotus Flower Quiz wasn't played. I can't quite recall what Dosapa had in his hand, but I don't think it would have been enough to break through another 3 health. So it may have been enough for Mytel to buy an extra turn for himself. Maybe a bit of a mistake there, and he definitely felt the loss of Agent early on from Dosapa taking it out early. But that still did come very close. Like, I even predicted that Mytel would be able to take this. I think I may have forgotten that Yoimiya's burst was based on turns instead of uses. So if I knew that, then maybe my prediction may have been a little bit different. But hey, goes to show that's why these players are up on stage and we're just here talking over them.
Yeah, you're good, Zafa. Like, I was trying to count as well. Like, oh right, it's not on usage, it is on the turn. And speaking of turn, it is the turn now of Candice. Wait, did I say that correctly? Was that the Razor Kaching? Please.
I think so. I would actually be really cool.
Did
I think we're both fans of the Kaching card. So
yes, we are. I know. We were talking about this. So let's see the reveal if it is indeed instead what was the adaptation from yesterday? Oh yeah, Sino. It was Sino instead of
Yes.
Kaching yesterday. And unfortunately, it didn't do so well because the Sino immediately was bursted down. So we'll have to see whether or not the adaptation of a Kaching for, again, the easy swap on your elemental skill. Wait, no, I'm wrong. Wait, am I wrong? Am I tripping? Am I
No,
tripping?
it's her talent.
It's Kaching. It's Kaching. It's Kaching.
It's Kaching, yes. So,
I was so
okay,
worried.
now-
Like, what
now
if I
you're
go
confusing
around
me.
and then it's not
已成为
Kaching?
我掌剑之丝。
now I'm getting confused.
Okay.
What are we talking about again? Either way, though.
No.
this
The
is-
very big difference, right, with having the Sino adaptation versus Kaching is because you can switch her out and yet still play her
Yes.
because of her elemental skill.
I actually do like that. There's like Kaching was one of my main characters when the TCG first came out, and that
Same.
flexibility was one of the reasons. It just felt really cool to see her switch in and then do some damage.
Yes.
I do think it's a more interesting, it's a less hard carry version of, say, the Sino variant that we saw yesterday. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see a lot of that deck yesterday because it ended up in a pretty bad matchup, I think, against an aggro deck,
Yeah.
and the characters just got taken out way too quickly. Right now, we're going to see it up against the Nahida Electro Charge,
回敬我
also
吧
a very consistent damage deck here, so we'll see how Mytel plays around this.
That is a good question right here, considering that we've seen actually this Nahida deck with Fischl and Mona. I may have forgotten like the record of this one, but it actually I don't remember it losing yesterday. I actually don't remember this losing yesterday. Ooh,
I
talk
can
about
neither
like doing like a
confirm nor deny.
nor deny. Yeah,
I probably
It's- you
should have
can just
written the
rely on my
records down
memory.
yesterday.
命
Chat,
运
yes.
大映水中。
I
Very
probably should have
unreliable
taken
memory.
notes. But just like every student in school, who takes notes?
We're good. We're good. There were a lot
We're
of matches
good, you
yesterday. So
We
there
have
again,
brain.
yes.
It's only 2 brain cells,
wow,
but it's
Mattel?
still there.
Yeah, it's still there. It's still there. Just want to point out, Mattel does have a lot of free dice available on the board here, but only for Electro. And there is that free switch on as well. So there seems to be just a lot of setup and just a lot of damage mitigation so far. There is that pierce happening already with that chip damage, but in the end, it is going to be Candice tanking most of these summons so far.
Ooh, double Lotus Flower Chris gonna provide some damage mitigation there. So Candice is already in position to burst, and we know that Candice bursting is basically her job done in this deck, so he does not mind her taking a little bit of extra damage. I do like the parametric transformer play there. He's not gonna have enough dice to do anything else. He doesn't need to switch characters, so just play that and get it set up for turn 2. As for Dosapao, already got a pretty good setup on turn 1, pretty default right there, not going to get affected too much. The question now is whether he wants to apply Mona's skill again. Looks like that is the case. Get that set up before Nahida comes out and starts dishing out some real damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very painful. The piercing chip damage is very, very effective, but when you add in all of the Dendro interactions, that's definitely added pain on towards Mattel. But so far, so good. Here comes the burst already, allowing again Kaching or Razor to deal that extra +1 damage later on. And Candice being in charge of tanking most of everything, just as you said, it is pretty much jobs done after that ult.
Nahida going to be able to get to see the Skanda set up already. So this is not the best news. We can see that Mayatel's characters are already taking a lot of chip damage. Candice taking damage at this point is not a big problem, but both Kaching and Razor are already at 7 HP, and these are going to be your main DPSs in this deck. Ideally, you want to use either one as a secondary tank, but if both of them are being whittled down equally, it does make Mayatel's job that much harder.
I just want to point out too that his dice roll is actually pretty unlucky. He doesn't have any sort of electro dice as well, even though if he wants to start building energy for Razor or for Kaching. So he definitely doesn't want to attune any of the cards in his hand either. And even if he does want to throw away one or two, I don't think it's going to be practical. So the least you can do is most likely switch to the most healthiest member and start setting up for that elemental skill, and as well as to get that sword at least on your hand to start the switching and build your energy. So it's I guess just the normal attack is going to be oh, you can see him clicking on the on his elemental
That is
skill. It's
basically
quite
all he
unfortunate.
can do. Yeah, he would love to get off an elemental skill here right now. That would be like some good damage onto Nahida, which is going to be anchor of the Nahida Electro Charge team. But the dice are just not being kind to him. He could play both Woven and then tune one. That would get out the damage he needs, but he eliminates the possibility of using these dice in another situation later on. So right now, we can see Mytel. He's got his head. He's got his head on his fist. He's thinking. He has to consider this right now. Is using two dice worth it? I think he's just gonna go for the normal attack.
Yeah, forced to use a normal attack to at least build energy, but not proc any of the elemental aura, which is the hydro. And here comes the switch that we were talking about. But that's the sad part, right? You aren't able to use your elemental skill and then switch to Razor later on, and then use your elemental skill. And now Kaching is incredibly low, unable to use and do anything. This is a bit a difficult situation.
We are really seeing the power of the Nahida Electro Charge deck right now. Liu Su, Mytel, he's looking at him right now. Where were you when I needed you 2 turns ago? This is not a good situation for Mytel right now. He's not getting the utility he needs. He needs some energy generation so that he can start threatening. He put the gamblers on Razor. He's intending to use him as the anchor, as the hyper carry, but Razor has no energy and he's on 5 health. He will not survive 2 turns to get his ult out. This is... I really don't think Mytel has good chances here.
I think so too. I think this is a very, very dire situation for Mattel. And the thing is, this is a BO3. Dao Xiaobao. The win condition is very... There's a lot of possibilities to win, on why to win, on how to win rather. And for Mattel, it's just a very narrow path at this point. Especially like Mattel, I don't know what card he's looking for, or a possible card that can save anyone, but anyone at this point is definitely lethal. And even if you strategize, I'm thinking, do you have any sort of healing in this deck? Perhaps I'm not quite sure, because you have that Lotus already for mitigation, but will that help, I wonder?
He does have a strategy.
Oh my gosh.
He's gonna Osapao, he's holding his head.
What?
I don't think he did he not want to do that?
Did he think that was a mistake? Yeah.
I think that may have been a mistake. I think he wanted to get Mona's skill out instead, and like perhaps he didn't intend for the switch into Fischl, because right now this is providing a little bit more space to Mytel, because Fischl, he can basically just leave Kaching out and have her like be sacked in order to take the Electro application. I'm not too certain. Liu Su can come out. It'll allow him to go for the switch into Razor, and that'll let him start building up some energy. I'm trying to figure out... Oh, hold on. Okay, I get what the problem is here. He let Kaching get a free Hydro Aura application on the only character that had no Elemental Aura. That's the problem there.
It's just one of those things where you make a move and then you realize after. You know, it felt like that was exactly the situation that Xiaobao encountered.
Yeah, once he realized, oh wait, Fischl's the only character I have that doesn't have a hydro applied. And then he realized just a moment too late. The switch already happened, now he's just going to have to deal with the circumstances. That will give Mytel a little bit of breathing room actually, because now with all 3 characters having Hydro Aura applied, if he's able to get a single point of energy generation, if he's able to get like a Electro Resonance card, maybe like a Hash Brown or Mushroom Pizza, that would enable Razor to start dishing out some damage.
Exactly. And the fact that Kaching also close to her ult, I mean, I don't think she's able to survive. I don't think, what do you call this, Zhao Xiaobao is going to allow the Kachings to survive, because the burst is just going to be too painful as well for Razor to set up and pretty much lethal everybody. at this point. There's a strategize coming through. What cards are you gonna get, Mattel?
Oh,
I don't think that's what you want.
that's not what he wants. He was really looking
Yeah.
for a Electro Resonance there. If he got an Electro Resonance, that would have been huge. Now he has to consider, I think, man, so ideally Mytel, he's okay with sacking Keqing here because it gives a free switch into Razor. The problem is he hasn't gotten a card that would enable Razor this turn. He got more ramp. And he's actually in a situation where, okay, he has dice 4 ramp, but Tosapao has 7 dice left. And that is not ideal. If he only had enough dice left for 1 attack, you absolutely go into Live-In and turn ramp here, sack Keqing. But since Tosapao has 2 attack, potentially even 3, Mytel has to consider ramp against the possibility of losing this turn.
Yeah, losing this turn and possibly even the entire tournament. Like, that's already Nahida being the active character, already prepared to basically set up that Dendro into, I don't know,
Ooh.
into either a Quicken or a Bloom. What's the call here? Switching? Wait,
I don't know about switching into Razor, but it would eliminate Nahida from the field. I'm trying to think right now. Razor skill 2 on Nahida would lethal, do some damage to Mona and Fischl, but then Razor himself is at risk. The good thing is that neither Mona or Fischl have the ability to insta-lethal him. So this may be the way to go right now. Eliminate the highest damage carry from Tosapao side of the field, and hope that there isn't a energy into Adeptus on Tosapao.
I think that's the scary part, right? There's 2 strategize right there to draw more cards and see what else you can find on the
If he
table.
gets I haven't
and...
lost yet, he basically wins.
Oh no! I mean, he has
Oh,
one
but-
more.
But he does have Gamblers. He drew Gamblers. Is that enough? Hold on. Tandori gonna give +2. That's gonna be 3
命
damage.
运的虚影。
I'm surprised. Actually, yeah. Okay, so this is what he's gonna do. He's not gonna use the Tandori. He doesn't actually need it. He's going to Mona skill. He's going to I don't even think he needs the quick swap into Fischl. He can normal swap into Fischl, get Oz out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Candace is dead. We have Oz out. And now this is a huge problem. Even if Keqing were to tank 1 hit, Razor will be left in a very vulnerable state next turn.
The
This is tricky.
fact that the summons are already pretty much there, so the piercing is going to be available on the next action phase. And the fact that
You'll notice,
Mona's
though.
old threat is also there for the double the damage buff. I wonder. That's unfortunate because Mattel.
I think you go Lotus into Keqing and turn. Get priority. Lotus into Razor. Actually, yeah, you know what? That makes more sense. I thought you go Lotus into Keqing so that she can tank both hits and avoid Razor getting Electro Charge. But if Razor gets Electro Charge, she actually removes the aura for next turn. So I think that's okay. That's still not what Mytel's looking for.
Oh no! I'm pretty sure there was one more strategized in his deck, and he only got the 1. Let's see what the dice roll says, though. Only has 1 character left, and he's got 2 Omni dice and 1 Electro. I mean, it's okay. He can attune. I don't think any of these cards will help.
Mytel winning.
Yeah.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
needed some
I agree.
regen. He needed some. Yeah, no, I think the only thing that could have saved him in this situation was a little bit of regen. Because this deck doesn't run something like Wind and Freedom. If this was a Mondstadt Rezo deck, this would actually be a setup for Razor to insta-win. But because he doesn't, he needed healing, and he didn't draw healing. So now Mona can go for the burst, and Razor is in kill range. I think even without Adeptus' Temptation. So Tosapao going to be able to claim the victory here. 2-0, clean sweep, ladies and gentlemen. Your first Genshin Impact, Genius, Invocation, TCG, Invitational, Grand Finalist here at the World Cyber Games will be To Sao.
About very amazing performance. Again, even from day number 1, he lost his very first match against Stranger, but is able to bring it back in that reverse sweep in that BO3 series, and now in a very calm and collected manner, despite him thinking that, oh, I wasn't supposed to swap on that visual. It's that adaptation, it's that adjustment on the fly that allowed him to still get that upper hand over Mattel. And the fact that, again, this deck in general is just so painful, especially once the Nahida is able to get everything set up with all the elemental reactions. Unfortunately though, I do believe that the Candice deck with either Razor, Sino, or Kaching is still 100% loss in this tournament. Is that
it is a combo deck. It needs a bit more time to get set up, and when you're up against a deck that can be quite aggressive in terms of constantly dishing out like damage and whittling down your standby characters through electro charge procs, it can be very difficult. I feel like there were some opportunities where Mayatel could have actually turned things around at the end there, if he was able to draw some energy regeneration earlier, if he got a bit more food. I still do want, I think, like, even at that end phase there, like, I considered maybe putting Lotus on Kaching may have been good instead of trying to remove the aura, but I feel like since To Sao had the Adeptus in his hand, it wouldn't have been enough anyway. So once we got to those last 2 turns, it was really reliant on Mayatel being able to draw something that he needed, and unfortunately, the heart of the cards was not with him today.
not only that, but even the dice roll. I think there was this one round where he couldn't do much. He wasn't able to unleash the elemental skill of Kaching because he was lacking one more electro elemental dice at that point, and you couldn't do the swap thing that you usually want to do with why you even brought Kaching to in the first place. So there were a lot of things that were very difficult to work around in a Mattel situation, but it's still definitely big props to Tao Xiaobao for being able to, again, manage to do a lot of these setups and just really dive straight into the win condition of his, deck to begin with.
And it looks like we're actually just gonna be jumping straight into our second series of the day. Things are going quick today, everyone. Blink and you'll miss it. So make sure you guys are paying full attention. This is gonna be our next semifinals match. TDM Megan versus Chikuwa.
And remember, yesterday, TDM Megan and Chikuwa both won their BO3 series 2-0. There were a bunch of difficulties here and there, but at the end of the day, it was still a sweep as we take a look at the bans now. And we're not going to be seeing the Yae Miko with the Oceanid and Fatui Agent, and as well as the super duper shield stall Ito deck as well on the side of Chikuwa.
Whereas on the side of TDM Megan, we have the Nahida Electro Charge, which just destroyed Mayatel, getting banned out, as well as the Chongyun Shenhe Superconduct, which a lot of players seem to be fearing this deck right now, prioritizing banning it over even the Klee bait, which actually has gotten through on TDM Megani's side. What's interesting is that I noticed Chikuwa is not playing Klee bait. He's actually using Klee in an overload deck with the Hypostasis, so hopefully we get to see that later.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that one as well, because I do think, aside from the Kaching adaptation, that deck is one of the decks that we haven't really seen being played yesterday at the round of the 8, and now we're able to see it today.
Okay, straight away
against the Dendro comp with Yae Miko.
Well, I literally said I would like to see it later, but we get to see it now. So this is Klee Overload with Electro Hypostasis. This is actually a very interesting deck. Many people will look at this and assume that Klee is going to be weaker, and in a way she is, but you can also vary it up and use the Electro Hypostasis, because that rock, paper, scissors combo with Overload procs is very annoying. So what we need to see TD and Megan do is to avoid applying Pyro to as many characters as possible.
And that is going to be the scary part with, again, a lot of the force switching that's going to be happening on Chikuwa's deck. And on the other hand, this is definitely a standard start, having to get Yae Miko on the board at the very beginning. Okay, just one Electro Dice for Megane. Okay, that's much better. I am relieved to see that. That's much better.
A nice reroll on
having to
Chikuwa,
get
him
the
4 Omni.
Yeah, 4 Omni, that's also pretty good. Of course, yeah, Megane with the setup on Yae Miko, having to reach the 6 stacks on your elemental skill and let the rest of the Dendro characters do their job. And right now, we'll see how it's going to go.
So, the typical start with this deck, the Yae Tainari to quicken, is you start with Yae, get the summon out, switch to Tainari, get his skill out, and start setting up for charged attacks. Against this deck, it can be a bit risky to do, because if Bennett is able to get Pyro applied to both characters, the Hypostasis will go to town. Luckily for Megane, Chikuwa doesn't quite have enough Pyro dice to go for the second Bennett skill, so Tainari will get off without the Pyro Aura for now, and Chikuwa will go for full ramp and end turn early for early Prio.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a little bit of a relief, and even adding more stacks onto the Yae Miko summon right there before they end a turn, and that's the first elemental reaction dealing damage as well. With Bennett already down to 4 HP, I'm guessing the elemental burst will be very, very important here for Bennett's survivability, which will definitely be used if he gets Pyro Dices, but that's just the one.
I actually really like the use of Quit Knit there by Megane. That is not, actually, yeah, that's not really the dice he's looking for. It does look very nice, but not in his eyes, that's for sure. I really like the Quick Knit there. It's a card that I think a lot of people will usually bypass because adding one use to your summons typically isn't really worth the cost. But for Yae summon specifically, getting that extra Electro proc at the end phase is actually really good and confirms a very early catalyzing field for a deck that would really like to have it. So right now, Chikuwa, he needs to get Bennett Burst out. He's got the talent card, but he's at very low HP as well. So if he wants to maintain Bennett for following turns, this will be a tricky spot.
Yeah, interesting. There is that ult being used now just for that survivability on that HP. So there's that at least. Able to get that set up. Not quite lethal just yet.
Not quite lethal, but I think this is fine for Megane. It's a charged attack, so he'll be able to get the Cluster Bloom arrow out, and that's basically the core of the Yae Tainari Quicken, being able to dish out Quicken damage on the end phase with summons. What's most curious for me right now is what Chikuwa wants to bring next. With 2 characters having Pyro application, is not a bad time for Electro Hypostasis to take the field, and I'm not very familiar with this deck, so I'm not very certain if the default pathway from here is actually Klee or the Q.
That makes a lot of sense, right? Like I wonder if that's what you're going to try to do, especially because you can't really do anything much with the summons in play on the other ends. So might try to see if you can burst down Yae Miko as much as you can. Maybe try to force that switch over to Miko.
Actually,
especially that Hypostasis is pretty much still okay with that max health.
I actually noticed there's a Pyro Resonance in Chikuwa's hand. Actually, he had a quick switch into Pyro Resonance. If he quick switched into Electro Cube Pyro Resonance skill, I think that would have been enough to lethal Tainari. Hold on, I gotta check this, right? So the Bennett Burst will provide 2 damage. So that's 2 damage plus 2 damage from the skill plus 3 damage from the Pyro Resonance. I feel like that would have been enough to lethal Tainari.
Lethal.
I'm not sure if I'm calculating this wrong, but I feel like that would have been an excellent path for Chikuwa to take here, considering that Tainari is basically the anchor of this deck.
Yeah, that's true, and already ready for the burst as well. And we can see the attunement of all the dice already. And here comes the ult. Quite painful as Bennett is close to death. Remember, once the end of the turn, there is going to be a lot of summon damage coming through from TDM Megan. And that's quite good. Tainari surviving and being able to use burst before death. I think that's pretty sweet.
I feel like that is weird. I'm not sure if I'm the one counting this wrong because my math in this game tends to be
I do not trust my math, so I apologize that I'm leaving the counting
those of
to
you
you.
who are watching, please tell me in the comments whether or not a quick switch Pyro Res Electro Cube skill would have actually been enough to lethal Tainari or not, because that would have been huge. It would have ensured that Tainari didn't get his burst out. Because Chikuwa definitely switched the Klee to tank the Tainari burst, worried that Electro Cube would take too much damage before the rock paper scissors combo came out. And that's really a stack.
Klee is gone, and for sure Bennett will be the next one to fall. Considering that's 1 HP already, and Chikuwa being a very common, collected, expression at the moment. But earlier you can see Megane smiling here and there. It does feel like there is... It feels like it symbolizes confidence. You know, it symbolizes confidence.
This is actually really bad now for Chikuwa.
Yeah,
like, with
yeah.
Bennett and Klee both down, as well as the catalyzing field available, all 3 characters still alive. Electro Cube does do a lot of damage and is really annoying with the overload procs. But I don't think it's going to be enough to take down 3 characters at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I think the only saving grace is you have 2 Pyro auras on Tainari and Yaemiko, and Megane pretty much used up all of his cards to attune everything, so he doesn't have a lot of damage options or damage amplification options. Meanwhile, Chikuwa still definitely not gonna give up. Gonna use strategize to find and draw cards. What does he get? Oh, I mean, that's damage mitigation. I think that's pretty cool still to use for survivability.
Unless Pyro Resonance only works if the attacking character uses Pyro. Because
yes, that's true.
That Pyro Resonance works on any Pyro related reaction. But maybe I'm wrong here, because Chikuwa is not using it, and I'm pretty sure he knows the game better than I do. And that's going to be a really tricky situation. Lotus Flower Chris will let the Electro Cube tank some damage.
It is nicely done. Tainari gone. And the last one with the Pyro.
Actually, wait, that means that even without Pyro Resonance, Electro Cube had lethal on Tainari that turn.
Very strong.
He didn't even need it. He would have had enough damage. Okay, now I'm really confused. I feel like that's what Chikuwa should have done. Quick switch into Electro Cube. Skill. Tainari would have died before bursting Klee. Klee would be alive. I feel like there's been a misplay here by Chikuwa, which is very unusual.
The pressure of the very first match of this BO3, because it's single elimination. Chikuwa! Oh no! He's burying his face under his palms earlier, and it's definitely not a good sign. It does feel like he's stuck in this corner. He doesn't have any draw cards left, and it does feel like that's it. You know, his expression is saying it all.
Yeah, Tainari is dead here though. Note that this is still the anchor of the Quicken team. While there is a good amount of damage potential on Yai and Kale, he does need a little bit more time to do so. He's gonna start by breaking the shield with the regular attack, and right now will be trying to threaten the Electro Cube with that burst. But this is where the scary part comes in for Megane as well. That is a lot more damage than I think he was expecting. Even he is a little bit taken aback.
Yeah, for sure. And with 1 HP survivability, I mean, there is still that summon to proc more of that Dendro later on, which is going to be absolutely scary. I think this is definitely Megane's game.
I think Chikuwa has a win con here.
Oh! Please do tell me.
I think he... Hold on. Megane has enough dice to use 1 more skill, otherwise he has to use the Lotus Flower Quiz. The dice still has enough cards for 2 attacks, and we have to note that the rock paper scissors combo does like 7 damage in total. Kale will kill the cube, but we know that it comes back. And now he doesn't have
life.
enough damage to finish off the cube. There's only 6 health on the side of Mega. I think...
How much damage is left?
I think cube
for
wins
the
on 1 HP.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper,
one
scissors
left,
does
yeah.
7 damage spread out over 3 turns. But Megane doesn't have any dice left.
Yeah.
I
He's
think
attuning
cube
everything.
wins.
He has enough to attune. Look,
Cube
Chikuwa.
wins on
He has
this.
his hand on his heart. He's believing.
Chikuwa right now, the only way he loses is if Megane somehow has enough dice in his hand to get out another attack.
But he doesn't.
But he doesn't. We can
he's
see
done.
that. Chikuwa doesn't know
Yes.
that, but we know that. Megane's turn is done. Chikuwa wins this. No way. No way.
No.
That's the end turn. Look at Chikuwa. He knows. He
Oh
won.
my god!
That's it. Electro King wins the clutch. No
忍者
way.
にならないと
Okay. Yes! Yes!
惨憺たる結末じゃ
That is incredible.
Wait! That was an amazing comeback by Chikuwa! Because it was a roller coaster of emotions. You could see his expression from earlier that it felt like it was over. It felt like he was ready to go to game number 2. And that was crazy!
People are not ready for the cube, man.
Yeah.
Look at it. It's so unassuming. His skill is so strange. But it's such
Yeah.
an effective because you use 3 dice to waste 3 turns. TDM Megan was attacking non-stop there. I feel like even with if he had used the Lotus Flower Chris instead of the last attack, he would have lost because Chikuwa still had enough dice for another rock paper scissors combo. It's so good at stalling out the turn and making it so that like the opponent has to end turn early because they don't have any resources left to play. And Megane unfortunately just ended up falling into that trap. Wow.
And that's crazy too, because Megane, of course, is forced to actually remove the resurrect or that second life coming from the hypostasis. So he really had no choice but to consume all of his dice to just chip away from that second life. And man, Chikuwa, he's definitely one of the favorites coming into this tournament, and he's showing how scary he is as a player in Genius Invocation TCG.
That was honestly just amazing to watch right there. Like when
Yeah.
we went into this game, I was excited to see like Electro Hypostasis, but I never expected it to show up like that. That's just such a great like showcase of what the card is capable of. But well, we can't focus too much on game 1 because we're gonna head straight into game 2. Megane bringing the Ganyu Freeze, which absolutely destroyed in yesterday's matches.
Oh yeah, because once you get that Singchu set up with your swords, and it's just perma freeze for every single time you are able to use either Ganyu or Ayaka. There was a different, there was a different configuration and adaptation for that deck yesterday, but nonetheless, this is still pretty scary. And in the meantime, we're seeing another Nahida, Mona, and as well as Fischl. And that's definitely a lot of Dendro application, and as well as many interactions for the Dendro with the Electro and the Hydro.
That's the reason why Nahida Electro Charge is such a coveted deck nowadays. Now, we didn't know that the Ganyu Freeze deck completely destroyed in the quarterfinals yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I think the match that we would remember in particular was the one where it was up against the Barbara Ito Noel stall deck.
Oh,
Now,
that was so
against that
unfortunate.
deck,
Yeah.
it actually works incredibly well because his opponent just wasn't lucky enough to draw the equipment early enough, and there wasn't enough pressure to stop Ganyu from pelting out the Frost-like arrows. But against a deck like Nahida Electro Charge, there's actually a lot more aggressive pressure, and we're going to see, for sure, a different playstyle from this deck this time.
I'm sure. I'm just so excited to... I'm so sorry, Stafa. I think I was just too distracted looking at Chikuwa's expression. You're so right. Like, I remember you told me about this yesterday, about watching Chikuwa is just so fun because he is very expressive when he plays Genius Invocation TCG. And earlier he was praying to get the dice that he needed because he had to re-roll, and he was so happy. And he had this smile on his face because he was very happy with his hand as well. So he also has strategized just in case he needs to draw more cards. And he also has Adeptus for that extra damage already pretty much prepared for any sort of setup later on. So maybe that's why he's happy, or maybe there's another reason why he's happy.
The reason why Chikuwa is happy is because he rolled enough dice for the 5-cost Nahida skill right off the bat. It's very difficult to get the 5-cost skill off on turn 1, because but it's so worth it because it guarantees like the 2 stacks of Seeds of Skanda across the entire enemy team. And it itself does like 3 damage or something, so that's like an effective value of like 9 damage over the course of the game. If you can get that off on turn 1, it is massive. So it's gonna go entirely for that. That's gonna be the Rana into the 2-cost Nahida scale. Get the seeds spread out. And now you will feel the pressure coming in for the Ganyu Freeze deck. They cannot afford to stay on one character for too long because it's going to start getting whittled down.
And at least the saving grace for Megane, Xingqiu already has his ult, but unfortunately he still has to wait for the next turn to be able to use that. Not sure if he will be able to get first dibs eventually to unleash the pain. Sorry, not unleash the pain, but unleash at least the setup for freeze for Ayaka and as well as Ganyu into the Pierce. So let's see what he gets.
Ooh.
Gets the talent.
Yeah, the Ganyu talent actually really painful right there. So Megane will be looking for as many cryo dice as possible. That's not a hand he's looking for. Get some more cryo dice? No, that's terrible. That looks really bad for him right there. He doesn't have any dice fixers in his hand too. He's not going to be able to use that this turn. In fact, even the Xingqiu burst, he's going to need to tune something away. This is not a good dice roll for Megane.
And the thing is, he doesn't have any draw cards as well to replenish his hand if he does want to attune. So he's gonna run out of resources, but he is in a bit of a hurry to at least unleash Xingqiu's ult. Especially he does have not only the seeds, but as well as having that Dendro aura as well, which is going to be pretty scary once the setups happen, the summons from Mona into the official later on.
Now, does Chikuwa want to stay on Nahida here? I'd be very surprised if he did. Yeah.
Oh.
So he's gonna switch to. I actually thought he might go into Mona instead.
Me too.
Get the Bloom proc,
free switch.
go for get like a free switch afterwards. It's official. And he doesn't even have any Electro dice in his role. So I'm very curious why the official is coming out here.
It's I'm also curious as well. Forced to attune to get that Electro die, to get that 3 into Omni, 1 Omni rather. And you're right. The priority is to get that Oz proc instead. Pretty interesting choice.
I think Chikuwa was just trying to apply as much damage as possible. I completely forgot about the fact that Xingqiu ult applies Hydro to himself. So he actually gave Chikuwa a free Bloom proc that added +2 to the official's attack. I wonder if Chikuwa planned that.
That might be the case. I mean, it is Chikuwa. He has come from...
It is Chikuwa.
I think... I can't count how many times he has basically came back from a very dire situation. And I think that's why Chikuwa is such a scary player. Because it feels like he's like 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. Sometimes, most of the time. And therefore very difficult to read. And now Xingqiu, well, he has already unleashed his ult, which is the saving grace before he falls. And therefore here comes the freeze setups. But again, it's only 3 stacks of the swords. So after that, you don't have any sources for any Hydro anymore. So Megane, already praying, has to make this count.
Yeah, he is thankful there because he was able to draw a cryo dice woven. So that right now he has a lot of ramp. He went for a 4 ramp turn with 5 dice. Oh my goodness, look at those dice.
That's
Megane,
so
he's
good!
feeling it right now. You can see the smirk on the edges of his mouth. He will be able to get that Ganyu talent out. He draws the cryo resonance as well.
Wow!
Okay. Actually, he didn't even
This
need
is
the talent. He already
crazy.
had one. Right now, the TDM Megan's hand is looking very scary. He has 13 dice. He's got so much cryo. So here's the question now. So Ganyu's talent requires him to have used Frostblade Arrow at least once this game. So he cannot use the talent for the first attack. It looks like he's gonna try and save the cryo resonance as well as a potential surprise. He knows that Mona is not gonna be lethal here, but Chikuwa will be forced to switch into a different character since Mona is frozen, and then he will confirm lethal on whoever gets switched out.
And also that's the thing, right? Mona is frozen and unable to set up for that summon, for that hydro as well. So at this point, Mona's pretty much stuck. I do think that, okay, sure, you can build your energy burst onto Mona for that double damage buff. So it is pretty much okay still, as you're still, at least Nahida is still pretty much alive to set up the seeds and the spread. But Megane, looking pretty good with all the dice rolls so far.
He's considering
また見
sacrificing
識を広められ
Nahida.
そうね
He does have the quick switch, so it looks like what he's trying to do is just to set up as much damage as possible. He recognizes the possibility that Nahida is going to die this turn. But considering that Nahida's at 4 health, she dies the 2 Frostblade arrows anyway, so her usefulness is basically spent at this stage, and he's using her to reapply the seeds, get the bloom out to set up as much damage as possible for Fischl once she is gone. I think at this stage, that's the best thing that Chikuwa can do.
I think it is definitely one of the only options. So right now we have 2 Omni Dice and 3 Electro. So there's not a lot of options for Nahida being the active character right now to do anything. So it makes me wonder if the freeze will come through. Actually, maybe towards Nahida.
Now that I think about it, this is actually really smart by Chikuwa. He is thinking many steps ahead of me once again.
Yeah, 5
I
steps
thought,
ahead.
okay, he's gonna sacrifice Nahida here. That's fine. But what he's actually doing, he set up Nahida's burst. He's telling Megane, you kill Nahida this round or she bursts next round. By doing that, he's actually forcing Ganyu to stay on the field with a blue proc. And does he have enough damage in hand here? If Nahida had survived that turn, he could have used Cox's art to get like Fischl burst out straight away. But right now, we'll have to see what the plan is. If Mona wasn't frozen, it would be an easy switch back to her to get the skill out. But while that was probably the smartest play that Chikuwa could have gone for at that moment, it still doesn't put him out of the danger zone because this Ganyu is still very scary and Ayaka has not been able to take her turn yet ever since yesterday.
Yeah, that's the thing. There is one more Xingqiu sword available for Megane, and it makes me wonder if Megane has a free dice so that you get 3 attune and then see if you can freeze Fischl.
He has. I haven't lost yet into Cox's art.
Oh dear.
Does he want to adapt this? He can adapt this. He can. No, he can't. He goes for the gamblers instead. So he goes for Midnight Phantasmagoria here. Ganyu dies. Ayaka's down to 5 HP. He gets gamblers for 1 more attack. He probably goes for a basic attack here. That will drop Ayaka down to... Actually, does he have... No, Megane has dice. He can kill Fischl.
Definitely.
Yeah, no, it's close for Chikuwa here, but
there it is.
If Megane kills Fischl here, I think he has the game. I don't think Mona has enough damage to do high next
To
turn.
do anything at all, yeah. The Oz will just deal 1 damage. We'll get Electro, but Mona is still pretty much frozen.
I feel so bad because
you get
Chikuwa
first
has
dibs
to
on the
leave,
turn!
like 3 floating dice. Oh yeah, he ends turn early.
Oh my gosh! We have a series in our hands. Oof.
Is this enough?
We have a series.
He has the Electro application. If Chikuwa can draw 1 damage from somewhere, he can win.
No,
What card would he have
that is the Ken,
that
but
gives 1 damage? actually is 1 damage enough? I think he needs a bit more. Rana
still
and bestest travel companion. I don't think he has it. He's not gonna do enough damage. I think this is Megane's game. Oh, but he has
Adeptus?
Lotus.
Yeah,
Is
he has
Lotus
Lotus
enough?
for the mitigation.
Oh man.
Yeah.
We keep bouncing back and forth right now.
Yeah, because it's hard. This is such a close game. Oh.
Ayaka can use skill. Oh no, Ayaka can use skill.
But
and
the
he has
freeze
Fire
is still
Resistance
there.
now. Even
Yeah.
with Lotus Creep, this is not enough. Megane wins this
Yeah.
game.
運命が水面に移るのです
Confirm. Even has the mushroom also.
Oh, it's so close too. With the
It
seed.
is so close. Wait, Chikuwa, wait, look at his expression. Wait, what is he seeing that we're
No,
not
he's-
seeing? There's the
He's
shield.
hoping.
Ah, no!
What is he hoping for? I don't know. I'm
What is he
racking my
hoping
brains.
for? He's praying!
He's just
Sorry, I
praying
got-
that Megane can't get another attack out. That's all he can pray for.
This is so stressful.
The mushroom pizza. Okay, I
The-
understand why Chikuwa was so excited now. The Seed of Skanda dropped Ayaka to 1 health. And then Ayaka didn't do enough to kill her. Mona would have killed Ayaka with a 1 damage attack. But because of the mushroom pizza,
雪よない
Ayaka survives and gets the kill, the lethal, with 1 HP. Ayaka finally getting a chance to actually play in this tournament. And Megane feeling very satisfied with that. We have a series here, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 is about to cross the horizon.
It's absolutely insane how it was a 1 HP and it was only because of that pizza, of the mushroom pizza for that heal, that extra 1 HP for that survivability. And again, it's now a 1-1 ended at turn 4, and I have no words. I honestly feel like every Chikuwa games are just so incredibly insane. It feels like a roller coaster ride, Safa.
It just feels like every game today has been incredible.
Yeah.
Like not only are in the top floor of the competition has just heated up so much more than yesterday. And we already had such good games yesterday as well. We are now going into the final game. It's basically a best of 1 now between Megane and Chikuwa to determine who gets that last grand finals spot.
And it's, again, earlier was Dao Shabao, right? Please correct me if I'm my memory. I don't trust my memory.
It was
Heading
Dao Shabao,
already
yes.
to the grand finals. And now we're curious to see who will join him. Will it be Chikuwa? Will it be TDM Megan? We'll have to see.
Not even gonna get much of a chance for a break right here. I imagine these players are gonna be exhausted with the amount of thinking they had to go through, but they just jumped straight into game 3. Coming in on a Brock on both sides. I'm wondering, it's gonna be, it's gonna be the Cleve Vape versus the Chongyun Shenhe Superconduct. These are 2 of the most often banned decks the entire tournament.
We've pretty much seen, again, this Cleave pretty much has a 3-1 score yesterday, and for this for the Raiden deck with just a lot of energy generation, it was only used once, and I actually don't remember if it won.
It did.
Could be
Because I
wrong.
remember the very satisfying Chongyun burst finish.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. You're right.
So this
It
deck
was
is only,
yesterday.
like, you would think that Cleve Vape would be more popular this patch, but we've only gotten the chance to see the Chongyun deck once the entire tourney. It's been banned every other game, and it won it very well too. So I'm really excited to see how this matchup will work out.
Yeah, same here. Raiden, of course, wanting to just keep managing all of your keep attacking rather until you get that energy, and as well as to maximize what do you call this, layers of ultimates on your end for Chikuwa. But there's just a lot of shielding and damage mitigation on the ends of because of that stealth and because of that Mona elemental skill. It's going to be very, very important later on for sure But here comes Klee with the 3 damage, applying Pyro Aura already. A possible setup for that summon, most likely later, or maybe another attack.
Full hand tune to get the Shenhe skill out. That's quite greedy from Chikuwa. He's gonna be starting turn 2 top decking and hoping for the best cards he can get. I wasn't sure if Megane would pull out the Covenant of Rock here to get an extra attack since Shenhe is the one active. But since it does allow him to proc the Treasure Seal very early on, I guess it's not a bad choice. It will... Yeah, I guess that's pretty good here. It does unfortunately give Chikuwa a Prio next turn, but it doesn't seem like Megane is very concerned about that. We do have to remember Cleave Vape is an aggro deck. He wants to go hard and go fast. So if it's greeting out, then that's what Megane is going to be looking for.
Yeah, especially that Megane doesn't have a lot of time either. Once you get that Shenhe ult and then you switch back to Raiden, and then you just fill up the energy the energy again for the ultimate. That's when you have to. That's like the scary turn. That's when it gets a little bit dicey, and that's why Megane pretty much rushing and using the aggro deck. Oh, I hear an oh no.
Look at Chikuwa's face. You should have seen it earlier. He was devastated. You know why he's devastated? He had no cryo dice at all. Luckily for him, he was able to get a Bestest Travel Companion, but he was forced to tune I haven't lost yet in order to get her burst out. Luckily, the Sealy will give him a bit of cause left, but he knows Shenhe is going to die this turn. That I haven't lost yet would have been so valuable because it guaranteed a Raiden ult.
It's so unfortunate when you definitely needed to. You're definitely needed to force using that so that you get the Shenhe ult before you fall, which slows down the kind of combo that you wanted to happen anyways, which is again Shenhe ult, Raiden ult, and then Shenhe just basically goes again, increases the stack. So the healing here will remove some of the damage that Chikuwa was building up, and the expression on Chikuwa's face, it feels like, again, this is not what he intended to do, or intended to happen. But again, that's the strength of this aggro deck that Megane has.
This is actually looking really bad for Chikuwa right now. Like, Shenhe has kind of done her job by setting up the skill and her ult, but you usually don't expect her to die at this stage because once you switch back to Raiden, it actually sets up for a second Shenhe ult.
Exactly!
And now, we have to remember Chongyun is basically the only carry. He gets it! He draws it! He draws the he draws the second copy! No way! He actually gets the oh my goodness, that is so lucky.
That is so good. And if he does get unlucky with his rolls, he does have that Ningon card.
yeah, if it still doesn't get him out of a pretty perilous situation where Chongyun may have to 1v3, but if he was forced to skill before Raiden, he would have basically guaranteed a loss. The fact that he got that after Shenhe burst means that he gets a free kill on Klee, and now it's no longer Chongyun 1v3, it's Chongyun 1v2. And that is very possible for this character.
Absolutely.
What a top
and
deck.
Just one. I know! That was exactly what he needed at the right time and at the right moment. Knowing it was already a dire situation, he couldn't maximize the value because Shenhe died early. And as you can see, Chikuwa's expression really focusing a lot now that Chongyun is one energy away from his very painful burst. And remember, Shenhe still has the 2 ult stacks, so still pretty much okay, despite Shenhe already not present in this time.
Yep. Man, I can't believe he was able to get that at that time. That would have been huge. If he needed to skill to get Raiden burst out, there's actually a genuine chance he may have not been able to get it out, because Raiden would be really vulnerable to being lethal at that stage. And now Megane actually has to think about this. Something tells me that it's a good thing that Chikuwa is a TCG player, because he would be a terrible poker player.
I kind of got the reference. Kinda, because
Everything
I am
just shows on
unsure.
his face.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I got it. That's true.
Yeah.
Real.
You just know
That's,
exactly what
that's-
kind of hand he has at all times.
Yeah, because it's very, very clear. You gotta enjoy like watching Chikuwa here. Yeah. At least there's the piercing damage falling through already on the ends of Megane. Chikuwa still in the game for sure, despite now because it's even 13 health versus the 7-6. I can't do math, that's why I'm saying 7-6. But let's see the dice roll say. Looks pretty good for Megane. Not
Okay,
sure for
for
Chikuwa just yet.
Chikuwa looking for
Oh.
cryo dice. Damn, that's nice. That's nice. That's a pretty good hand right
That's
there. So
really
right now,
nice.
Chikuwa's goal is to force Megane to use Agent Burst on Raiden. If he's able to achieve that, Chongyun basically has a free path to victory.
And I think that's going to be incredibly valuable. That's true, because Chongyun doesn't have any sort of threats anymore from any bursty damage coming through. So you're right. It is going to be Raiden being taking the bait, and it's going to be tanking. But of course, knowing that Raiden is still able to apply that Electro on towards the rest of the squad against Megane is still definitely a threat. So what does Megane actually do? Does he take the bait? Does he not take the bait? That's the question.
Actually, the thing is, Raiden can't really apply Electro because he has no Electro dice.
Oh,
And then
that's
even
true.
If he
Oh, I
had
was
the
looking at the
Electro
dice.
Raiden's skill only applies Electro at the end of the turn. So
Because of
at
the
best here, if
summon.
Chikuwa wants to keep Raiden on the field, he will have to tune and go for a basic attack, yeah?
Yeah, that's the
that's what
normal
people
attack.
do.
Yeah, instead.
Does Agent do enough damage right now? I feel like Megane's best play here is to refresh stealth and not go for a attack. Cause as long as he can force Chikuwa into a situation where he has no choice but to switch to Chongyun while the agent still has burst up, then that would be good for Megane. He needs to remove Chongyun from the field now. That is his win con.
I wonder if the switch is possible. There is going to be a free switch with that Noel card onto Mona, and see if you can proc that Vaporize as a fast action without using that burst. Could be a possibility. You do have the Omni dice and as well as 2 Hydro.
No,
So that
would
is
be a bad
also a
idea.
possible move.
It would actually be a bad idea because yes, you switch to Mona, you get the Vape, Raiden dies, Chongyun immediately switches in and uses Burst on your highest health character, and then that's not good.
And then you die. He is considering it,
Yeah.
however. See? There it
He's
is.
actually
That's the move.
I don't like this. I don't think this is the play. So what's gonna happen here? Raiden dies, Chongyun switches in. Actually, wait.
Mona dies.
Okay, I didn't consider the fact that Chongyun still needs to attack once.
Yes.
I thought he had full
Yes,
energy.
there is still
Okay,
that
okay.
energy left.
You
One
may have
energy
been
left.
right.
And the fact that there is heavy strike on the ends of
稽古に行くのか
let's see.
Ooh,
I'm not sure how heavy
my
strike is
brain
gonna be
not
relevant
working
here.
anymore. I'm not
Can't use
seeing
the
things I should be seeing.
Chikuwa, yeah. His expression. Honestly, I can't really rely on Chikuwa's expression too much because even though it looks like he feels like he's losing, he somehow brings everything back in his favor. So maybe yes, it looks dire right now, but maybe a miracle happens eventually. But he only has 2 dice left.
If Chikuwa survives this turn, I think he can win. But he doesn't. Okay. So right now, the only damage that Chikuwa can do this turn is going to be from the summons in the end phase.
Yeah.
He doesn't have enough energy left, but he has burst, so he confirms kill on one of these characters, and the summons actually confirm kill on one of these characters as well. So the path to victory for Chikuwa is actually laid out. As for Megane, he still has 1 attack. This is tricky. He
Yeah, it's super
he's going
duper
for it.
tricky. Because does he?
ending
Oh, he's
turn.
ending. Oh, he has first dibs next, so he's willing to sacrifice. But there's
I
gonna be
don't know
piercing involved.
about this. I feel like if he was going to do that, like I get that he wanted to get a little bit of extra card draw with Liben. He's probably looking for Adeptus.
Yeah.
But is it going to be enough? Because Agent Burst deals 5 damage. With Adeptus is 3. With the summon, with the Hydro Aura
With
is
vape.
10.
Yeah.
Megane is looking for Adeptus. If Megane gets Adeptus, he wins.
Oh my gosh, I can't watch this, but I have to.
Ooh, that's not Adeptus. Does he get it from the Liben proc though? Liben will proc. If he gets Adeptus from Liben, Megane can win.
That is a possibility. That is indeed a possibility. Here comes the action phase. They're both praying. No!
Oh!
Wait, yes?
That works too!
Yes,
That works too! Pyro
Oh my
Res
gosh!
is enough!
Oh my gosh.
That's it! Chikuwa knows.
That's it, GG.
Nothing for Megane. That's endgame! We got it! The Liben got it! Ladies and gentlemen, your second grand finalist joining Dosa Bao in our Best of 5 series tomorrow is going to be TDM Megan, eliminating the champion of Prince Cup Japan to make it all the way to the final day of competition.
It is going to be the Xiaobao versus TDN Megane. It's going to be a very exciting grand finals, but of course, take a look at the post-match breakdown here. It ended up being a what do you call this? A reset on this BO3, and all boiled down to such close matches. By the way, we've seen 1 HP differential for who was going to win, and this time around, it was very, very reliant on what the draws were going to be, and in the end, Megane was able to find the card that he needed to absolutely deal lethal onto that Chung'un. Crazy, crazy stuff. Crazy.
That was beautifully calculated by Megane there, being able to hedge his bets on that. And honestly, the harder cards finally responded to his desires there, getting that Pyro Resonance with the leave-in draw. It's not something that a lot of people would consider in that specific situation. You wouldn't leave your fate in this competition up to luck like that. But sometimes, when it comes to TCG, luck is a winning factor. And in this case, it was on the side of Megane. If us feel bad, I think both of us have grown to really enjoy watching Chikuwa, and we're hoping that he'd be able to go a little further in the competition, but a well-deserved victory there.
Oh yeah, crazy, crazy stuff. Absolutely. I mean, both of the players that we saw played their hearts out, and in the end, it is TDM Megan was able to hold on out. It makes me very, very excited for the grand finals tomorrow. Again, we see the quality of these matches become more and more intense as the tournament progresses.
Every single series has just been more exciting than the last. Genius Invocation TCG Invitationals. It's been a really quick day as well. We're down to our last series to determine third place of the tournament. And once again, you're joined by me, Staffa, as well as Riku.
Yes, we are so excited to bring you all of the TCG Genius Invocation action because it has been very, very intense as the tournament days progress, and we're heading on over to our third place match. We just concluded our semifinals, which is again, of course, Tao Xiaobao, and as well as TDM Megan moving on to the grand finals. But now for third place, we will be seeing Mattel and as well as Chikuwa battle it out for third place.
And this is an interesting matchup as well because these are both players from the Prince Cup Japan, which just happened like only about 2 weeks ago, with Chikuwa being the champion and Mattel being third place. So it's going to be very interesting to see who's going to get third in this tournament as well. And honestly, it has been quite an upset here. I think a lot of us were expecting for Chikuwa to make it all the way to the finals, considering his gameplay so far in the tournament. But it goes to show that our battlefield is pretty evenly matched, and I'm just excited to see what happens.
I think what I really liked about the grand finals is you can see like the signature strengths of each player. You've got Chikuwa, who's always being able to find any sort of opportunity to come back from any dire situation. And meanwhile, what I really noticed from TDM Megan is that he's very patient when it comes to the cards in his hand. He's always thinking, I will need this in the last turn for victory. And I think that's what makes a lot of these players amazing to watch, because they have these not only habits but signature moves and the way that they play Genius Invocation TCG. So I'm very excited to see how Chikuwa is able to come back from that as well, because he's basically playing like 2 games in a row back to back, while Mattel is able to witness first the conclusion of the Chikuwa versus TDN Megan matchup. So honestly, I don't know who's gonna win at this point.
Yeah, neither do I, honestly. But let's have a look at the brackets to see exactly where we are at this stage of the competition. Earlier today, I've already found out our 2 grand finalists moving on to the finals happening tomorrow. Tao Xiaobao and TDM Megan have done an excellent job of making it this far. Unfortunately, Mattel and Chikuwa just a little bit short of the finish line. But the journey is not over for them yet, because they will be facing off against one another right after this to find out who will get their final spot on the podium.
It is going to be again a BO3 series. We have seen a couple of 2-0s so far, but I feel like again, as the tournament progresses, we get to see a lot of these players take more time to decide their final move. Because again, every single move is going to be incredibly important, knowing that we've seen matches conclude just from a card draw, a top deck, what else? A 1 HP difference when it comes to winning or losing. So there's just so many factors, and that's the reason why, again, a lot of these players take their time in comparison to, again, what we've seen yesterday. Yesterday, right, Staffa? It was like bam, 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 right?
Yep. And now you can see that moves have to be a lot more deliberate now. These players respect one another.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that the TCG community is quite tight-knit as well. These players have faced off against each other more than once, that's for sure. And they're familiar with each other's actions. They have a lot of faith in themselves, a lot of respect for one another, a lot of trust in their decks, and familiarity with the board itself. And all of that will come to a head here as we approach the final stages of the Genshin Impact TCG Invitationals.
And there's so many things that could happen also, because again, we're already pretty much prepped for our grand finals tomorrow, and that's going to be a best of 5, by the way. So most likely we're going to be seeing trump decks that we haven't really seen before for the entirety of the tournament. Something saved special for this occasion to make sure that they get a finishing a match point or a finishing 2-0 if ever they really want to take it home. And again, there's just so many possible things to happen. And when we looked at the decks that were available, there seems to be already pretty much a pattern happening from day number 1. But there were adaptations happening from day number 2. Again, we talked about the Kaching Sino adaptation, but unfortunately, again, that deck isn't doing so well so far in WCG.
But for those of you who aren't quite able to join the festivities live in Busan at the WCG stage, there's also an online event that all of you will be able to participate in. There's just 5 easy steps that you'll have to follow, and they're all up on the screen right now. This event ends tomorrow, Sunday, the 30th of July. So make sure you guys are able to participate and just be able to join in the festivities even if you're not physically there in person, because this has been an amazing event. It's not just TCG, but every other game here at the World Cyber Games has been so intense, has been so exciting, and we hope that all of you have been enjoying your time here with us on the live stream.
Oh yeah, if you manage to like take a look at, you know, a little bit of a tour from the live stream, right here and there, we get to see amazing Genshin cosplayers also watching. We get to see also people enjoying and watching the Genius Invocation TCG live, and also there's a bunch of like booths, arcades, activities to take part in. So if ever you are in Busan, feel free, of course, to drop by here at WCG. And I say here, it feels like I'm not doing an online broadcast. But drop by here at the event, of course. It's a lot of fun.
We do certainly wish we were there live at the event, but we gotta make some compromises sometime. And this is our compromise here. But as we prepare to head into the bronze place match to determine our third place for the event, Riku, we've been through nearly 2 days of intense TCG action. Like how are you feeling, honestly, right now about the World Cyber Games stage right now?
Honestly, very, very exciting. I love the energy. I love, I can't imagine myself like bringing a bunch of my friends to WCG, hanging out, watching esports. I think yesterday there was a person that brought in even popcorn while watching the tournament itself,
Yes.
because it's absolutely very, very entertaining, and it's just so nice to watch like esports with your friends. I think that's like a classic hobby, to do.
Yeah. I mean, gaming with your friends is something that has existed ever since gaming has existed, right? So being able to share all of this with your friends, with your family, and us being able to share this TCG action with all of you watching at home as well is such an amazing opportunity. And so we're very grateful as well to WCG for giving us the chance to just watch and share some amazing Genius Invocation gameplay. And hopefully for some of you who are watching who maybe weren't very interested in Genius Invocation before this, maybe this will rile up some excitement for you, because I think both of us as well have already been like, yeah, we play a little bit of TCG here and there, but this has just gotten us going. We got to try out all these decks. We got to see what the meta is, what the strategies are. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it's just really, really fun to watch. It's just so intense also. I think also very inspiring to see a lot of these pro players, how they deal with very dire situations. And I guess for me, the deck that I really want to try, I mean, after this tournament and I like play TCG again, I think for me is probably the Yaemiko Tainari Kole one. I think I want to try that. Maybe an Ahida also here and there, but that's my goal. That's what I want to play after this tournament. I'm going for it. Going for it, Stafa. How about you?
I don't know. I think I still have a bias for Hu Tao regardless, which does make me very sad. And we haven't seen a Hu Tao today. I want to see a Hu Tao. Please give me a Hu Tao.
Maybe we'll get to see. I mean, who knows?
Here's
who knows,
I'm crossing
Nafa?
my fingers right now. You can't see, but I am.
I believe you. I believe you. I think, how many times did we see Hu Tao yesterday? Was it once or twice? Only once, right?
It was just once, and then it lost. So I'm very sad.
It was quite difficult, right? Do you remember what it was up against? Was it an aggro deck that kept going and going and going?
I think it may have been an electro charge deck. Now I'm not too
Ah.
certain about this. But I think the
Oh,
reason why it ended up losing was because Hu Tao got whittled down a bit too much. I think it was a Nahida electro charge.
yeah, I think you're right.
Don't
I
quote
remember.
me
I
on
remember.
that.
I super remember now. I think it was correct. I forgot who their middle character was, but it ended up just Hu Tao and was it Yang Fei or Yoimiya? I forgot. But they ended
Yoimiya.
up just
It's
getting a lot
it's
of
a Taomiya. So
Taomiya.
Christ
Yes,
here.
it's Taomiya. Yes, it's a Yoimiya. And they again a lot of piercing damage on the board, and it was quite difficult to keep swapping Hu Tao and Yoimiya here and there. They'll just get a lot. Receive a lot of damage rather, but you get to see the
I
very
even have
serious
Huta shirt
faces.
on today too. I had Huta shirt yesterday. I have Huta shirt today.
Oh my gosh!
Well,
I think
either
you're
way,
like
right?
the biggest Hu Tao fan that I've ever known.
Nah, I think there's more Hu Tao fans out there.
I swear, you do
Hu
have like
Tao
a little
Hu
like
Tao is
place on your table, right?
yeah, I have some Hu Tao merch on my table. I have
What
some
do you
Hu
mean
Tao merch
some?
in my
That's
display
not
case
some.
back there.
Dude,
It's some.
You're-
I've
you're
seen more.
downplaying-
There's more out there.
I know, but
The
like
true,
crazy
the true
stuff.
like merch fans would be like horrified to hear what you're saying.
Well, I'm sure I'm still standing on my thoughts that you're the biggest Hu Tao fan that I've ever known. But looking at the roster now for their decks, Mattel and Chikuwa banning out the Fatui Agent Oceanid with that official, and we're not going to be seeing the massive like energy generation composition with that Raiden as well. Both being banned for both decks actually.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. What that does mean though is that I actually got this information from the TCG community Discord yesterday that Mytel is a huge fan of Klee. This man has been playing Klee since way before the patch where Klee was meta, and he's gonna get the chance to play it. It was not banned out, but he's gonna be up against the Klee Hypostasis deck that won Chikuwa Game 1 in the semifinals earlier.
Oh yeah, that moment where it was just the hypostasis alive. Is able to use that second life to finish off that rock, paper, scissors. Just a lot of damage on the board, but let's get it going! Third place match, Chikuwa versus Mattel. Who will it be in this BO3 series?
Sanjo!
It's gonna be the Klee mirror match. That is you, right?
No, yeah, that's me.
Is it you saying that? Dude, it
I
sounds
wish.
so much like Klee. Wait, that sounds so much like Klee.
Similar?
Is that you?
Really?
Yes.
That
Like,
was me.
legit.
The second Sanjo.
That is you, right?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
actually sounded like the voice line.
What,
repeated.
really? Ah,
Yeah.
shucks. Thank you.
Like, I was actually so thrown off. I was like, is the audio repeating?
Whoops. Well, I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, definitely. But now we can see Maytel, his head is really nice. He's got Skyward Atlas for the fulfillment. He does have Master Zhang. I forgot which player it was, but they were very annoyed with Master Zhang for coming one turn late. It may have been Megane, but I'm not too sure. He's gonna play Master Zhang, the cheaper Fruit of Fulfillment, so it's probably not going to be his... I don't think he's going for a turn one... Actually, he now can go for a turn one kill setup, potentially here. We'll see. Whether or not Chikuwa will respect this by making sure that Klee doesn't stay on the field too long. I think he's actually prepared for it because he started Klee instead of Bennett. I think he might switch into Bennett now, just to start charging up the Bennett burst.
Yeah, that +1 damage advantage with the weapon equipped, and as well as that low cost is just so annoying to deal with, and now forced to strategize to see what else he can gather on the board.
Ooh, Liu Su. That's nice right there. Play the Liu Su, switch into Bennett. You already get 1 energy for the Bennett burst. Would that be enough for him? If he goes Liu Su changing shifts into Bennett, he can actually get Bennett burst out on turn 1. But I don't think he'll want to do that because if he waits until turn 2, he has a chance of drawing the Bennett talent card, and that would be a lot more valuable.
It does have enough dice for it as well if he wants to attune. But either way, we're seeing already a bunch of Pyro Aura initiated by Mattel, and I do think that Mona will have the time of her life later on once the switch happens and the summon arrives.
So Mattel not gonna go for the switch into Mona, not gonna try and use the Covenant of Rock for another free Klee attack, though he's already used the charge anyway, so it wouldn't work. So by doing this, I think Mattel will be able to avoid too much pyro application, because that is what ended up costing TDM Megan game 1 previously, having too much pyro application to set up for the Electro Cube. And now we'll head into turn 2.
Let's see here. What is the play, as there is a bit of a rush of getting that energy, that ult for that Klee. And both of the players actually decided to re-roll everything. You get to see a bunch of pyro, a lot of electro actually. I'm not quite sure if that's exactly what Chikuwa needs at the moment with Bennett wanting to ult. Yeah, especially that energy setup is already there. So it is definitely a Bennett versus Klee ult setup here.
So Mattel has priority. He would ideally want to switch to Mona to start setting up Vaporize procs, but remember, against a Hypostasis deck, oh, Pyro Resonance. Hold on. Does that threaten here? If he goes, he switches into Mona. Mona goes for the skill that does 1 damage, plus 2
Vaporize
from the Vaporize. With Skyward Atlas, that's another 1 damage. Pyro Resonance. Is
zero
Bennett
cost.
lethal?
Yeah, that's the question.
Is this a Bennett lethal on turn 2?
He's going for the aggression.
If Bennett is lethal on turn 2, Chikuwa,
plus 1 damage.
his chances are really bad right now.
Hi!
We are on screen right now.
Yeah.
Because I think what's going to happen next is probably not for the
guess.
faint of heart, you know? We
like,
gotta
look
cover up the
away.
screen. Because I don't think this is, like, look away children, this is PG-13.
Look away children,
this
you
is
do not want
about
to see
be
this.
A massive play coming out here from Maytel. This could be... That's a
There it
death.
is.
I heard a death.
That's the death. We can hear the death.
That is a Bennett lethal.
Bennett's gone. Bennett's gone.
Are we
That's
still on screen right now?
we're giving you an update. So it feels like an audio cast now. It's nice.
It does feel like an audio. No, I'm actually gonna be kind of. Okay, we're back. I was actually gonna be kind of meta and like check the stream to see if we were still on screen, but looks like there's no need for that. That's a Bennett lethal.
The next level play.
Bennett lethal beef with only 1 pyro application and no burst. What an incredible top deck by Maytel. And the Skyward Atlas with Master Zhang, this was just perfectly set up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I think Chikuwa doesn't have much of a chance anymore this game, unless Klee is able to get pyro on both of the remaining characters.
Yeah, because Chikuwa right now is very behind on ramp. Like when we look at that energy, Klee's only at 1 versus the opposing. Hypostasis, of course, still right there for the possible setup. I mean, if Chikuwa has done it before, maybe he can do it again, but it's looking very healthy on the end of Mattel with that damage mitigation on the hands of Mona's skill. And plus, again, everyone has been equipped with weapons so far, so that +1 effect on that damage is going to be very important later on.
We have the Klee talent card in Maytel's hand, but he's got no dice left. And Klee doesn't have her charged attack stacks on, so I don't feel like it's worth going for the Covenant of Rock. Unless he really wants to go for the Lotus Flower Crisp on someone. I don't really think it's necessary though. Maytel's in a pretty comfortable spot. Looks like he will decide to do so. The question is, who is the Flower Crisp going on? Is it gonna be Mona? I think that wouldn't be a bad choice to avoid getting pyro application. Is he? No, don't switch, go on. Stay on Mona. There's no need for Yenfei to get pyro applied on her at this stage.
Oh wow.
Okay.
The switch is going to happen here. Sort of delaying a little bit of that overload perhaps, question mark, and see for that setup, but he's gonna end his turn to get priority in that next action phase to get first dibs. But either way, it is already that energy maximum for that elemental burst on towards Klee. And that is going to be a damage spread rather instead to make sure that Mona is safe is what I assume why Mattel decided to switch.
It's quite curious. Ooh, another Pyro Resonance. Luckily for Chikuwa, there's no more Hydro Aura on his side, so he'll be fine from this for now. I actually thought that Chikuwa could potentially switch to the Electro Cube and start doing Rock, Paper, Scissors because there are 3 characters with Pyro application there and no dice left on Maytail's side. But I think he's trying to save it for next turn because if he were to use all of the Pyro Aura right now, it wouldn't be enough to lethal anyone. So that would be a bit too risky to play, and it's better to save for next time. He has the dice advantage this turn. So if he's able to force Maytail to use up all his dice before the Electro Cube dies, he could replicate his victory in the semifinals.
Yeah, Chikuwa being very patient right now. I do feel like that that switch from Mona to Yanfei just really prevented that switch onto the hypostasis as well to just maximize that damage and possibly remove Mona. So I think that's a pretty good call defensive-wise to just spread and remove anyone from lethal range.
I don't feel like Maytail needs to play defensive-wise right now. I don't know.
That's fair because
players,
it's fair.
Like, I understand kind of why Maytail did it, because if he stayed on Mona, it would have set up for the Electro Cube to get an Overload proc out, but now, by doing that, he's set up for the Electro Cube to get multiple Overload procs out the next turn. So, I'm not sure if it was worth it in the end. He's gonna go for the Lotus into the switch. I think what Maytail needs to do here is to try and switch all this out just a little bit, unless he can confirm lethal on Klee. Because if he runs out of dice before the Electro Cube comes on, this could actually be pretty bad for him.
Yeah, it's actually a very, very scary to think about. And I do feel like that Lotus did save a little, did save chip damage from the Klee ult, but because the Klee ult is already pretty much initiated, so we'll have to see. That's already a setup that the hypostasis is definitely waiting for, and so far so good for both players. You can see a little bit of hesitation from Mattel whether or not to add in that Pyro Aura to set up for that Mona later on if the switch indeed happens. I do think it is necessary, but with the dice that you have right now, maybe Klee gets another attack in.
I think Maytail is actually kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
You ideally want to switch stall to make sure that you don't run out of dice before your opponent does.
Yeah.
But you also need to output some damage because otherwise the Electro Cube is just gonna come out and start whacking everything to death, which is exactly what Chikuwa is preparing for here.
Yep.
And Maytail doesn't have enough damage to take it off the field. If he uses this skill now, it's gonna be the last bit of damage he can do this turn.
Ooh.
You get a little bit of extra from the Klee burst, since he was able to get that off. But Klee will die from this.
Yeah, but I feel like
And
the
then
job is
whoever
done.
comes out next will die to 2 more hits as well.
And your turn. Get Prio, Mattel, for your Mona on the next turn. But
No,
the question is... Yeah, there you go.
The question is whether or not Mattel wants to keep Yanfei alive with as much health as possible, or keep both characters alive.
Mona.
If he doesn't...
Yeah.
Yeah, this is... Okay, wait, yeah, no. The Overload allows him to keep both characters alive. Okay, I didn't quite think about that. I thought that maybe if he stayed on his turn, he still had enough dice to swap, but...
Yeah.
Chikuwa still has enough for a full other attack.
Yeah!
And
Boom.
you remember what I said? That's 5 dice for 7 total damage on the Electro Cube. He dies to the extra Klee burst, but guess what? He is back!
Another
and
one?
there was exactly 7 health among Mona and Yanfei spread out perfectly in 2-2-3 increments. Chikuwa loves this cube right now. Victory of game number 1 going over to Chikuwa.
Will be very proud of that move, especially that, again, you got Mattel running out of time. Felt like, of course, you're playing an aggro deck. Of course, you want to keep pushing your lead using the dice that you have and maximize your damage output. But in the end, because of that hypostasis having multiple moves in one action phase, it was just very hard to control the damage that you receive with the overload, just swapping characters here and there. And Chikuwa, in the end, at turn 3, wins the first match. Now he's match point for that third placement.
I just can't believe the health on Mona and Yanfei was so perfectly set up for the cube too. Like,
Yeah.
because the cube, rock, paper, scissors does 2 damage, 2 damage, then 3 damage.
3.
Mona
Yeah.
was on 4 health, Yanfei was on 3 health. It was actually perfect. Like, if it was the other way around, then all 3 attacks would have been wasted on like one character. But
Yeah.
it just worked out like beautifully well. Okay, wait, no, not all on one character, but one character would have survived potentially. Either way, Chikuwa getting second victory with the cube today. And like you mentioned, now 1 game up, 1 game away from a bronze place finish. Mattel, will he be able to bring this back?
That's the question right here, because remember, this deck didn't do so well in the quarterfinals, and even today with the Sino, with the Kaching replacing Sino as an adaptation, and so far, if I remember correctly, it's currently 0-2 in this tournament. And Chikuwa, what will it go up against? It is going to be the Nahida with just a lot of Dendro procs left and right with the summons. And if I remember correctly, wasn't that the Kaching deck, that same Candace deck up against a similar composition, except it was a Tainari, Yayamiko, yeah, and a Kole one. Ooh.
I do believe we've seen a Nahida Electrocharge deck against like a Candice Razor deck at some point in this tournament. I don't remember when, but I don't believe it did very well. So Maytel is definitely not favored in this matchup right now, but anything can still happen. So we gotta keep our eyes peeled here and see whether or not Maytel will be able to bring it back to a game number 3.
That is going to be the biggest question here. We get to see a lot of these players still considering what to mulligan. And again, there's Chikuwa definitely wants to secure this with him being already in the upper hand here. Let's see what the starts are going to be. Usually, we usually see a Nahida start to just put in the seeds already, but it will definitely... Maybe it's a safer choice? Question mark. Let's see what dice he has anyways.
It's pretty common to go for the Mona or official start here, because if Nahida is able to proc something, then it can instantly get started. The only reason you might start with Nahida is if you're really confident that you're going to get 5 Dendro dice.
The 5 dice, yeah. Oh, Chikuwa.
Oh,
Wait, is he smiling or is he in disbelief?
I think he may have made a mistake. Yes. Oh,
Did he wish that he started Nahida first?
I'm not too certain. Because what Rana does is that when the active character casts a skill, you get a dice of the next character in line. In this case, that is actually a Mona. So he gets a Hydro dice. I think he may have I think he
wanted a Mona
kind of
start.
autopiloted. I think he autopiloted and played Rana, thinking that he was on Mona. But then he realized, oh wait, I started Fischl because I have Electro dice. So he doesn't actually have the correct dice to get Nahida's skill out now, though I don't think it's too much harm done since he can still tune it.
And he doesn't want to use the Ningguang card too early to reroll all the dice. It feels like it's a bit too risky and too late now. So instead, he'll just summon Oz. Candice is gonna get her elemental skill out. Will help a little bit on that damage mitigation. Instead, I believe it's a normal attack. I'm just gonna save some more of the dice for later.
Either Maytel wants to go for a faster strike, or he wants to try and get the Hydro application on Nahida instead, because we have to remember, Candace's skill takes 1 turn of preparation. So by doing this, he confirms that the Hydro will go on to the next character that's switched in, which will most likely be Nahida, since he knows that Chikuwa wants to start applying Dendro.
And that is definitely going to be the case. There is damage mitigation that's going to happen here at least. But there we go.
So
Really nice
that's it,
start
no?
so far. For both teams, actually, for both players, actually. I actually don't know who's going to win because I remembered the reason why it was so difficult for Sino and Razor to do anything is because they were getting piercing damage from the very beginning of the first turn. But this time around, I still see very healthy Electro users on the field.
Yeah, they're not getting pierced here because Chikuwa decided to go for the quicken proc instead of the electro charge. Now, the flexibility of the Nahida electro charge deck is because as a rainbow deck, there's so many different reactions you can potentially proc with it. Electro charge, bloom, hyper bloom, all basically so many options. There's a reason why this composition is so strong in the main game as well. But by doing this, he's not spreading damage onto the Electro characters like you mentioned. And we'll see whether or not this does pay off in the end, because a lot of times this deck has been heavily affected by Sino or Razor dropping too low too early in the game.
And it feels like this is exactly the condition that Mattel wants. Having all of the damage just being tanked by Candice and the ult now available as well for that added plus, and Sino now going to be switched out some more to proc most likely that Hydro on the board and just spread it all out.
Gonna go for the Covenant Rock into the Liben strat. Unfortunately, no Banarana here to fully preserve the dice, so he'll just charge up Liben. Paimon on turn 2 is not ideal. You'd want her on turn 1 usually. Certain decks can still profit from it, and honestly, this is a deck that can profit from a turn 2 ramp with the Paimon, but when he's up against Nahida Electro Charge, it may be a bit too dangerous to play slow like that.
And that's most likely why he's going for the aggression. He's still not sure. He's gonna re-roll everything. Everything it is. And not sure if that's good. He does have 2 Electro.
That would be beautiful dice for Chikuwa.
Yeah, that would be good for Chikuwa. Oh my gosh. That's definitely not what you want.
Yeah, no, that's really
Toot
rough
something.
here.
Yeah.
He can use it to play Legend of Vanessa though, that's not too bad. Like, this is actually a really good setup for either Legend of Vanessa or Paimon actually. But with Nahida now starting to dish out some damage and the seeds being spread, playing Paimon at this stage is very risky.
Yeah, it is absolutely risky. It feels like Mattel is very pressured to do something right now, because Sino is already on 3 health. You don't have any healing. You don't have any damage mitigation on any of your hand actually. So it's a bit difficult at this point. And catalyzing field, of course, still has 2 charges. So that's just gonna be a lot of +1 damage on the board here. So there we go. Forced to get more dice. Let's see what he does. Like Loki scratching his head earlier.
So
yeah, unlucky.
if you're not familiar, Legend of Vanessa will take 3 dice and then give you back 4 random elemental dice. So there was a chance for Maytail to have gotten a bit more Electro, but he did not.
No!
I think he got like 1 Electro dice in total, so
yeah,
that's rough. I think it's fine to team Paimon because, like I mentioned, Paimon is too risky to play at this stage. A few more dice may have given him more options this turn.
Yeah, it would have been nice to keep that Paimon at least for setup on the next turn, because unfortunately Mattel's dice rolls haven't been the best for the first and the second turn. So we'll see now how it's going to go. Again, Sino is on a very scary spot at the moment. Chikuwa doesn't have any Dendro to work with, so not sure if he wants to go for the aggression and attune and kill Sino now.
He does have a toss-up.
Oh, he does!
He could go for a toss-up and hope for some Dendro dice, because Nahida does have burst ready.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me check. I can't quite remember exactly how much damage Nahida's burst does. Is it 2 or 3 damage? It's actually 4. It would lethal Sino if he's able to get 3 Dendro dice in.
Should be +1 either way.
Yeah, that's true.
With
It's
the
+1
catalyzing
as well.
field
Yeah,
on the board.
It could easily lethal Sino, and that would be
Yep,
huge.
yep. It is huge. Let's see. Oh, I see an Omni. Oh,
2
Okay,
Omni.
we roll
That's
again, roll
already
again,
pretty
roll
good
again.
actually.
That's so
I
good.
think it would be more than enough actually.
Hoo-hoo. Either way, you can attune. So let's see. What's the dice? What's the dice? Oh, okay. Just gonna settle and attune instead, I believe. Just going all in, remove Sino. Because you got 2 Omni dice anyways. And that's it. Sino's gonna die.
Yeah.
And 1 more stack of that catalyzing field.
Not even gonna go for the burst here. He actually prioritized the skill to spread the seed of Skanda. He's actually willing to potentially sacrifice Nahida in exchange for getting the seeds out, which I think is pretty good here. Right now, he's not in a position where he desperately requires the Nahida burst. And if Meta switches to Candice, which is the most likely option, Nahida is not actually even at risk. Maitel's gonna go for the full ramp here. He's taking the risk. Double leave-in. He knows that Candice would not be enough to kill Nahida, and if he switched to Razor to finish her off instead, that would make him vulnerable. So this is a big gamble right now for Maytel.
It is.
Third place potential rides on this play.
And I know Chikuwa doesn't want that to wait for another game to seal the deal. He's already won up into this 3rd place match. There are many different expressions I'm seeing right now, by the way. But that summon is gonna hurt. And Candice and the pops of the seeds, and it's only Razor left. There's no elemental procs waiting for Razor anymore. It's just gonna be pure electro or physical damage. And that is not what Mattel wants.
Yeah, that's really bad right there. Being able to get a Candice burst would have helped like a lot. But he wasn't able to do so. And now I feel like Maytel, you could kind of see it in his face, a little bit of a sign of resignation here. He's gonna get a lot of dice draw from Timmy and the double live-in, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Parametric Lotus. The only plus point he has right now is that Nahida is the only character on Chikuwa's side that will be able to do a lot of damage to Razor at once. So he's still... I don't know, I'm grasping at straws here to see if there's any possibility of Mattel bringing this back. But I think it would require a miracle.
Yeah, it would definitely require a miracle. There's 1 seed even on the end of Razor at this point. And there's just still a lot of tank potential on the ends of on the side of Chikuwa to just spread. Look at him, he's counting! He's counting on his head!
He's counting.
Counting the lethal.
Tandoori chicken, wow. That's just even more dead right there.
Going all in.
That's a... Tandoori chicken is like one of the few food items in the game where you eat it on one character and all your characters have eaten it basically. And it will add +2 damage to the next skill of every character.
And that's
So
absolutely
that is
insane,
a lot of
right?
damage.
That's going to be a lot of damage. And remember, the seed is still pretty much there. There's 1 stack left on towards Razor, forced to get damage mitigation as well. Slowly chip down at least onto Mona. But again, the shield does help the Mona to survive even more and tank some more damage.
This is rough right now.
It is. It is. It is. Not gonna lie. I don't
he
see.
has his burst
I don't
out,
see.
but
Yeah, I don't see Mattel surviving this at all. Like winning. Like I'm gonna call it. Chikuwa feels like there's just a lot on the board. There's so many ways to win. So many ways to survive.
well,
I'm
it
looking
will
at the
depend
dice
here.
right now.
So Razor can lethal Mona this turn.
Yes.
Chikuwa does not have a quick... Actually, he kind of does. Mona gives him a quick swap. So he would choose to like quick swap to Nahida to like do a big burst. But he's gonna go for Fischl instead. Get the summon out. So he's gonna play it safe. Because right now he actually has a lot of damage that may actually be enough for Nahida to kill Razor with like a skill or a burst. But he's not gonna take that risk. He's gonna play it safe, get the summons out, slowly whittle Razor down, just like the deck is designed to do. And at this point, with only 1 dice left, it's actually okay if he... I think it's okay if he just ends turn here. Like Fischl will probably die. We
This
do
is
know
hard.
Notel has a gamblers, so that could
Yeah.
be scary. It will give him. Wait, is this enough? Gamblers kill Fischl, gives him 2 more dice. He'll get 1 more attack. Then he can kill either Nahida or Moona,
Yeah.
which will give him another 2 dice. But that's not enough for another attack. Yeah, Chikuwa will win this on end turn.
Yeah, because of the summons
Wait,
on the board.
he's got Northern Smoke Chicken.
Wait, is he
His
gonna
next
heal?
attack is 2. It's 2 cost.
Oh my
His
gosh!
next attack is 2
Wait!
cost. Is it enough? No, wait, Razor's already
no.
eaten food this turn. Oh, it's
no.
not enough.
No, he can't!
It's not
can't.
enough.
Yeah, he's like tapping on
You
the
can look
on the
look at
full.
his face. He sees
Yeah.
the smoked chicken. He knows he had the recipe for victory,
GG.
but Razor's stomach was just not big enough to eat
Yeah.
another chicken. And that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Your World Cyber Games 2023 Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Invitationals. Third place, Chikuwa.
What a fight. It again all boiled down to the dice number. Even like it just felt like what? He needed 1 more dice, right? To get that normal attack down to proc his ultimate. And it would have been enough. And again, that debuff, you could see Mattel like spamming that debuff, like, oh, my razor's full, oh my gosh. Wild. That was wild, Staffa. So
It actually
close.
came way closer than I expected. Chikuwa played it safe to try and confirm the win with the end turn, but that may have ended up costing. If Mattel had like a woven dice in his hand,
Yeah.
he would have won right there.
Yes, agreed.
I can't believe how many of these games are coming down to having like specific cards.
I know. And I feel like we've seen most of the situations already. I felt like that one in general also, aside from having that 1 card to be able to produce a die, but this time around it just felt like it all boiled down to just that 1 die, like just that 1 die, to be able to proc. But as we get to see the summary of what happened today, our semifinals have concluded, and as well as our 3rd place match ended in a 2-0 victory for Chikuwa. And of course, tomorrow we've got Tao Shabao versus TDM Megan. I can't believe we're already here at this stage, Staffa.
This is going to be the main attraction right there, the one and only best of 5 series here at the Genius Invocation TCG Invitationals. Those Bao and TDM Megan have fought with all of their heart to make it to this stage, and that is going to be our main attraction happening tomorrow at the same time. So guys, make sure you drop by. This is going to be the moment you don't want to miss.
Oh yeah, for sure, because all of the things we've seen so far, BO3s, and as well as very close calls, it has been very, very intense for our semifinals and even for our 3rd placement matches. But tomorrow it's going to be a best of 5 series this time around. So I am so sure that we're going to be seeing decks that we haven't seen before. And we've seen a lot of bans, a very common bans towards, again, that Raiden, Shunha, Chung'un composition. And as well as here and there, the Klee Vaporize composition sometimes. So I wonder what the differences are going to be this time around now that it's a best of 5.
Yep, now that it's a best of 5, there's just so much more possibility for these players. It's going to be not like up until now, they've chosen 5 decks and then the opponent has banned 2. But for a best of 5, they're going to pick 7 decks and then 2 will get banned out. So it will open up so many possibilities for characters we haven't seen, for Hu Tao maybe, and for just overall really exciting gameplay that I'm really looking forward to checking out. But I do believe that's going to be all for the Genius Invocation gameplay today. And there's obviously going to be more games coming up for the World Cyber Games, so make sure you guys drop by. You guys don't want to miss the rest of the festivities that's happening today. Just because Genshin Impact is over doesn't mean that the event is over. There's still plenty more before we close things out, Riku, any thoughts before we go on into the grand finals tomorrow?
Honestly, I'm just really excited to see what strategy Tosha Bao and TDM Megan has for the grand finals, because what we've seen so far is in a BO3 series, you definitely want to win the first game, and having that first deck prepared to make sure that you have the one up is very important. But I feel like in a best of 5 series, the dynamic becomes very different. You must have a series deck finisher if you get that 2-0 lead to make sure that a reverse sweep doesn't happen. And of course, the mental that is required for a very long drawn series, perhaps if we go all the way to game number 5, I am excited what the players have in store in terms of preparation or any surprise decks that we have yet to see for the entirety of this tournament.
That is true. It's something you don't really think of that often, especially when it comes to TCG. But stamina is actually going to be very important when you go like such a long series, best of 5, if you happen to go all 5 games. Because you just imagine how much mental strain, how much brain power these players have to go through all the way up until now. Because you think that you have a game in the bag. You've taken out a character really early on, but yet it still comes so close. Just a single card, a single attack would be the difference between victory and defeat. It just shows that you can actually never let your guard down in Genius, Invocation, TCG. And we can't let our guard down either. We kept thinking that, oh, this game is over, but no, it gets really close. But even though the games always seem like they're not going to be done, for now, Genius Invocation TCG is done. Make sure to check out the rest of World Cyber Games. We'll see you for the grand finals tomorrow. Make sure to catch us, Mustafa and Riku there. Bye-bye for today. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
세상에 없던 세상을 바꿀 당신이 처음 만나는 새로운 엑스포의 시작. 2030 부산 세계 박람회 새로운 엑스포를 원해 부산에 유치해.
상상의 세상에 빈 모두 근데 다 담길 걸 아마도 상상 못했던 일도 Wait 세계 같은 건 시간 낭비란 식 매일 이렇게 새롭단 듯이 다른 세상에 데려다줄게 꿈속에서 나온 것처럼 세상은 여전하지만 뭔가 달라 All the things you never see all the feelings you can feel oh baby it's the present
매일 연결해서 보는데 당연해진 나도 오늘은 좀 색다르네 이로써 난 가늠해 분명 새로운 가능성 구경은 한만 이제는 영원히
present 세상에 없었던 지금 이 순간이 present It's the present 세상에 없었던 새로운 생각이 present
차가 날아다니 집 옥상에 주차했어 창문 열고 피자 배달받고 하이파이브했어 여기 30층인데 우리 집 30층인데 yeah, 어느새 모든 게 당연해진 나도 오늘은 저 색다르네 이로써 나는 가늠해 중이 모두 같은 걸 그려지 멈춰 있는 게 괴로워 머리를 비우고 싶어 Present
세상에 없었던 지금 이 순간이 present It's the present 세상에 없었던 새로운 생각이 present 절망 속에 갇혀 쓰러져 가는 나의 두 손을 가만히 잡아준 따스한 너의 손길을 아직 난 기억해 Now I can hear you 눈을 감으면 손끝에서 널 느껴 Now I can hear you I can find you 이젠 알 수 있어
Hi everyone. Today we'd like to introduce our first wireless offerings, the EC1CW, EC2CW, and EC3CW. Many Zowie mice users have requested the release of the wireless version of our current shapes, and it has been our work in progress for quite a while. The main reason of the prolonged process is that we wanted to enhance connection stability. While offering cable-free mobility, our wireless mice need to be more resistant to transmission interference. That's why our wireless mice all come with a unique standalone enhanced wireless receiver and an enhanced antenna at the front tip. The combination of both is to decrease chances of unexpected transmission interference commonly experienced while using wireless mice. We decided to opt for the EC series as our first wireless offerings, as the trademark shape is a very widely used option for those who prefer asymmetrical ergo design. EC features a natural curvy top shell design that provides a relaxing support that fits your palm, especially when doing long-distance horizontal movement in CSGO. It helps with stable control at maneuvering and when lifting the mouse. Whatever your grip styles, EC's classic shape has not too much palm contact and it has been our work in progress for quite a while. Posture. The main reason of the prolonged process is that we wanted to enhance connection stability while offering cable-free mobility. Our wireless mice need to be more resistant to transmission interference, and thus ensures that's why our wireless mice all come with a unique standalone enhanced wireless receiver and an enhanced antenna at the front tip. Might be your cup of tea. The combination of both is to decrease chances of unexpected transmission interference commonly experienced while using wireless mice. We decided to opt for the EC series as our first wireless offerings, as the trademark shape is a very widely used option for those who prefer asymmetrical ergo design. Even though there are deviations, EC features a natural curvy top shell design that provides a relaxing support that fits your palm. That will be all for the new mice, especially when doing long-distance horizontal movement in CSGO. New wireless model it helps with stable control at maneuvering, including but not when lifting the mouse. The current shapes. Whatever your grip styles, EC's classic shape if you has not too much palm contact and can accommodate different grip styles with comfortable posture. Measurement studies in sports science has also suggested that in prolonged uses and with frequent clicks, EC shape allows comfortable finger and forearm posture and thus ensures endurance. If your usual gameplay requires more vertical movements, EC3CW with shorter overall length might be your cup of tea. Together with EC1CW and EC2CW, the wireless EC series have a total of 3 sizes for you to choose, based on your in-game requirements and grip preference. The weight and overall click feeling of the wireless version is similar to the C version mice, even though there are deviations due to the different interior design structure between wire and wireless versions. That will be all for the new mice. Our website has more details. We will update our new wireless model development when we can, including but not limited to the current shapes. Thanks for watching. Please DM us if you have any questions.
잠깐의 수동이라고요? 애들 아직 밖에 있잖아. 너 미쳤어? 빨리 붙잡아! 지금 우리 We are the dreamers, casting down the shore.
Sierra 1, Operation Control clears you for engagement.
지금 우리 학교는
Operation Control clears you for engagement.
지금 우리 학교는
forging out this anger in me. It's the only place that I can truly be myself. There's a light to fill my void when The only thing left is the night, but it gets me up. It won't let me stop through this endless fight. So now I lay my numb being so to fate.
지금 우리 학교는
destiny, let it take over. Fight on, it's time for revenge. I'm a different time in this world with nowhere to go. I'm a love and they won't let me surrender no more. Deep in my empty soul, my thoughts by the bullet to my only cause. Pick me up, 'cause nothing else could save me now. I'll take you down, wait for it when we get there. I will be the end of you, you see. It'll be the beginning of beauty.
지금 우리 학교는
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest.
지금 우리 학교는
Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
지친 영혼을 달래가며 짙은 어둠에 새기는 영으로 나가 목수를 향해 I'm a different 다가갈 것
지금
없던
우리
내
학교는
세상에 I'm a 너간 절대 잊지 못할 대망을 새까만 기억 속에서 오직 너만 생각해왔어 그게 날 구원한 유일한 길 I'll take you down 기세기는 너의 결말이 되게 It's the only place that I can truly be myself Looks like to feel my poison The only thing left is the night But it gets me up It won't let me stop through this endless fight So now I lay my numbing soul to fate Bet on my destiny, let it take over Fight on, it's time for revenge I'm a different time in this world with nowhere to go I'm a love and they won't let me surrender no more We are the deep in my streets on the top By the bullet to my holy God Pick me up with nothing else could save me now I'll take you down, wait for it when we get there I will be the end of you see It'll be the beginning of beauty
지금 우리 학교는
Hi everyone! The 240Hz XL 2546K monitor was launched in 2020. It didn't come with the market's highest available refresh rate back then. But still, it has been widely acclaimed by pros and tournaments as the top choice for FPS equipment for its distinct motion clarity. Today, we'd like to introduce our latest diac best. Thanks for watching. Please DM us if you have any questions.
We are the dreamers. 파도를 가르며
이 편지를 읽으실 때쯤이면 학교에 잠깐의 소동이 있었을 것입니다.
소동? 이게 잠깐의 소동이라고요?
애들 아직 밖에 있잖아. 너 미쳤어? 빨리 문 닫아.
너라고 이 새끼야!
선생님 살려주세요. 울지 마.
지금 우리 학교는
To save our home, we must travel through the gateway to find new energy.
절망 속에 갇혀 쓰러져 가는 나의 두 손을 가만히 잡아준 따스한 너의 손길을 아직은 기억해. Now I can hear you. 눈을 감으면 손끝에서 널 느껴. Now I can hear you. I can find you. 이젠 알 수 있어. 약속해. Promise, I promise. 잊지 않을게. 우리 함께 많은 약속들을. Promise, I promise. 어둠을 지나 행복한 때 하늘 아래
지금 우리 학교는
이 편지를 읽으실 때쯤이면 학교에 잠깐의 소동이 있었을 것입니다.
소동? 이게 잠깐의 소동이라고요?
애들 아직 밖에 있잖아. 너 미쳤어? 빨리 문 닫아.
너라고 이 새끼야!
선생님 살려주세요. 울지 마. 선생님.
지금 우리 학교는
We are the dreamers. 파도를 가르며 칠흑 같은 어두운 나라 내가 나로 있을 유일한 곳 서슬퍼런 증오를 벼려내고 있어 빼앗겨버린 내 삶을 대신 채워버린 어둠이 나를 일으켜 쓰러지지 못하게 붙잡아 짙은 내 영혼을 달래가며 짙은 어둠에 새긴 운명으로 나가 복수를 향해 I'm a different
Operation Control clears you for engagement.
이 자리는 없겠어.
모든 것을 겨울 과연이다. 하늘의 발소리가 들린다.
선사의 끝은 파멸뿐. 배경치륵. 잘 생각했다. 날 실망시킬 일은 없을 거야. 네, 계승자 여러분 안녕하세요. 2023 WCG 부산에서 인사드리게 됐습니다. 에픽7 성우쇼 위드 피플의 진행을 맡은 집행관 빌트레드 성우 남도형입니다. 반갑습니다. 안녕하세요. 스마일 게이트 스토브의 차세대 영상 커뮤니케이션 서비스 P.Pool과 함께하는 에픽7 성우쇼. 감사하게도 정말 아까 이제 리허설 할 때만 해도 많은 분들이 안 오셔서 자리가 비면 어쩌나 했는데 정말 꽉 차게 많은 분들이 현장을 가득 채워주고 계시네요. 감사합니다. 네, WCG 오랜만에 개최된 WCG 재미있게 즐기고 계신가요? 네. 자, 오늘 행사는 뿐만 아니라 많은 분들이 P.Pool로도 함께 해주고 계시죠. 하지만 이 P.Pool이 뭔지 생소하신 분들도 계실 것 같습니다. 그런 분들을 위해서 제가 P.Pool에 대해서 먼저 소개를 해드릴게요. P.Pool은 스마일 게이트 스토브의 차세대 영상 커뮤니케이션 서비스인데요. 작은 모임부터 공연과 행사 그리고 영상 대화는 물론 대화를 더 재미있게 해줄 AR 아바타와 가상 배경까지 시간 제한 없이 즐길 수 있는 온라인 공간입니다. 잠시 후에 다양한 이 P.Pool 기능을 이용한 재미있는 코너들을 저희가 준비해놨거든요. 여러분의 많은 관심과 호응 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 계속해서 P.Pool에서 진행되는 이벤트도 소개해드릴게요. P.Pool 모바일 앱에서 시청해주시는 분들을 위한 이벤트인데요. 참여 방법 알려드리겠습니다. 먼저 앱스토어에서 P.Pool을 검색하신 다음에 앱을 다운로드해주세요. 이후 에픽7 성우 토크쇼가 떠 있을 거거든요. 거기에 접속하셔서 시청 화면을 인증해 주시면 됩니다. 참여해주신 분들 중에 굉장히 많이 들어요. 300분께 무려 300분께 스타벅스 기프티콘을 드리니까요. 여러분의 많은 참여 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 더 자세한 내용은 대화방 채팅창에 저희가 공지사항을 올릴 거니까 공지사항을 확인해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 자, 방금 말씀드린 P.Pool로 시청 중이신 여러분 보이시죠? 안녕하세요. 네, 에픽7 성우쇼가 기대되신다면 채팅으로 이모티콘을 쏴주세요. 이렇게 보이는구나. 자, 계승자 여러분과 함께해서 더욱 기대가 되는 오늘 이 시간입니다. 지금부터 에픽7의 성우분들을 모시고 에픽7의 컷신을 계승자 여러분과 함께 라이브로 연기를 해볼 예정인데요. P.Pool의 AR 효과를 활용해서 에픽7의 명장면들을 멋지게 재현해 보도록 하겠습니다. 2023 WCG 부산에서 보내드리는 에픽7 성우쇼 with P.Pool. 오늘 함께해 주실 에픽7의 성우분들을 지금 바로 만나보겠습니다.
누가 날 상대할 거지? 난 이미 준비돼 있어. 아무래도 이 세계에 네 자리는 없겠어. 어딜 보고 있는 거야? 무대 이쪽을 보라고. 다들 나의 등장에 넋이 나갔군. 하지만 내 얼굴을 보지 말고 목소리를 들으라고.
네, 세즈 비올레트 역의 홍범기 성우님이십니다. 뜨거운 박수로 환영 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요, 성우 홍범기입니다. 반갑습니다.
와,
되게 이상한 애드립을 치면서 들어왔어요.
그러게요.
부끄러웠어요.
네, 너무 멋졌습니다. 자, 또 다른 한 분이 계신데요. 누굴까요?
별이 우리를 인도합니다. 선택받은 자들이여, 별의 축복을. 절대 최강 닉시드! 사자는 토끼를 잡을 때도 최선을 다하는 법이거든. 하하! 이 몸이 행차하셨다. 영광으로 하려고?
와!
맞습니다.
네, 행차하셨다. 엘레나, 도미닐, 체르미아 역의 박신희 성우님이십니다. 박수 부탁드릴게요. 어서 오세요.
안녕하세요. 성우 박신희입니다.
자, 2023 WCG 부산 에픽7 성우쇼 위드 피플과 함께할 두 분과 먼저 이렇게 인사를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하십니까?
네,
안녕하세요.
반갑습니다.
반갑습니다.
안녕하세요, 여러분.
네.
반갑습니다.
아유, 네, 저보다 선배님들이십니다. 지금 무릎 깔고 굽히고.
아이고.
자, 두 분 모두 두 분 모두 이렇게 계승자님들과 직접 만나는 건 처음이신가요? 맞나요?
네, 저는 처음입니다.
네, 그렇군요. 자, 네, 자, 반가운 마음을 담아서 박신희 성우님부터 인사 부탁드리겠고요. 제 기준으로 조금만 더 가까이 오시면 카메라에 좀 더 이쁘게 나올 것 같아서 요 조금만 와주시면 감사하겠습니다.
네.
먼저 인사 부탁드릴게요.
네, 반갑습니다. 성우 박신희입니다. 저는 에픽7에서 엘레나, 도미니엘, 체르미아, 아라민타 역을 연기하고 있습니다. 이렇게 부산에 와서 여러분을 직접 만나뵈니까 너무너무 반갑네요. 지금 행사 진행하는 동안 많은 환호와 박수 부탁드릴게요.
오, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
자, 마찬가지로 홍범기 성우님도 계승자님들께 인사 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 이렇게 오프라인 행사에서 만나 뵙게 돼서 정말 반갑습니다. 이렇게 캐릭터 뒤에만 숨어 있다가 얼굴 보면서 인사드리니까 너무 기분 좋고요. 오늘 행사 끝까지 즐겁게 보실 수 있도록 최선을 다해서 무언가를 해보도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네. 지금 저희 인사하는 중에도 뒤에 화면 보시면 저게 피플로 나가는 화면인데 저희 얼굴에도 막 지금 캐릭터들이 막 떠 있죠. 지금 앉아 계신 분들도 피플 한번 접속해 보시면 이렇게 효과 할 수 있으니까 같이 참여하시면서 보시면 더 재밌을 것 같습니다. 자, 두 분은 에픽7에서 참 많은 캐릭터를, 저도 그렇지만 정말 많은 캐릭터를 연기해 주셨잖아요. 박신희 성우님은 엘레나, 아라민타, 도미닐 등 정말 많은 캐릭터를 소화하셨었고, 홍범기 성우님도 실세즈, 의지드, 크로즈 등 역시 다양한 캐릭터들을 연기하셨었는데, 자, 어려운 질문입니다. 그 중에 가장 애착이 가는 캐릭터는 누구인가요?
캐릭터들이 다 개성 있고 예뻐서 다 애착이 가는데 그래도 하나 꼽자면 저는 체르미아가 가장 기억에 남아요. 왜냐면 저랑 많이 달라요. 되게 화염 속성이라서 그런지 좀 불같고 좀 허당이고 계획적이지 않고 막 그래요. 승부욕도 강하고요. 그래서 연기할 때 재밌어요. 그래서 기억에 남는 것 같아요.
그렇군요. 네. 뭐 캐릭터들이 모두 사랑스럽지만 그 중에 아주 조금 더 최애를 지금 가리는 거니까 네, 모든 캐릭터가 저희는 다 사랑한다는 거. 자, 홍범규 성우님의 최애 캐릭터도 궁금합니다.
저는 비올레토를 연기할 때가 가장 뭔가 재미가 있었어요. 캐릭터가 워낙에 조금 특이하기도 하고 그 나르시시스트의 어떤 그런 정형적인 모습을 보여줘서 연기할 때 어떻게 하면 조금 더 재수없게 할 수 있을까 뭐 그런 생각하면서 열심히 했던 기억이 있습니다. 아주 사랑스러운 캐릭터입니다. 네.
네, 사랑스러운 재수없음. 네, 네, 굉장히 또 캐릭터에 대한 캐릭터 성우들의 저희 모든 캐릭터가 다 사랑스럽습니다. 그 중에 조금 더 최애로 한번 비중을 가려봤고요. 자, 두 분 모두 이렇게 최애 캐릭터의 목소리 방금 또 말씀하셨는데 이 부분을 또 안 들어볼 수 없잖아요. 그 목소리를 조금만 들려주신다면 계승자님들이 정말 기뻐하실 것 같습니다. 부탁드려도 될까요?
최애 목소리요?
네,
아까
그렇죠.
올라오면서 했던 그 대사 말고요. 지금 사랑스러운 캐릭터라고 말씀하셔가지고 저는 아밍도 되게 좋아하거든요. 그래서 아밍 대사를 해드릴게요.
오, 네네네.
사랑스러운 캐릭터.
안녕. 아밍을 보고 싶었지? 아밍 준비됐어. 아밍만 믿어.
감사합니다.
박수 부탁드립니다. 오! 자, 역시 또 홍범기 성우님께도 부탁 안 드릴 수 없겠죠?
네.
네, 목소리 좀 들려주세요.
자, 여러분들 많이 좋아하시는 잔비, 잔영의 비올레토 대사 한번 해보겠습니다. 아무래도 이 세계에 네 자리는 없기.
뭐야?
뭐예요?
이게 뭐 금기된 온천에 들어간 것도 아닌데 왜 갑자기 기니피그로 바꾸셨죠? 돌아오세요, 범기 형.
돌아왔습니다. 돌아왔어요.
네, 범기 형님의 또 홍범기 성우님의 재치 넘치는 연기까지 함께 해봤습니다. 자, 이렇게 최고의 성우진과 함께하는 에픽7 성우쇼 위드 P.Pool. 계승자 여러분의 뜨거운 환호와 함께 시작해 볼 텐데요. 자, 그 전에 먼저 오늘 준비된 코너들을 화면을 통해서 어떤 게 있을지 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 빰빰빰빰 첫 번째 코너, 당신을 캐스팅합니다. 자, 에픽7의 성우진과 또 에픽7의 대사를 함께 연기해보는 시간이죠. 사전 온라인 시청을 통해서 선발이 됐습니다. 이미 5명의 참가자들과 함께 연기를 해볼 텐데요. 참가자 중에 너무나 멋진 연기를 보여주신 두 분을 선정해서 에어팟 프로 2세대를 드리고요. 나머지 세 분께는 또 역시 구글 기프트카드 3만 원권을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 더불어 사전 모집에 참가해주셨던 모든 분들께 생명의 잎사귀 5개가 제공이 될 예정입니다. 이걸로 끝이 아니죠. 두 번째 코너가 있습니다. 자, 두 번째 코너는 너의 몬스터가 보여. 자, 제목에서 느껴지듯이 에픽7의 몬스터 캐릭터를 연기하는 네 분이 계실 거예요. 그 중에 여기 계시는 숨어있는 홍범기 성우를 찾아내는 것이 미션인데요. 자, 약간 블라인드 테스트 같은 거죠. 저와 박신희 성우님이 NPC 역을 맡게 될 겁니다. 그렇게 해서 몬스터를 연기해주시는 현장 참가자 3분께는 에픽7 굿즈를 또 선물로 드릴 예정입니다. 어떤가요? 기대가 되시나요? 기대가 되시나요? 네네. 또 현장에서 참여도 가능하니까 끝까지 또 큰 호응과 함께 꼭 경품도 받아가시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 계승자분들과 함께 에픽7 속 장면들을 이렇게 연기를 하게 될 텐데 두 분 이렇게 팬분들하고 함께 연기해 본 적이 있으세요?
있으세요?
저는 개인적으로 성우 지망생들을 가리키면서 해본 적은 있는데
네네.
팬분들하고는 처음입니다. 네.
그렇죠.
되게 기대돼요.
사실 자주 있는 일은 아니거든요.
네.
저희끼리 많이 하잖아요. 그런
네.
거는 종종 있는데.
맞아요.
네, 어떠셨어요?
팬분들하고도 그렇지만 이런 오늘 보실 AR 시스템을 이용해서 이런 뭔가 과정을 한다는 게 너무 신기하고 새로운 경험인 것 같아서 보시는 여러분들도 재밌게 봐주실 수 있을 것 같다는 생각 듭니다.
네, 저희도 이렇게 많이 기대를 하고 있는데요. 자, 그럼 이어질 코너 진행을 위해서 박신희 성우님 먼저 이제 이동을 하셔야 되는데, 자, 우선은 지금 이제 참가자분들도 온라인으로 접속하고 또 이제 온라인과 현장에 같이 진행을 하다 보니까 조금 시간이 필요하다고 합니다. 그래서 이렇게 중간에 시간이 필요할 때 퀴즈를 주신 게 있거든요. 근데 그 퀴즈 말고 또 있어요. 제가 준비한 게. 네, 그래서
있나요?
원래 이따가 긴 시간대 시간을 좀 이제 벌기 위해서 퀴즈를 준비했는데 그거 외에 하나가 더 있는데 지금 조금 시간을 벌어달라고. 여러분 굉장히 지금 이제 현장 제가 음을 들으면서 하고 있거든요. 그래서 아직은 이동하시면 안 되고요. 네, 저희 보시면 저는 사인을 다 받으면서 하고 있습니다. 네, 그래서 자, 박신희 성우님은 이제 제가 퀴즈를 내는 동안 이동하셔서 그 AR 룸에서 참가자분들과 이제 첫 번째 코너를 하도록 먼저 이동을 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 다녀오시죠.
이따 봬요.
갔다 온 누나.
그래서 퀴즈를 내신다는 건
네,
맞추시는 분들께 뭔가를 드리겠다는 말씀이신 거죠?
많이 있습니다. 네, 우선은 현장용 경품 리스트 알려드릴게요.
와우.
SD 피규어, 다이어리 패키지, 향수, 이슬리아 픽셀 아트, 알키 피크닉 매트, 알키 인형 등등등.
네, 뭐라고요?
정말 많은 것들이 있거든요.
그런 거는 천천히 또박또박 말씀해 주셔야지 의욕이 막 불타오르지 않겠습니까?
우선은 그 중에 하나를 콕 집어서 제가 먼저 알려드릴게요.
뭘까요?
자, 첫 번째 제일 위에 SD 피규어 먼저 드리도록 할 건데.
좋아요.
자, 이제 또 박신희 성우님과 또 참가자분들이 좀비를 조금 하시는 동안
네.
현장을 찾아주신 계승자분들과 잠시 이 얘기 나누면서 요 SD 피규어 드리도록 할게요.
와.
자, 선물 받고 싶은 분 손 한번 들어주세요라고 하면 벌써 호응 있네요. 호응 없으면 올까 걱정했는데 자, 손 한번 들어주세요라고 하면 손을 들어주시면 제가 이런 건 또 피해야지 또 계시니까
네.
홍범기 성우님이 지목을 해주시면
네,
제가 물어볼게요.
야.
자, 선물 받고 싶은 분 손 들어주세요. 해주세요.
너무 동시에 다 드셨는데 진짜 전 노력하시는 분께 조금 더 드리겠습니다. 저기 벌떡 일어나신 저기 뒤에 모자 이거 뿔 달린
그 뒤에 네네네.
네. 눈에
자,
띄셔서 어쩔 수 없이
네, 스태프분이 마이크를
선택해보겠습니다.
안 오셔도 돼요. 네, 근처만 오시면 마이크를 갖다 드릴 겁니다. 저희가 준비한 또 센스 있는 퀴즈도 있고 그냥 센스를 발휘하실 부분이 있는데 퀴즈는 못 맞히시면 또 못 드리니까 센스 발휘용 문제로 드릴게요. 저희가 지금 함께하는 플랫폼이 P.Pool이죠. P.Pool로 이행시 부탁드리겠습니다. ST 피규어가 걸려있는 P.Pool.
P.Pool요?
자, 우선 그 전에 한번 저희 보러 오신 거예요? WCG 오다가 성우들 있네 하고 오신 거예요?
성우들 보고 다 왔습니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
P.Pool로 한번 해주시죠. 제가 띄워드릴게요.
P.Pool을 하러 왔는데
Pool.
플레이가 재밌습니다.
감사합니다.
네.
자, 바로 드리나요? 오, 바로 드리는군요. 자,
네.
저희가 준비한 ST 피규어 드리도록 하겠습니다.
뭐 엄청난 재미는 없었지만 그래도 노력은 충분했다.
그렇죠.
그런 느낌이었습니다.
이럴 때 바로 하기가 굉장히 어려워요.
네, 맞습니다.
아유,
네.
감사합니다.
저는
자,
객관적이거든요.
감사합니다.
네.
그러면 지금 제가 이제 완료가 되면 뒤에 준비가 되면 저한테
네.
사인이 올 거거든요. 아직
네.
안 왔어요.
아직 안 되셨나 봐요.
하나 더 해도 될 것 같은데. 그러면 제가 지목을 할 테니까 한번 또 피풀이나 아니면 뭐 시키고 싶으신 거 있으면 편하게 하셔도 돼요.
왜?
자, 마찬가지로 선물 받고 싶은 분 손 들어주세요. 좀 멀리 가볼까?
와.
저기 지금 내가 제대로 본 건가? 그 선글라스라고 해야 될까요? 그러니까 맞나요? 네, 빨간 티에 선글라스이신 분. 네. 안경에 선글라스 여기서 비춰가지고 안 보이는데 약간 블랙 계열의 지금 글래스 쓰신 분.
네.
네. 뭐 한번 물어보시죠. 뭐 평소에 홍범기 성우님과 남도영을 좋아하셨나요?
네.
좋아하지 않나요? 물어보지 않았어요, 금방?
그렇군요.
감사합니다.
네네.
야.
역시 뭐 피풀로 갈까요? 피풀?
그래요. 우리 피풀
네.
이행시
오늘 또-
다시 한번 도전해 보도록 하겠습니다. 피풀이에요.
제가 띄워드릴게요. 피.
피하지 마세요.
저희가 대신했습니다. 피하지 마세요. 풀만 해주세요. 풀. 어떻게든 선물을 드리고 싶으니까 풀.
플레이 하세요.
피풀 플레이하세요.
약간
네.
너무
좋습니다. 인정.
좋네요. 네.
어떤
오늘은 즐거운
경품입니까?
자리니까
네.
선물 드리도록 하겠습니다.
자, 지금 해주신 분께는 다이어리 패키지 하나 드리도록 하겠습니다.
네.
하나 갖다 주세요. 감사합니다.
절반은 저 주세요.
자.
제가 해드렸잖아요.
그리고 역시나 지금 이제 또 뒤에 코너에 대한 현장 지원자를 또 이제 뽑아야 되는데 아까 제가 말씀드린 두 번째 코너죠. 너의 몬스터가 보여는 3명의 현장 참가자분들과 함께합니다. 자, 그럼 너의 몬스터가 보여는 함께하고 싶으신 분들 3분을 한번 뽑아볼 건데요.
네, 부담 갖지
참가하신-
마시고요.
네.
괴물 목소리에 자신 있다 하시는 분이면 돼요.
참가하고 싶은 분들은 손 들어주세요.
괴물 목소리를 내서 홍범기를 이길 수 있다 하시는 분 3분 뽑겠습니다. 3분. 3분 어떻게 뽑아?
직접 뽑으시죠. 네, 또 같이
그럴까요?
할 거니까.
그러면 섹터별로 한 분 뽑을게요.
와우.
자, 이쪽에서는 저 두 팔 벌려 환영하시는 분. 네, 요분 같고요. 여기서는요. 이 맨 앞자리에서 괴물 얼굴을 하고 계신 분이 계세요. 네, 이미 괴물 얼굴을 하고 계신 분. 네, 맨 앞자리에. 네, 요분께 드리고요. 죄송합니다. 선택 안 되신 분 죄송하고요. 잠깐만, 여기는 댄스 팀인가요? 여기 단체로 댄스 팀이 오신 것 같은데.
네네네. 여기 난리 났는데?
여기 격하게 제일 몸 털고 계신 이 남자분, 뿔테 안경 쓰신 분. 네.
자, 지금 이렇게 범기 성우님께
가운데.
선정되신
가운데.
3분은 객석에서 무대를 바라보실 때 기준 왼쪽으로 이동하셔서
네.
현장 스태프분들의 안내를 따라주시면 감사하겠습니다.
네, 죄송합니다. 여자분들은 사실 뽑으면 너무 금방 티가 나서 어쩔 수 없이 남자분들만 선택했습니다. 양해의 말씀 부탁 좀 여자분이 이거 할 수 없잖아.
가능하실 겁니다. 충분히 가능하지만
시키기가 너무 미안해서 그래.
네, 이따가 또 기회를 한번 볼게요. 기억하겠습니다. 저희가 그쪽 위치. 자, 그럼
고마워요.
준비하시는 동안 이제 홍범기 성우님과 저희가 얘기를 나누면서 모든 준비가 끝이 났다고 합니다. 네. 여기서 이제 저희가 사실 뭐 또 톡할 게 있었는데 그거는 바로 넘어가고 이제 바로 자 당신을 캐스팅합니다. 순서가 완료가 됐다고 하니까 이제 코너를 만나보도록 할까요? 자 잠시만요. AR룸 준비가 끝이 났다고 합니다. 자 그럼 이제 오늘의 첫 번째 메인 이벤트를 함께 볼 텐데요. 준비된 첫 번째 코너는 아까 안내해드린 대로 당신을 캐스팅합니다입니다. 당신을 캐스팅합니다는 에픽세븐의 대사들을 기승자 여러분과 성우분들이 함께 연기를 해보는 코너인데요. 자 이제 피플과 화면이 나올 거라 저희가 살짝 옆으로 빠져서 저는 이쪽으로 정기 성우님은 저쪽으로
박신희 성우님이 뒤쪽에 있는 AR 룸으로 들어가셨거든요. 거기서 AR 화면을 통해서 여러분들께 인사를 드리겠습니다.
자 피플에 접속해 준비하고 계신 박신희 성우님과 한번 얘기 나눠보도록 할게요. 박신희 성우님, 이거 보이시나요? 들리시나요?
안녕하세요. 네, 안녕하세요. 잘 들립니다.
여기 있다
제
저기
목소리 잘 들리나요?
잘 들려요. 엄청 잘 들려요.
자 참가자분들께 파이팅 하시라고 응원의 한 말씀 해주시죠.
네, 여러분 피플 어플로 하게 되면은 캐릭터를 자기 얼굴에 입힐 수 있어요. 그래서 자신감 있게 해주세요. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 자, 그럼 당신을 캐스팅합니다를 본격적으로 시작해 볼 텐데요. 먼저 사전 신청을 통해 참가해 주신 첫 번째 참가자분을 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 자기소개 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 현재 한국에서 에픽세븐 플레이를 하고 있는 푸니몬이라고 합니다. 반갑습니다.
와, 자, 네, 저희가 사전에 이미 이제 스크립트들을 준비를 다 마쳤다고 합니다. 그래서 바로 연기로 시작을 해 보도록 하겠습니다. 준비하신 연기 부탁드릴게요. 시작해 주세요.
왜 그래? 왜 그런 눈빛으로 나를...
내가 필요해, 엘레나.
그렇다면 좀 더 공손하게 부탁해.
당신이 필요해요, 엘레나. 당신의 신비를 밝혀낼 겁니다.
그래? 그리고?
그리고?
계속 말해. 마음속에 묻어두었단 말. 지금 고백하라고. 나 좋아하잖아. 답답해. 잘생기고 머리도 좋고 다 좋은데 눈치가 없네.
예상외로 명예욕이 있고 하긴 높은 자리에 있다 보면 그럴 수도 있지. 그래요. 연구를 완성하면 결과물에 당신 이름을 붙일게요, 엘레나. 탐구자로서 경의를 담아.
네, 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
네, 멋진 연기 잘 봤습니다. 자, 푸니모님, 네, 박신희 성우님과 연기해 보신 소감 어떠신가요?
정말 제가 어릴 때 목소리로만 듣고 자랐던 분들과 이렇게 이제 같은 자리에서 한번 연기를 해볼 수 있다는 것만으로 영광스럽게 생각하고 정말 재밌게 진행해봤습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 와, 근데 약간 홍범기 성우님 느낌도 조금 나면서 되게 준비를 굉장히 잘하신 것 같아요.
그러게요, 열심히 하셨네요.
사전 참가자여서
조금 아쉬운 건 여기 공간이 조금 소리가 크다 보니까 목소리가 조금 안 들리는 게 아쉽긴 한데 여러분들은 조금 더 귀담아 들어주시면 감사하겠습니다.
네, 또 피플로 나갈 때는 또 이제 또 여기처럼 공간이 울리지 않기 때문에 잘 들릴 것 같습니다. 그래서 자, 역시나 지금 잊으시면 안 됩니다. 점수를 매기셔서 그 중에 두 분께 또 경품이 있죠. 모든 분께 경품이 있지만 두 분을 선정해야 된다는 거. 자, 그럼 다음 준비된 두 번째 참가자분 만나볼게요. 켄이님, 안녕하세요. 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
네, 접속 중이시고요. 온라인 접속하는 동안에 조금씩 딜레이가 생길 수 있다는 점 미리 양해 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 켄이님 접속되셨나요? 안 되셨으면 또 퀴즈 나가나요? 경품이 그래서 많이 준비되셨구나.
깜짝이야. 뒤돌아보고 있을 때 나오고.
켄이님 접속되셨나요? 네, 저희가 사전 참가자분들 3분께 이미 대본 선정을 끝냈고 또 연습할 시간이
나오셨나
된것
봐요.
같은데 접속이 된 것 같습니다. 캐니님, 제 말 들리시나요? 아직 접속이 안 되셨나요? 네, 마이크 테스트 겸 세팅을 하는 중인 것 같은데 조금 시간이 더 걸린다면 네, 경품 퀴즈로 오히려 딜레이가 되면 현장에 계신 분들은 좋습니다.
맞습니다.
경품 많이 있어요. 지금 몇 개 남았지?
네.
아직 한 8개 남은 것 같은데?
네.
이거 다 드려도 되거든요. 남으면 저희가 가져갈 거라. 농담 같죠? 진짜 가져가요. 그래서 둘, 넷, 여섯, 8개네. 아직 5개가 남았거든요. 자, 그리고 이따가 또 말씀드리겠지만 현장 참가자분들도 또 지원을 받을 거기 때문에 여러분들께도 또 경품의 기회가 남아 있습니다. 자, 아직 캐니님 안 되셨으면 다음 분 먼저 갈까요? 아니면 캐니님 갈까요? 저한테 좀 지시를 주시면 제가 진행하도록 할게요. 우선 퀴즈 하나 더 갈게요. 캐니님 접속되셨어도 퀴즈 하나 하면서 네, 접속되셨어도 기다려 주세요, 캐니님. 죄송합니다. 현장분들께 잠시 또 대기하시는 동안 접속되는 동안 경품 퀴즈 나가도록 할게요. 이번 거는 아까 제가 ST 피규어, 두 번째로 다이어리 패키지 같죠? 이번엔 향수입니다, 향수.
향수?
와, 향수.
향수.
향수
네.
한번 드리도록 할게요. 자, 마찬가지로 선물 받고 오신 부분 손 들어주세요. 저기 안 드릴 수가 없는데 약간 지금 또 멀리서 봐서 안 보이고 잠깐 우리 마스코트 알키 모습의 복장 같기도 하고. 네, 부천에서 하시는 분. 네, 마이크 좀 주세요. 네, 파란 앨리스 복장 같기도 하고 좀 약간 빛이 비쳐가지고 잘 안 보여요 지금 여기서. 실루엣만 보여가지고 빛이 굉장히 강해가지고 잘 안 보이고. 보인다 이제.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하십니까. 네, 지금 복장이 어떤 컨셉을 하신 건가요?
그 코스프레를 한 게 아니라.
그렇군요. 네, 확실히 제가 제대로 봤군요. 굉장히 빛이 강해서 빛이 납니다 지금. 자, P.Pool은 아까 했으니까 뭘 해볼까? 한번 여러 가지가 있는데 P.Pool로 한번 더 갈까? 자, 그러면 이럴 때 또 홍보를 해야 되니까. 자, 아까 메인 타이틀이 뭐였지? 여기 있죠. 저희가 이제 차세대 플랫폼으로 내세우고 있는 P.Pool입니다. P.Pool. 아까 플레이하세요. 그런 거 인정합니다. 네, 풀 좋으니까 P.Pool로 이행시 한번 가도록 할게요.
네, 알겠습니다.
제가 번기 형님 한번 띄워주시죠.
뭘요?
P 한번 더
P.
해주세요. 네.
P.
피플 플레이하러 온 건 아닌데
풀.
플레이하게 됐습니다.
아유, 감사합니다. 네.
감사합니다.
사실 뭐 센스가 꽉 차고 약간 아쉽고 그런 부분은 중요하지 않습니다. 저희가 또 이제 이 플랫폼이 P.Pool이라는 걸 통해서 에픽세븐이 지금 또 이렇게 WCG에서 방송이 나가고 있기 때문에 저희가 또 홍보의 목적도 갖고 많은 분들께 알려드리기 위해서 이렇게 또 진행하다 보니까 P.Pool 이행시를 하고 있는데
네.
어렵게 할 수도 있거든요. 에픽세븐.
에픽세븐 너무 어려워.
너무 어렵겠죠.
너무 어려워요.
네.
안 돼.
자, 방금 굉장히 따끈따끈한 소식이 왔어요. 지금 우선 퀴즈는 아직 몇 개 남았으니까 이따가 하고 아쉽게도 캐니님이 지금 접속이 안 됐나 봐요. 그럼
케빈님.
오히려 남은 4분께는 좋아. 4분 중에 2분이 에어퍼프로 2세대를 가져갈 수 있는 지금
그렇습니다.
그렇게 됐고요.
네.
자, 그래서 3번째 참가자분 캐니님은 잠시 또 접속이 되면 할 수도 있고 이따가 또 어떻게 할지 저희가 알려드릴게요.
네.
3번째 분 먼저 가겠습니다. 자, 아이디가 귀엽네요. 방실이 최고다님. 안녕하세요. 방실이 최고다님 접속되어 있으신가요? 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 자기소개 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 저는 서울에서 내려와서 에픽세븐을 플레이하고 있는 직장인입니다. 안녕하세요.
근데 네, 목소리가 다들 좋으시다.
그러게요. 자신 있으니까 참가하셨겠죠.
와, 푸니모님도 그렇고.
네.
네, 지금 얼핏 들어선 진짜 이거 좀 너무 경중을 가리기 어렵겠는데? 자, 역시 마찬가지로 사전에 저희가 미리 이제 대본을 선택을 했고요. 그 대본으로 연기를 하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 준비하신 대본으로 연기 시작해 주시죠.
왠지 나만 열심히 굴리고 있고 레이 씨는 어느새 손댄 것 같은데 제 착각일까요?
들켰나요?
너무해! 이쁘니는 나한테 떠넘기려고.
그럼 힘들이지 않고 쉽게 만드는 방법을 알려줄게요.
뭔데요?
뭐냐면 작은 걸 만들면 돼요. 마침 쓸만한 나뭇잎이 조금 있네요. 이렇게 가령 도끼를 만든다든지 말이에요.
정말 토끼네.
마음에 들어요?
네, 엄청 귀여워요.
또 뭘 가르쳐 줄까? 아, 눈싸움 해봤어요? 눈을 뭉쳐서 이렇게 친구에게 던지고 노는? 미안해요, 헬레나 씨. 옆으로 던진다는 게 그만. 괜찮아요?
그러니까 눈뭉치를 친구에게 던져 맞추는 놀이란 거군요. 그래서 눈싸움이구나. 이해했어요. 재밌는 놀이네요. 그렇다면 나도
잘못 맞으면 눈에 파묻히겠군. 이럴 땐 도망을.
안 사요. 치사하게 자기를 안 맞으려고 거기서
오. 야,
홍봉기 선배님. 네, 형님.
미리 녹음된 것 같아요.
아니,
너무 잘하네.
왜 마이크 앞에 가냐면 여기 스피커로 이거 뭐 식상한 멘트가 아니고 잘한다. 되게 미성이 엄청 잘해. 약간 박탈감 들었어 하다가.
네, 잘하네요.
네, 너무 잘하는데요? 와. 아니, 이거 어떻게 나중에 평가하지? 뭐 제가 할 거 아니니까. 두 분께 또 하고. 네. 함께 연기해 보신 박신희 성우님 소감이 어떠신가요? 와.
현장에 계신 박신혜 성우님.
네, 들리시나요?
네.
네.
지금 얼굴이 본인 얼굴이 아니니까 목소리 바꿔주세요.
정말요?
네, 좋아요. 네.
제가 여기서 AR 부스에서 계승자님들과 연기를 해봤는데요. 두 분 다 연기를 너무 잘해주셔서 우열을 가리기가 너무 힘드네요. 계속 고민해볼게요. 누구에게 상품을 드릴지.
네, 방신희 최고다님 감사했습니다. 너무 멋졌고요. 자, 그 와중에 이제 아까 두 번째 지금 접속이 좀 안 됐던 케니님이 지금 접속이 됐다고 합니다. 역시 또 기회를 드려야겠죠. 두 번째 참가자 지금 이제 세 번째가 됐죠. 케니님 인사드리겠습니다. 안녕하세요, 케니님 자기 소개 부탁드립니다. 안 돼, 마지막 기회야. 나와야 돼. 케니님 들으시나요?
그가 왔다.
제발
케니.
들어줘. 자, 다시 한번 물어볼게요. 케니님 인사 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 자기소개 부탁드릴게요.
안녕하세요, 켄입니다.
저요.
와, 목소리가 너무 낮으신데.
너무 아쉬운데?
와.
뭐 남은 참가자분께는 경쟁자가 한 명 주셨지만
켄이고요. 예. 박신희 성우님께 연기해 보겠습니다.
안 되시는 것 같은데?
안 들려.
자, 넘어갈까요? 아니면 조금 더 기다릴까요? 퀴즈를 내도 좋고요. 또 스태프분들 저한테 알려주시면 진행하도록 할게요. 자, 그러면 조금 뒤에 한 번 더 기회를 드리도록 한다고 합니다. 하지만 자, 우선 저희의 코너가 많이 남아있기 때문에 다음 코너 먼저 가면서 자, 퀴즈 이벤트를 가야 될 것 같은데, 그러면 지금 자, 범기 형님과 박신희 성우님 두 분의 AR룸 교체를 해도 될지 스태프분들 알려주시면 그렇게 할지 아닐지 정하고 가도록 하겠습니다. 네, 자, 간단 퀴즈 하면서 조금 더 그러면 접속하면서, 왜냐면 저희가 이게 사전에 방금 모집한 게 아니고 꽤 오랫동안 리허설도 하고 또 준비를 했기 때문에 못하면 너무 아쉬울 수 있대요.
맞아요.
그래서 조금만 기다려드리면서
기다리시는 동안에 또 선물 하나 드리세요.
그럴게요.
쏘시죠.
자,
이미
SD 피규어, 다이어리 패키지, 향수 드렸고 이제 4개 남았거든요.
뭐 문제를 드리실 수는 없는 건가요?
4개 뭐 빨리 소진시키고 안 되면 마지막으로는 저를 드리겠습니다. 네, 가져가시고요.
제가 저렴하게.
네, 잘 써먹으면 그래도 조금은 쓸모가 있지 않을까. 자, 이번에 드릴 거는 이세리아 픽셀 아트거든요. 네.
픽셀 아트?
네, 그렇습니다.
네.
자, 요것도 역시 또 피플하면 또 이제 너무 또 그것만 하면 또 이제 좀 약간 또 이제 중복될 수 있으니까 어떤 걸 할지 지금 아이디어 한번 내볼게요. 자, 요거 좋다. 우선 선정을 하겠죠. 나는 이세리아 픽셀아트가 가지고 싶어. 손 들어주세요. 한번 성우님 뽑아주시죠.
제가 뭐 그러고 이 뭐든지 상관없다 아무거나도 가져가겠다 이런 의지를 가지신 분들이 계신데 그 중에서 아우 눈이 부셔서 안 보이는데 네 저기 누군가요? 잘생겼다 휴대폰에 잘생겼다 적으신 분 네 누가 잘생겼는지 얘기를 해주시면 제가 선택해드리도록 할게요. 누가 잘생긴 거예요?
남다영이야!
다른 분 하겠습니다. 네 다른 분 할게요. 네
농담이고. 제가 다녀오고 싶은데 못 가네.
그렇게 힘드신 거예요? 그러면 선택을 드리도록 이분 할게요. 이 학생. 네네네. 학생 너무 목 놓아 외쳐서 제가 목 쉴까봐 네, 선택했습니다.
감사합니다.
네, 뭐 하면 돼요?
자, 최애 캐릭터는 누구인지, 에픽7의 최애 캐릭터 누구인지 그리고 그 이유가 뭔지 말씀해 주면 감사하겠고요. 남대영이 한 분은 이따가 제가 가가지고 같이 셀카 한번 찍어요. 꼭 갈게요. 머리가
죄송해요.
초록 그걸 해가지고 바로
일부러 그런 거예요.
네, 아유 제가 또 네, 기분이 좋네요. 자, 이제 서 있으신 분, 자 최애 캐릭터 누구인지 이유는?
저 최애 캐릭터 에리나입니다. 이유는 목소리가 너무 좋아서입니다.
가장 심플하지만 가장 감사하고 가장 저희가 기분 좋을 그런 답안을 해주셨네요. 감사합니다. 자, 이세리아 픽셀 아트 드리겠습니다. 직접 바로 지금 주시죠.
아니 손들 때는 너무 격하게 하길래 대답도 격하게 할 줄 알았더니 너무 얌전하게 하셔서 놀랐어요. 축하드립니다.
자, 저희가 이렇게 열심히 정말 시간을 벌었고요. 왜냐하면 아까 정말 열심히 사전 리허설도 하시고 다 들었거든요. 그래서 드디어 다시 한번 접속이 준비가 되어 있다고 합니다. 캐니님 들리시나요? 자기소개 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 이번에 안 되면 어쩔 수가 없습니다.
네, 안녕하세요.
드디어 자,
여러 가지 사고가 좀 있었는데.
아닙니다. 또 이렇게
안녕하세요,
저희도
계승자 여러분. 드디어 목소리를 되찾고 돌아온 켄이라고 합니다.
네,
준비해둔
반갑습니다.
자기소개가 있었는데 못해서 조금
하셔도 됩니다. 하시죠.
아쉽네요.
자기소개해 주시죠.
뭔가 시간이 아무튼 반갑습니다.
네, 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요. 나 진짜 울고 싶어.
자, 우선
얼굴이 이 시간에
저희가 또 사전에 준비된 시간들이 있다 보니까 빠르게 진행하도록 할게요. 저희가
안녕하십니까.
준비했던 스크립트 있잖아요.
공격력 4233.
하셨구나 벌써.
이게 아닌가?
네, 지금 이렇게
네,
딜레이가
알겠습니다.
있는 이유가 뭐냐면, 네, 캐니님 잠시만 대기해 주시고요. 이렇게 딜레이가 있는 이유가 저희 무대와 또 이게 송출이 돼가지고 나가는 딜레이가 있어 그런 건데, 약간 그 무전기 생각하시면 돼요. 이 플랫폼의 딜레이라기보다 현장에서 마이크와 제 MC께 들어가서 일로 가는 그런 딜레이가 있다는 거. 자, 바로 이제 스크립트 들어가서 준비된 대본 연기 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 연기 시작해 주시죠.
그나저나 네, 이 정보들 딱 봐도 알겠더군요. 여러 사람의 희생을 통해 오랜 시간 쌓아왔다는 걸.
그렇게 귀한 정보를 생판 남인 너에게 보여주는 게 이상하다는 건가?
사실 그렇게 생각합니다. 물론 저와 퍼렌트에게는
그럼 됐어. 뭔가 착각하나 본데 이 정보는 특무대 팬텀만의 것이 아니야. 언노운으로 인해 상처받은 사람들이 다른 피해자가 생기지 않길 바라는 마음에 모은 정보니까. 그러니 이걸로 퍼렌드의 많은 사람을 도울 수 있다면 충분하다고 생각해.
접속이 조금 원활하지 않은 것 같죠? 자, 여기서 우선 아시지만
역시
컷하겠습니다.
누님은 마음마저
네.
아름다우시군요. 이 비올레토 다시 한번 반해버렸습니다.
와, 근데 입도 움직이구나. 오.
마지막 대사가 끝난 것 같아요.
우선 여기서 커트하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 어쨌건 캐니님 정말 우여곡절 끝에 연기까지 해주셨는데 너무 감사하고요. 자, 이제 아까 또 박신희 성우님 소감은 들어봤으니까 여기서 신희 성우님과 했던 코너는 끝내도록 하고요. 자, 그럼 이제 박신희 성우님은 이제 무대로 돌아와 주시고요. 이제는 홍범기 성우님께서 AR룸으로 이동해 주시면 되겠습니다.
네, 시간을 줄이기 위해서 빨리 가겠습니다. 갔다 다시 올게요. 잠시 후에 만나요.
자, 그러면 중간 세터로 가서 자, 이제 또 박신희 성우님이 돌아오시고 홍범기 성우님이 준비하시는 동안에 현장에 계신 분들을 위해서 준비한 이벤트를 한번 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 지금부터 제 뒤에 보이시는 큰 화면에 퀴즈를 출제해 드릴 예정인데요. 정답을 아시는 분들은 문제가 출제되면 손을 들고 저희 게임의 이름이 뭡니까? 에픽7이죠. 에픽7을 외쳐주시면 되겠습니다. 그러면 제가 지목한 분이 정답을 이거 맞춰야 돼요. 아까 P.Pool 이행시 그런 것처럼 못 맞추면 못 드립니다. 네, 정답을 맞춰주시면 에픽7 굿즈를 선물로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 혹시 못 맞히는 분 미리 죄송하다고 말씀드리겠습니다. 꼭 맞춰주세요. 자, 그럼 문제 주세요. 백은 칼날의 아라민타. 자, 이 중에 성우들이 연기한 캐릭터의 이름으로 맞는 것은 무엇일지 정답을 아직 안 되고요. 정답을 아시는 분들은 손을 들어주세요. 역시 저쪽의 소리가 컸는데. 오케이, 지금 흰 마스크를 쓰셨다가 검은 옷 입고 내리시는데 오케이, 자, 맞추셔야 됩니다. 제발 맞춰주세요. 마이크 들고. 네, 이렇게 열심히 정답입니다. 와, 네, 축하드립니다. 자, 나머지를 제가 알려드릴게요. 자, 암흑군주, 의적, 사장, 매드캣은 아니었고 이제 백은 칼날의 아라민타. 자, 이렇게 해서 5번이 맞았습니다. 진짜 것 같거든요. 확인하셔가지고 이따가 드리도록 할게요. 자, 한 문제 더 하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 몇 개 더 있거든요. 그래서 문제 하나만 더 하도록 할게요. 다음 문제 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 자, 다음 문제 보여주세요. 지금 AR룸으로 가셨죠? 자, 박신희 성우님도 돌아오셨고요. 자, 이제 또 범기 성우님도 준비하셔야 되니까 그 사이에 또 저희가 퀴즈 내면서 하답게 할게요. 우선은 또 돌아오셨으니까 퀴즈 먼저 마침 타이밍이었으니까 퀴즈 한번 읽어주실래요? 오시자마자.
어머, 특별한 문제네요. 네, 다음 중 홍범기 성우의 프로필로 틀린 것은? 홍범기 성우님 팬들은 바로 맞추실 수 있을 것 같은데, 자, 답을 한번 볼게요. 1번 CJ ENM 성우 극회 5기이다. 네. 2번 MBTI는 INFJ다.
아니, 범기 성우님은 MBTI까지 알 수 있대. 나도 모르겠는데?
나도 모르는.
우리 10여 년을 봤는데 모르겠는데.
아니, 이 문제 누가 만든 거예요?
대박인데?
팬분이 아니시면 못 만들 것 같은데. 자, 3번 전공은 원예학이다. 어머, 그런가? 자, 그리고 4번 예쁜 아이 선발대회 우승을 한 경력이 있다. 와. 5번 팬네임은 담이다.
네. 자, 우선 이게 뭐 굉장히
너무 어려운데요.
난해한 질문인데 굉장히 어려운데
아니, 하나 빼고 다 맞다는 거잖아요.
그쵸. 틀린 게 잘못된 정보가 하나가 있다고 합니다.
와,
자,
지금 어렵다.
그러면 역시 에픽7이라고 외쳐주시면 그 중에 또 신희 성우님이 오셨으니까 한번 직접 제일 큰 소리로 에픽7을 외치신 분을 지목해 주시면 정답을 외칠 겁니다. 자, 해볼까요?
알겠습니다.
감사합니다.
저기 계신 분.
네, 어떻게
저기
외형을 알려주시죠. 의상이나 뭐.
귀가 달리셨는데?
그분 아까 했습니다.
그러세요?
그럼 그 뒤에 분 하시죠.
그 뒤에 분이신가? 목소리가 엄청 컸어요. 네,
좋습니다.
그 뒤에 분이신가 봐요.
네, 좋아요. 자, 다음 중 홍범기 성우의 프로필로 틀린 것은 잘못된 정보는 무엇일지?
4번 예쁜 아이 선발대회 우승.
네, 사실 뭐 범기 형님 잘생기고 예쁘고 귀엽고 다 갖고 있습니다. 하지만 실제로 저런 대회에 나간 적은 없다고 합니다. 정답은 4번. 네, 맞습니다. 네. 근데 실제 저런 대회가 있어요. 저희 KBS 성우 선배님 중에
네.
은미 성우님이 굉장한 이력을
파면팔수록
갖고
참
있구나.
매력적인 분이신 것 같네요.
네. 자,
네.
이제 굿즈는 저희가 아까 남은 것 중에 지금 여러 굿즈가 있으니까 그 중에 보내드리도록 하고 있고요. 그 와중에 이제 전달 사항이 왔습니다. AR룸 준비가 됐다고 하네요. 이번에는 다 홍범기 성우님과 함께하는 시간인데요. 역시 참가자분들과 연기 시연을 하도록 할 겁니다. 저희는 잠시 옆에 자리로 양쪽 끝으로 이 정도로 와주시면 네 이제 화면이 잘 보일 거고요. 자, 홍범기 성우님 준비되셨나요? 영상으로 연결해 볼게요. 와, 안녕하세요.
네네, 현장에 나와 있는 홍범기입니다.
왜 이렇게 커? 발성이 좋은데? 음질이 굉장히 좋네요.
커요?
피플 굉장히 좋은 플랫폼 같아요. 자, 우리
네,
범기 성우님도
좋습니다.
참가자분들께 응원의 한 말씀 해주시죠.
네, 그냥 재밌게 잘하시면 될 것 같아요. 함께 잘해봐요.
와, 자, 그럼 당신을 캐스팅합니다를 이어가 볼 텐데요. 네 번째 참가자분을 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 방구봉봉님 자기소개 부탁드릴게요.
네, 안녕하세요. 한국 성우를 사랑하는 제주 사는 24살 방구봉봉입니다.
와, 네, 지금 저희 부산과는 굉장히 또 가까운 거리에 계신데
그래, 네가 필요한 곳이 많을 거야. 여기도 있겠지만.
아쉬워? 내가 여기 남아있으면 좋겠어?
그야 당연히 그렇지만 억지로 잡을 수는 없잖아. 루루카는 레코스를 다시 일으켜야 하는 사명이 있는데.
맞아. 여기 더 머무를 수는 없어.
그래도 자주.
그래, 자주 놀러 오도록 노력해볼게.
그래.
그럼 작별 인사는 비올레토식으로 해줘.
그게 뭐지? 알았어. 손을 이쪽으로.
자,
사랑스러운 무녀님의 아름다움에 경의를 표하며.
야!
손을 왜 꽉 잡는 거야?
어디긴 어디야. 레코스별에 가는 길이지.
이런, 물어보지도 않고 사람을 납치.
파벨이 다 얘기해줬어.
그 녀석이 뭘 얘기해줬다는?
루루카를 위해서라면 어디라도 갈 수 있다며?
그런 말을 하긴 했지만.
너무 겁먹지 마. 레코스가 얼마나 살기 좋은 곳인데. 우리 비스에는 자주 놀러 보내줄게. 물론 그때는 나도 같이 가야겠지만.
와,
여기 대본에 글 써 있거든요. 멋진 연기 잘 봤습니다라고. 근데 너무 다 잘하셔 지금까지.
너무 잘하시는데요. 혹시 성우분 아니세요? 얼굴이 안 나오니까 모르잖아요.
얼굴 공개하시면 안 되고요. 네. 근데 대사 처리가
너 누구세요?
너무 좋다. 와, 네. 방구봉봉님, 자 이렇게 명장면을 또 직접 홍범기 성우님과 연기해본 소감 어떠신가요?
너무 영광이고 당장 눈물이 줄줄줄 흘러나올 것 같습니다.
와,
너무
너무
영광입니다.
멋있었습니다. 너무 멋진 연기 감사했습니다. 참여해주셔서 감사합니다. 안녕히 계세요. 자, 또 결과 기다려 주시고요.
감사합니다.
자, 아직도 참가자분들이 남아 계시죠? 다음 참가자 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 보라베리 지니님 연결되셨나요? 자기소개 부탁드리겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 네, 픽세븐 유저 보라베리 진이라고 합니다. 반갑습니다.
네, 또 기승자님이신데, 자, 역시나 또 홍범기 성우님과 연기를 해주시도록 하겠습니다. 바로 만나볼까요? 연기 시작해 주세요.
초콜릿은 잔뜩 구했는데 옷이 엉망이 돼버렸네. 나 얼굴엔 안 묻었어?
뺨 쪽에 묻었는데?
정말? 이쪽?
아니, 반대쪽.
이제 됐어?
그냥 내가 지워줄게. 얼굴 이리 대봐.
이렇게.
아.
뭐야?
오긴. 저 녀석 갑자기 초콜릿을 내뱉는데?
설마 우리를 보고 토한 건 아니겠지? 초콜릿은 숙련자인 내가 만들게. 미적 감각이 좋은 비올레터가 데코레이션을 해줘.
내 미적 감각이 좋은 건 또 어떻게 알았어?
그러니까 나같이 예쁜 사람을 좋아하게 된 거 아니겠어?
그것보단 어렵고 혼란스러울 때 의지할 수 있어서.
아, 비올레터, 너 가만히 죽었네.
의지할 수 있었어서 호감을 가지게 됐지만 역시 빠져든 건 최강무녀님의 미모 때문이지.
그렇지?
네, 이렇게 총 5분의 계승자분들과
네.
또 연기를 들어봤습니다. 자, 네, 보라베리지님 소감 어떠신가요? 직접 해보시니까 떨리시죠?
네, 정말 많이 떨렸고요. 스크립트 내용이 진짜 알콩달콩한 내용인데 열심히 해봤지만 네, 열심히 했습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
네, 와. 또 이렇게 또 온라인으로 하더라도 너무나 또 긴장되는 시간일 거기 때문에 자, 어쨌건 그래도 모든 5분의 P.Pool로 이렇게 접속해서 지금 연기를 했던 시간이 끝이 났습니다. 자, 2명의 사전 참가자분들과 연기 함께 봤는데요. 우리 홍범기 성우님 연기 같이 해본 소감이 어떠신가요? 네, 들어보신 연기 소감 어떠신지 알려주시죠.
정말 말할 것 없이 행복한 시간이었어요. 너무너무 즐거웠고요.
네.
우리 참가자분들의 실력에 정말 눈이 쭉 찢어지는 경험을 했어요.
네, 이게 AR 필터가 씌워져 있으니까 내 캐릭터 보이스를 굉장히 유지하시려고 노력하는군요. 네. 정말 즐거운 시간이었습니다. 자, 그럼 이제 홍범기 성우님도 무대 위로 복귀를 해주세요. 돌아와요, 범기 형. 저희도 앞으로 가볼까요?
네. 아니 근데 너무 잘하시는데요.
누나 근데 진짜
아.
저희도 성우 지망생들을 또 이제 또 많이 만나기도 하고 강의도 하는데 이 정도면 그 합격권에 있을 만한 분들이 많이 계셔.
아니
그쵸?
저는 진짜 현직 성우분이 계속 연기하신 줄 알았어요.
와, 근데 너무 잘하신다. 내가 계속 귀를 댔던 게 되게 멀리서 들어서 좀 약간 혼동이 되는데 너무 잘하신다. 와.
누구를 뽑지 이제
그러게요.
고민인데요.
자, 이렇게 해서 사전 신청을 통해 선발된 5분의 참가자분들을 모두 만나봤습니다. 연기 근데 진짜 잘하지 않으세요? 와, 이게 어렵거든요. 온라인으로 하더라도 너무나 떨릴 텐데. 자, 기억에 남는 참가자분들이 있냐는 질문이 여기 있었는데 전원이 다 기억에 남기 때문에 야, 이거 어떻게 뽑아야 할지 정말 이제 범기 성우님 돌아오시면 그 뒤에 한번 얘기하면서 이제 저는 몰라요. 2분이 베스트 연기상의 주인공을 뽑으시면 이제 또 아까 말했던 아이파 프로 2세대를 드려야 되는데.
네, 그러니까요. 저는 근데 아까 케니님 연결이 원활하지 않아서 제대로 된 연기를 볼 수 없어서 너무 아쉬웠어요. 마이크 상태가 조금 안 좋았던 모양인데 다음에 기회가 생기면 저랑 또 같이 연기해봐요.
네, 좀 보고 계실 테니까 또 케니님 그리고 또 나머지 5분, 총 5분의 참가자분들 고생 많으셨습니다.
수고 많으셨어요.
오셨다. 자, 홍범기 성이 돌아오셨고요. 그러면 자리를 뭐 지금 이대로 있을까요? 우선 이대로 있죠? 네.
저쪽으로 할까요, 제가?
그러면 그 위치 그대로 또 보시는 분들을 위해서 여기 화면이 지금 송출된 화면이니까 여기 센터로 조금 가까이만 모여주시면 되겠습니다.
네, 좋네요.
자,
가야겠다.
그럼 이제 2분의 성우분들이 2분 전이 아니에요. 저는 안 할 거야. 선정한 베스트 연기상의 주인공을 확인해 볼 시간이 왔습니다. 자, 성우님들 어떤 참가자를 적어놨나? 적어놓으셨나? 머릿속에 있군요.
지금 뽑아야 되는 건가요?
어떤 참가자를 캐스팅 하시겠습니까? 박신희 성우님이 먼저 말씀해 주시죠.
아, 너무 고민이 되는데요. 어떡하지? 두 분 다 너무 매력적으로 잘해주셔가지고 저는 호흡을 잘 쓰셨어요, 이분이. 연기를 잘 하셨지만, 다들 잘 하셨지만 되게 매끄럽게 연기를 잘해주신 방시리 최고다님께 드리고 싶습니다.
네, 축하드립니다. 방실이 최고다. 그래도 또 나머지 세 분도 또 저희가 또 상품을 드리니까 편하게,
진짜.
마음 편하게 해주시죠.
네, 객관적으로 평가하겠습니다. 네, 제가 심사위원이다 생각하고 빙봉뱅봉님께 드리도록 하겠습니다.
와, 네, 그러면 이제 아까 방실이 최고다님이었죠?
네,
방실이 최고다님, 빙봉뱅봉님 두 분께, 자, 캐스팅 되신 두 분께는 에어팟 프로, 네, 에어팟이었죠, 아이팟이 아니고 에어팟 프로 2세대를 선물로 드리겠고요. 축하드립니다.
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 자, 그리고 또 아쉽게 베스트 연기상에 선정되지 못한 세 분께서 P.Pool로 한 분만 더 신청을 받아서 진행을 해보면 좋을 것 같은데요.
네.
저희 P.Pool 기능 중에 Hands Up, 네, 말 그대로 Hands Up, 네, Hands Up 기능이 있습니다. Hands Up 기능을 이용해서 신청해 주시면 저희 제작진이 한 분을 선정해가지고 초대를 드리도록 할게요. 자, 우리 P.Pool, 이거 이어지겠는데 밈이? 자, P.Pool Hands Up, P.Pool Hands Up 해주세요. Hands Up, Hands Up 됐나요? 여기는 현장이 아니고 네, 현장도 꼭 제가 여기 계신데 그렇긴 좀
피플 앱으로
어색하죠?
핸즈업이 있어요. 피플 앱에 보면은
네, 있습니다.
관람을
이렇게.
하시다가 핸즈업을 하는 그 버튼이 있어요. 네.
네, 연결됐다고 합니다. 자, 그럼 마지막 P.Pool 온라인 참가자분과 연결을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 우선 뭐 자기소개 없이 갈까요, 그러면? 자기소개 없이 간대요. 바로 간다고 하네요. 자, 화면 보면서 저희가 살짝 옆에 비켜가지고 했다가 다시 또 멘트 끝나고 나면 또 다시 가운데로 가겠습니다. 자, 그럼 준비되셨으면 연기 부탁드리겠습니다. 시작해주세요.
여기 쓰러진 술잔처럼 돌이킬 수 없습니다.
현장 소리가 들리지 않습니다.
어디까지 말씀을...
누님.
팝콘 먹고 있다.
처음부터 한 번만 다시 해도 될까요?
그럼요.
현장의 음성이 들리지 않습니다.
그럼요. 또 이게 라이브로 하다 보니까 이렇게 또 아까 이런 거 못하겠다, 잘 아직 너무 뻔뻔하게. 자, 어떤 분이실지.
지금 들려요.
자, 준비가
제
됐다고 합니다.
소리 들리나요?
네,
잘 들립니다. 네, 한번 연기 가보시죠.
네, 그 현장. 네네.
자, 다시 한번 가보겠습니다. 홍범기 성우님을 선택해 주셨고요. 범기 성우님과 함께하는 즉석 연기 시작해 주시죠.
대본으로 넘어가면 소리가 안 들리는데 현장으로 그냥 해주시면 될 것 같아요.
네, 그럼
알겠습니다.
네.
준비되시면 바로 대사해 주시면 되겠습니다.
그러면 제가 대본을
대본이 없으시구나.
없어요. 애드립을 할까요? 네. 저분은 대본을 보고 하기 때문에 괜찮으시다면 대본
네.
우리
대본 저희가 준비된 게 있으니까
신희 성우님께서 대본을 급하게 준비해 주셨어요.
감사합니다. 그러면 범기 성우님께서는 저희가 하지 않았기 때문에 예승자분들 큰 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
모두 끝났습니다. 여기 쓰러진 술잔처럼 돌이킬 수 없습니다.
그렇지 않으면 내가 되돌릴 수 있다.
그만하세요, 누님. 이 저주받은 땅에서 상처는 아물지 않습니다. 이 눈에 영원히 남은 흉터처럼 말이죠.
그것도 보상해주마.
누님,
이렇게 내가 내게 남긴 상처
그리고 네가 잃은 건 모두 내가 보상해주마. 이 손을 잡고 일어서라, 비올레터.
끝이에요.
와. 너무 중저음의 매력적인 보스를 가고 계신데 예사롭지 않은 실력인 것 같은데
나오는 목소리. 아 정말 놀라웠습니다. 네.
이야, 여러분 누군지 좀 감이 오시나요? 네. 아까 분들도 잘했지만 확실히
야!
그럴 줄 알았어.
아, 저 동기라서 반말했는데. 야! 정유미!
자, 정유미 성우님이
안녕하세요.
네. 와, 깜짝 게스트로 참여해 주셨습니다. 네. 자, 우선
자, 릴리아스, 지배자 릴리아스 목소리를 맡고 있는 성우 정유미입니다. 반갑습니다.
박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 두 분 대화 좀 나눠주세요, 범규 형하고.
와 어쩐지
아니 아까 참여해주신 분들 너무 잘하셨는데 그분과의 차이점은 뻔뻔함이군요.
뻔뻔함이죠. 야 역시
네.
프로는 뻔뻔했군요.
그쵸?
야.
근데 그 지금 참여한 음성 중에 가장 진짜 너무나 티가 날 정도로 티가 날 수밖에 없죠.
진짜 깜짝 놀라시죠
마지막으로.
네네. 네, 오늘 에픽세븐 제작진 분들께서 이렇게 팬분들을 위해서 이벤트로 이게 저도 릴리아스 캐릭터를 많이 사랑해 주신다고 얘기를 전해받고 이렇게 참여하게 되었습니다. 깜짝 게스트로요. 네, 너무 재밌었고 오늘 너무 다 잘하셔가지고 지금 손바닥에 땀 나는 거 보이세요? 와, 여러분들 실력 진짜 대단하고요. 저 진짜 더 열심히 해야겠다는 생각이 들었습니다.
네 열심히 하세요. 오늘 상은 못 드리겠어.
아유, 네, 깜짝 손님을 함께 해주신 정유미 성우님 너무나 감사했습니다. 네, 안녕히 들어가세요. 다음에 또 만나요.
감사합니다. 야.
네, 안녕히 계세요.
아따 놀랐구만.
자, 그렇죠. 네, 이게 제작진분들이 저한테만 알려주고 두 분을 놀라게 해서 당황시킨다는 그런 컨셉이었습니다. 네, 재밌네요. 알고 있으니까. 먼저 하니까 재밌다. 자, 참가자분들과 정유미 성우님께 다시 한번 감사 인사드리겠고요. 참여해주신 분들께는 감사의 의미로 에픽세븐 굿즈를 선물로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼 준비된 다음 코너로 바로 가볼게요. 다음 코너, 너의 몬스터가 보여를 진행해 볼 텐데요. 코너 진행을 위해서 또 가셔야 돼요. 자, 홍범기 성우님은 다시 AR 룸으로.
알겠습니다.
거기가 어딘지 나도 궁금하네.
알겠습니다.
네. AR 룸으로 이동해 주세요. 뭔가? 난 사전설레 난 안 했어가지고 되게 돌아오시는 게 좀 먼 거 보니까 멀리 가시는 것 같아요. 자, 홍범기 성우님은 앞서 현장에서 선발된 세 분의 참가자분들과 함께 몬스터 연기를 하게 됩니다. 이제부터 어떻게 진행되는지 저희가 알려드릴게요. 그리고 이제 그럼 총 세 분과 홍범기 성우님 네 분이 몬스터 연기를 하게 되겠죠. 그러면 저랑 박신희 성우님은 NPC 역할 대사를 미리 맡았습니다. 그렇게 해서 홍범기 성우를 찾아낼 수 있을지 찾을 자신 있으십니까?
아니 솔직히 저는 홍범기 성우 목소리를 캐치를 잘 못해요. 왜냐면 변성을 너무 잘하시거든. 그래서 저는 진짜 자신 없어요.
그렇죠. 또 홍범기 성우님이라고 하면 정말 폭넓게 또 자연스러운 연기와 캐릭터 연기를 번갈아 넘나드는.
네, 그렇죠.
네, 저희는 정말 오랫동안 했기 때문에 그 폭을 알지만 못 맞추는 그런 성우분 중에 한 분입니다. 그래서 어떻게 될지 한번 찾을 수 있을지. 자, 그럼 박신희 성우님 생각하시는 야, 성우 홍범기는 이런 목소리의 연기나 특징이 있다. 이런 게 있나요?
홍범기 성우님은 모든 연기를 다 잘하지만
홍범기 성우님의 목소리의 특징에 약간 웃음기가 좀 있거든요. 어떻게 연결될지 한번 여러분들도 찾아보시는 재미를 P.Pool로도 참여 가능하시니까요. 즐겁게 한번 찾아보시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
네.
자, 스크린 넘기고요. 자, 얘기를 하시고 몇 년 차시죠?
저는 23년 차입니다.
와, 네. 그리고 또 WCG를 지금 개최하고 있는 이 부산 쪽이 또 본인 고향이시잖아요.
맞아요. 저는 고향이 부산인데요. 대학도 부산에서 나왔어요. 네, 그래서 24년 정도 부산에서 고향 같은 부산에서 여러분을 만나니까 더욱더 반갑네요.
그렇습니다. 또 저한테도 너무
제가
의미가
남도영
있는 시간입니다.
성우를 20살 때 만났는데 그때 어찌나 에너지가 충만한지 성우 해봐라.
네, 그랬던
길을
게
숨기지 말고 살아라.
여기서 이렇게 또 만나니까 기분이 묘하네요.
네, 오랫동안 이렇게 같이 연기하고 있어서 너무 좋아요.
네.
네.
지금 들으시면 아시겠지만 지금 좀 뭔가 좀 준비하는 과정에 좀 이게 좀 시간을 좀 벌어들이기 위해서 저희가 하는 건 맞는데 이렇게만 해도 아쉽죠? 지금 옆에 계신 박신희 성우님이 연기한 사자왕 체르미아의 궁극기 대사 중 뒤에 준비된 영상 있으면 보여주세요. 이게 야 어렵겠다. 네.
제가 힌트를 드릴까요?
이게
한번 읽어볼까요?
주관식이에요. 네, 주관식이요. 이 땡땡땡이.
땡땡땡땡 땡땡땡땡을 제가 잡을 때도 최선을 다하는 법이거든. 네, 뭘까요?
자, 이 발음을 보니까 이미 맞췄어.
맞추신 것 같은데요?
동물이거든요.
네.
사자는 근데 약간 그쵸. 다시 한번 또 속담 같은 뭐 그런 뭐라지 관용구 같은 표현이기 때문에 맞추기 어렵지 않았을 것 같습니다. 자,
네.
그 와중에 여기 서 있는 게 너무 웃겨. 자, 몬스터들이 준비를 마쳤다고요. 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 저희도 함께하는 너의 몬스터가 뭐야? 스크립트 주세요. 시작하겠습니다.
선배, 나 지금 서 있는 것도 너무 힘들어요.
이놈들 끝도 없어. 뭔가 그 후에 한 번 더 할 것 같은데 그 후에 한 번 더 해주세요. 헷갈리니까 그 후에.
오드로우 선배를 내버려둬 이 나쁜 놈아!
자,
아니
가운데로 와보시죠. 와.
마지막에 너무 임팩트 있었는데요.
아니 근데 이게
네.
이거 야 몬스터 연기가 다들 수준급이시기도 한데
네, 지금
요즘엔-
한 분이 계속 하신 거죠?
아니 4명이에요.
네 분이 하신
네,
거예요?
그러니까 범기 형이
아.
일부러 내가 볼 때 좀 못한 것 같아. 약간 밸런스를 맞추느라고. 아니면
그러니까
나머지 3분이 잘하셨거나.
네.
지금 4명이 다 잘했거든요. 제가 볼 때 박신희 성우님은
막
네.
오는데요.
범기 성우님이 조금 밸런스를 낮췄거나 3분이 너무 잘하셨거나. 지금 저희는 헷갈립니다. 맞출 수 있어? 나는 모르겠는데.
1과 2가 많은 것 같아요.
3도 있고 4도 있고.
1, 2, 3.
야, 네.
1, 2, 3이 많은데.
우선 야 4도 보이지만
네.
저는 2번 정도라고 보겠습니다. 지금 대충 보니까 자 2번이 조금 많은 것 같지만 자 관객분들의 의견은 2번으로 하되 1, 2, 4번도 나오면 맞춘 걸로 할게요. 지금 너무 골고루라 자 과연 어쨌건 제일 많이 제가 볼 때 정답으로 보였던 2번이 정답이 맞을지 몬스터들의 정치를 공개하도록 하겠습니다.
1번이었구나.
와, 잘 맞추셨네. 와, 1번 몬스터가 홍범기 성우님이었습니다. 자, 나머지 참가분들의 연기가 너무 리얼해서.
그러니까요.
와, 네, 범기 성우님 이제 무대로 다시 돌아와 주세요. 네, 무대로 돌아와셔서.
여기서 계속 하면 안 돼요?
안 돼요. 이리 오세요.
저는 처음에도 말씀드렸지만 못 찾았어요. 전혀 감이 없었어요.
난
네.
왜냐면 다들 평균 값으로 하셔가지고
네.
엄청 완전 무서운 정도까지는 아니었고 아주 이상하지도 않아서
네.
다 적당히 잘하셨거든요.
네, 맞아요.
관람객분들의 연기가 너무 리얼하셔가지고 맞히기가 정말 어려웠습니다. 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다. 자, 이제 범기 성우님 오시면 지금 계속 저희가 진행했던 에픽 서군 성우쇼 with P.Pool 이제 끝날 시간이 됐습니다. 홍범기 성우님 오시면 저희가 엔딩 멘트로 해드리면서 한번 막간을 이용해서 이 스크립트 연기가 어려운데 오셔. 네.
와 큰일 났. 어쨌든 그 중에 1번 해주신 분들께 다시 한번 감사드립니다.
와, 자 이제 홍범기 성우님까지 오셨으니 마지막 인사를 드려야 할 것 같습니다. 저도 시계를 안 보고 있어가지고 저희가 예상했던 게 1시간인데 넘지 않았나 싶어요. 진짜.
네,
그래도
너무
막간을
더라고요.
이용해서 여기 써있진 않지만 제가 더 욕심이 나서 마지막으로 통을 할 수 있는 그런 플랫폼이란 거 성우분께 소감 한 말씀 부탁드려보도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 막 오셨으니까 또 홍호 이사님 먼저 해주시죠.
처음 하는 경험이었고 신선한 경험이었고 또 즐거운 시간 끝까지 함께해 주신 여러분들 너무너무 감사드리고 다음에 또 다른 시간 공간에 언젠가 만나뵐 수 있기를 바라겠습니다.
앞으로도 에픽7 즐겁게 즐겨주시고요. 우리 피플 어플 너무 재밌거든요. 제가 미리 깔아봐서 해봤어요. 피플 어플 통해서 많은 대화 해보시고 재미있는 커뮤니케이션 많이
모든 행사에 참여를 했습니다. 그리고 오늘 역시 또 WCG에서 에픽7 부스에서 인사를 드렸는데요. 앞으로도 소중한 인연 에픽7과 쭉 함께하는 또 집빌 또 다양한 캐릭터들과 함께 여러분께 인사드리는 시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. 저희의 시간은 끝이 나지만 잠시 후에 효짱 앤 타이어님의 무대 이벤트가 이어지니까요. 여기도 또 푸짐한 경품과 재미있는 이벤트들이 준비가 되어 있다고 합니다. 많은 시청과 참여 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
가시는 도중이셔가지고 여러분들 안 가시면 저희가 왜 올라왔겠어요. 저희가 상품을 한가득 가지고 왔어요.
맞습니다.
이제 에픽7 다들 사랑하시죠? 저희가 에픽7에 관련 히어로도 있고
네.
무슨 다이어리도 있고 다 있지만 무려 하늘석이 담긴 선물도 있어요.
와.
드리기 위해서 아까 좀 더 말씀을 드렸어요. 지금 사람들이 가고 있으니까 우리 또 선물 더 드리면 안 되냐 이렇게 얘기를 하니까 더 드려도 된다라는 확인을 받고 왔기 때문에 많이 뿌려 드리도록 하겠습니다.
네.
자, 네, 아까 감사합니다. 누구시죠? 혹시나 진행하시다가
네.
저분 너무 호응 잘해주시는데 하면 선물 드려도 돼요.
네, 알겠습니다. 또 선물 저기 이제 보시면은 테이블에 있는 거 전부 다 드리고 역시 선물이 많아.
네, 깜짝 놀랐습니다.
네.
자, 저희가 그 바톤을 이어받아서 무대 이벤트를 진행을 해봤습니다. 굉장히 다양한 이벤트를 준비를 했어요.
그렇죠. 뭐 퀴즈쇼도 있고
네.
이따가 뭐 그 신규 모드 이제 드래프트 모드도 있고요.
네.
그것도 이제 상품 드리니까 여러분들
맞습니다.
많이 참여해 주시면 너무 좋을 것 같습니다.
지금 우리 타요가 무대 이벤트는 처음이래요. 그래가지고 많이 긴장을 하고 있는데 타요 화이팅, 에픽7 화이팅, 제일 크게 소리 질러주시는 분께 아이키 인형을 드리고 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 이거 집어 던지신 분 누구세요? 네, 저분께 드리도록 하겠습니다. 아니, 옷을 던지면서 이렇게 하시는 거예요? 그러면 첫 번째 이벤트 퀴즈 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 저희가 에픽7과 관련된 퀴즈를 드릴 텐데, 자, 바로 OST 패키지, 그리고 아이키 인형, SD 피규어, 그리고 아트북, 다이어리 패키지, 향수 등등 하늘석도 포함이 되어 있습니다. 드리기 때문에 저희가 본격적으로 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 첫 번째는 명대사 초성 퀴즈로 준비를 해봤습니다. 자, 첫 번째 문제 주시죠.
그 영웅의 명대사고요. 이제 초성을 듣고 맞춰주시면 됩니다. 그리고 앞에
네, 마이크가 같습니다.
빌트레드의 어검승천입니다.
와!
정답입니다.
와, 저희가 이 문제를 준비할 때 생각보다 못 맞추실 거예요 라고 하셨는데
네?
바로 맞추시고 OST가 굉장히 유명하잖아요.
그렇죠. 워낙 또 좋은 노래도 많고.
네, 바로 선물 드렸습니다. 자, 그러면 두 번째 초성 퀴즈 주세요. 자, 두 번째
조금 길어요.
퀴즈가 나갔습니다.
네, 저 뒤에 계신
맞추실 것 같아요.
그러니까요.
아무래도 이 세계에 네 자리는 없겠어.
와!
정답입니다.
와, 축하드립니다. 아니,
와,
다들
이
너무
긴 대사를.
에픽7을 사랑하시는 것 같아요. 자, 바로 진영의 비올레토죠?
잔영의 비올레토죠. 잠비.
네, 잠비.
네.
자, 잔영의 비올레토 암속성이죠. 선물 드려야 되겠어요. 자,
잠깐만요.
잠시만요. 자, 선물은
네.
여자분이시니까 향수 세트로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋! 골라주시다. 뭘까요?
사자는 토끼를 잡을 때도 최선을 다하는 법이거든.
오!
정답입니다.
축하드립니다.
근데 여기까지 어떻게 보면 쉬웠을 수도 있어서.
아니, 아까 성우쇼를 보신 분들은 아까 하셨잖아요.
네네네.
아까 문제 중에 있었어요. 그래서 쉽게 맞추실 수 있었을 텐데, 자, 이번에는 에픽7 아트북을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 와, 진짜 다들 너무 에픽7을 사랑하셔서, 자, 다음 문제로 빠르게 가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 다음 문제 주세요. 자, 뭘까요? 저분이 제일 빠르셨어요. 자, 뭘까요?
네, 일단 마이크 대고 한 번만 더 말씀해
최대한
주세요.
비슷하게 해주시면 더 좋은 선물이 가실 수도 있어요.
절대 최강 믹시드.
정답입니다.
와, 축하드립니다.
잘 맞추신다.
와, 저 그러면
네.
저분이 최초로 흉내를 내셨어요.
네.
그래서 하늘석 쿠폰이 포함된 SD 피규어 4종 세트를 드리도록 하겠습니다.
축하드립니다.
자, 하늘석이 무려 몇 개죠?
몇 개죠?
3,000. 자, 초성 퀴즈 마지막 문제입니다. 자, 뭘까요? 더 좋은 선물이
쉽지 않을 수 있어요.
네.
비슷하게 따라하는 게.
건방지네. 너 처형이야.
근데 이거는 노력의 가상에서 인정해줘야 돼요.
되게 발랄했어요.
그러니까.
네. 근데 이 캐릭터가 굉장히 발랄하고 예쁜 캐릭터이기 때문에 자, 메이드 클로에였죠.
네.
자, 건방지네, 넌 처형이야 라는 것을 정확하게 맞춰주셨습니다. 축하드립니다.
축하드립니다. 상품 뭐 나가죠?
자, 상품 뭐 드릴까요?
하늘석 갖고 싶으시다는 걸 드리죠.
저는 잘못이 없어요. 타요가 골랐습니다. 자,
근데 이거 두 개 나가는 거 아니에요, 이렇게?
자, 타요가 고른 OST 패키지와 아이키 인형 드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 와, 진짜 잘 맞추신다.
그니까요.
네. 자, 그러면 저희가 또 다른 문제.
자, 첫 번째 문제. 여기에도 나오나요?
네.
네, 에픽 세븐의 정규 e스포츠 대회 이제 E7WC 2023 서버 예선이 첫 방송으로 진행될 예정인데요. 첫 방송이 열리는 날짜는 언제일까요? 네, 저기 뒤에 계신 남성분 마스크.
아니야, 에픽 세븐 외쳐야죠.
아, 에픽 세븐 외치는데
하나,
에픽 세븐.
둘, 셋.
네, 저기 끝에 계신 남성분. 네,
네,
선생님.
맞아요. 네. 자, 마이크.
8월 10일
8월
2일
정답입니다.
축하드립니다.
축하드립니다.
자, 선물 골라주시죠. 자,
선물 뭐로 드릴까요?
이렇게 있습니다.
이거로.
네, 그러면 아트북 세트로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 자, 그러면 빠르게 다음 문제 가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 지난 수요일이었죠. 공식 유튜브 채널로 공개돼서 큰 화제를 모았었습니다. 자, 피규어 제작으로 유명한 켈베로스 프로젝트가 참여해서 지난 루나 피규어에 이어서 두 번째 에픽세븐의 피규어가 탄생할 예정인데요. 그 주인공은 바로 바캉스 유피네입니다. 자, 그럼 여기서 문제입니다. 바캉스 유피네는 혼자만 있지 않습니다. 자, 옆에 귀엽게 서 있는 그 친구의 이름은 무엇일지 맞춰주시면 되겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋! 저기, 와, 진짜 열정적이죠? 네, 줄무늬 주신 분, 자, 마이크가 갈 거예요. 생각보다 굉장히 빠르게 손을 드셔서 자, 뭘까요? 굉장히 귀엽게 서 있죠.
계승자분들에게 문제가 좀 쉽나 봐요.
그러니까요. 자, 정답은요?
용용이입니다.
영영이
정답입니다.
축하드립니다. 자, 용용이를 맞춰주신 분께 에픽 세븐 다이어리 패키지 드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
축하드립니다.
자, 그럼 다음 문제 주시죠.
이번 문제 맞추시는 분에게
네.
약간 이제 하늘석이 포함된 SD 피규어 드리죠.
자, 하늘석이 무려 3,800개입니다. 자, 가시죠.
네. 곧 있으면 출시되는 영웅이 있습니다. 아직 문제 다 안 나왔어요.
네, 있죠.
이 영웅은 8월 3일에 이제 정식으로 게임 내에 출시되는데요. 명문가를 졸업한 수석군인으로 악명 높은 해적 플랑의 쌍둥이 언니인데요. 이 영웅의 이름은 에픽세븐 외쳐주십니다. 3, 2, 1.
와!
골라주시겠어요?
저분 어때요?
네.
자, 마이크
잠시만요. 마이크에 대고 말씀해 주세요.
해군 대령 랑디입니다.
정답입니다. 축하드립니다.
와, 저분께는 하늘석이 포함된 SD 피규어 4종 세트를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
축하드립니다.
자, 그러면 다음 문제 드리도록 하겠습니다. 최근 여름 서브 스토리 다들 즐겨주셨나요? 예, 저분께 장패도 드리도록 하겠습니다. 예,
너무
대답해
좋습니다.
주신 분께.
네.
자, 여름 서브 스토리로 매우 화제였는데요. 루루카, 비올레토, 파벨, 세리스 등 몇몇 영웅들이 바로 이곳으로 방문했다가 여러 가지 일들이 벌어지게 됐는데요. 자, 레테가 등장한 바로 이 섬의 이름은 무엇일까요? 문제입니다. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋! 저기 여자분이
네.
네, 저 여자분께 드리도록 하겠습니다. 마이크. 소리가 쩌렁쩌렁 하셨어요.
여기 마이크까지 타고 들어왔어요?
네. 자, 마이크가 사실상 필요 없을 것 같긴 한데, 네, 정답은요?
타레브 섬이요.
타레브 섬 정답입니다. 자, 저분께 향수 세트를 드리도록 하겠습니다.
아무래도 여성분 향수 이제 좋아하실
제가
것 같아서.
아까 향기를 맡아봤는데 너무 좋더라고요.
맞아요.
네, 진짜 좋았습니다. 자, 그러면 자, 마지막 문제는 다음 이어질 프로그램과도 굉장히 연관이 있는 문제죠.
네.
주시죠.
자, 이제 저희 시간이 끝나고 이제 잠시 후에 펼쳐질 길드워 인비테이셔널에서는 에픽세븐 한국 서버의 유명 기사단이 대결을 펼칠 예정인데요. 두 기사단의 기사단명은 무엇일까요? 3, 2, 1. 한번 골라주시겠어요? 네.
아 저희
모자 쓰신 여성분.
네.
네, 퍼스트랑 크로네코요.
퍼스트랑 크로네코
네.
정답입니다.
와 축하드립니다.
축하드립니다.
저분께 다이어리 패키지를 드리도록 하겠습니다.
네.
자 저희가 이렇게 퀴즈를 다 풀어봤는데 아직 선물이
너무 많이 남았어요.
많이 남았어요, 여러분들. 자, 선물이 많이 남았는데 저희가 다음은 최근에 출시된 모드가 뭐죠? 아니, 이건 문제가 아니에요. 그냥 질문이에요. 자, 저희가 아레나에서 새로운 모드가 출시가 됐죠? 그 모드가 이름이 뭐죠? 네, 드리프트 모드입니다. 그거를 우리 타요 선생님께서 진행을 해볼 텐데 관객분들 중에서 한 분을 뽑아서 같이 대결을 할 예정입니다. 자, 드리프트 모드가 뭐죠?
드래프트 모드가 이번에
네.
이제 아레나 이제 새로 나온
네.
모드인데 기존에는 뭐 장비도 막 이렇게 맞춰야 되고 막 이랬던 PVP 모드잖아요.
네.
그렇지만 이제 이 드래프트 모드는 영웅이나 아티팩트가 없어도 캐주얼하게도 즐길 수가 있어요. 정말 이제
네.
실력으로도 갈 수 있고요.
네.
근데 이번에 이제 이거는 조금 상품을 세게 드리죠.
아, 맞습니다.
네.
저희가 타요를 이기시면 아트북과 OST 패키지를 드리고 그리고 지더라도 OST 패키지를 바로 드릴 거예요. 자, 그러면 타요와 붙으실 분은 과연 누구일지
만만치 않습니다. 또 연습도 하고 왔기 때문에.
뽑아주시면 되는데 조금 타요가 굉장히 세요. 생각보다 세기 때문에 상대를 잘 골라주셔야 돼요. 자, 나는 타요 따위는 쉽게 이길 수 있다 하시는 분 손을 높이 들어주시면 되겠습니다.
자, 혹시 아버님이신가요? 아, 저 아버님이랑 한번 대결을 해보고 싶어요. 저도 이제 유부남으로서.
네. 와. 자, 그러면 아버님과
네.
유부남 대 유부남으로.
네, 아버님 대 아버님.
아버님 대 아버님으로 한 판 멋지게 붙어보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 대결이 진행되는 동안에도 호응을 열심히 해주시면 바로 선물을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그러면 타요님은
네.
저기 세팅 자리로 가주시고 저는 이제 선물을 드려야 된대요. 지금 여기서 왜 선물을 안 드리냐, 빨리 이렇게 사랑하는 분들이 많이 계신데 빨리 선물 드려라. 지금 일어서서 열심히 열광하시는 분께 장패드 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그리고 이제 대결이 진행되는 동안에 잠깐 인터뷰를 하고 또 선물을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하십니까.
자, 먼저 자기소개 좀 부탁드릴게요.
요 WCG 2023을 이제 보러
네.
천안에서
천안에서 오신 거예요?
대전에서 왔습니다. 지금
대전에서요? 왜 사는 지역을 헷갈리셨어요?
곧 있으면 천안으로 이사가.
곧 이사를 가신답니다. 박수 한번 주세요. 네, 이사 잘하시기 바라겠습니다.
아이랑 와서
네.
아이가 좋아할 것 같아서.
그러면 우리 아이한테 인형 하나 줄까요, 여러분들? 괜찮을까요? 네, 좋습니다. 아이에게. 받았어요?
분이 다른 분 주셨어요. 귀엽다.
와, 에픽세븐 팬분들 너무 아름다우세요. 양보해 주셨대요. 자, 저분께 다시 선물 드리도록 하겠습니다. 와, 받으세요. 네. 에픽세븐으로 사행시요? 갑자기 자진해서요? 네, 그럼 마이크 있으시면 한번 사행시 가능할까요? 자, 더 센 선물을 드릴 수도 있어요. 제가 운 띄워드릴게요. 자,
원래 분은 한방 단어라고 해서
네.
다들 도전을 못했던 걸로 아는데 제가 그 분을 VEN으로 마무리를 짓겠습니다.
네, 그러면
에픽 세븐을 처음 보시는 분들도 있을 것 같습니다.
뭐야, 시작이 너무 좋잖아요. 픽!
잠깐만 좀 떨려가지고 일단 픽도 되게 중요한데요.
네.
세기관 최강자들을 고르는 것도 중요할 것 같습니다.
든.
잠깐 앞에 좀 문구를 좀 볼게요.
네네네.
하지만 더 중요한 것은 그 VN 좀 할게요. VN으로 시작하는 단어 중에 벤처라는 모험이라는 단어가
네.
있어요. 그 벤처 모험을 좀 많이 다니시면서 좀 성장을 하시면 충분히 잘 적응하실 거라고 생각합니다.
와, 박수 부탁드립니다. 혹시 여기 FX 회사에서 나오신 분 아니시죠? 너무 애정이 가득한 저렇게 사행시를 해주셔서 제가 선물로 다른 걸 드릴게요. 자, 선물로 픽셀 아트 이세리아 버전으로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 자, 근데 계속해서 인터뷰 한번 해볼게요. 자, 이렇게 타요와 대결을 하게 됐는데 소감 한마디 좀 부탁드릴게요.
유튜브로 봤을 때는
네,
그냥 일 것 같은데
네.
막상 와서 보니까 되게 강해 보이시네요.
아, 막상 보니 강해 보인다. 아, 만만치 않습니다.
그러니까요.
자, 그러면 나름대로 본인만의 전략이 있을 것 같아요.
전략이요?
네.
그러니까 빠르게 갔다가 느리게 가는 걸 좋아합니다.
빠르게 갔다가 느리게. 아, 좋은 전략인 것 같습니다. 자, 그러면 타요가 세 보이지만 속은 굉장히 여린 친구예요. 자, 저 친구에게 도발의 한마디.
도발이요?
네.
분석은 다 끝났습니다.
분석은 다 끝났다. 자, 그러면 빠르게 경기하러 가보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 분석이 모두 끝난 타요에게 한번 옆으로 가볼게요.
어떤 걸 분석하셨는지 전 모르겠어요.
자, 지금 관객분과 대결하는 건 처음이잖아요.
그렇죠.
어떨 것 같아요?
아, 근데 저는
네.
솔직히 제가 이길 것 같긴 해요.
아.
그러니까 공부를 또 굉장히 열심히 하기 때문에.
근데 저분도 정말 열심히 하시는 분이신 것 같아요.
아, 근데 저 궁금한 게 혹시 저도 이기면 상품이 있나요?
없습니다.
왜죠?
없습니다. 자,
저도
지금
아이가 있는데.
자, 준비해 주시고요.
네.
자, 하는 동안에 본인이 1인 2역을 해주셔야 돼요. 경기도 하고 해설도 해주셔야 됩니다.
쉽지 않군요.
네, 쉽지 않습니다.
일단 한번 해보겠습니다.
네. 자, 그러면
네,
이 미션을 무사히 끝내시면 인형 드릴게요.
알겠습니다. 혹시 관객 찬스 있나요?
없습니다. 자, 가시죠.
네.
자, 그러면 타요와 관객분이 대결을 하게 되는데 화이팅 하면 너무나 힘이 날 것 같아요. 자, 그러면 화이팅 한번 하고 시작해 볼까요? 자, 하나, 둘, 셋. 저분께 선물 하나 드리겠습니다. 자, 계속 그 폰으로 뭔가 네, 부채 들고 계신 분. 네. 누구지 하는 분. 중간에 회색 옷. 네, 맞습니다. 저분께 선물 뭐 드릴까요? 다이어리 패키지 있나요? 없나요? 다 떨어졌나요? 장패드 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그리고 앞에 전광판처럼 계속 들고 계시는데 네, 안경 쓰신 분. 저분께도 장패드 드릴게요. 네. 준비되셨나요?
네, 준비했습니다.
자, 그러면 해보도록 하겠습니다. 지금 드래프트 모드는 생긴 지 얼마 안 됐기 때문에 처음 보는 분도 계실 거란 말이죠.
그렇죠.
자, 본을 잘 보여주셔야 돼요.
아, 근데 저도 연습을
네.
좀 해왔기 때문에
네.
일단은
자, 여기서는 뭘 고르실 예정이에요?
일단은 크라운은 못 고를 것 같고요. 하나는 라비 아니면 벨리안인데
자,
저는
네.
개인적으로 벨리안을 그렇게 좋아하진 않아요. 그럼 하나는 라비로 일단은 간 좀 볼게요.
네, 라비를 골랐습니다.
굉장히 또 무난한 영웅이기 때문에
네, 보시는 분들 좌측이 타요입니다. 좌측이 타요. 자, 카일론, 랑디, 방랑자 실크가 나왔어요. 이거
솔직하게
어떻게
이야기하면 세 개 다
네.
마음에 들지 않아요. 일단 방랑자 실크 같은 경우에는
네.
이제 속덱 파츠라고 이제 불리는데
네.
제가 이런 드래프트 모델 속덱을 이렇게 맞추기가 좀 쉽지 않거든요. 카일론 같은 경우는 랑디도 사실 파츠인데
네.
차라리 근데 그렇다고 카일론을 하기 또 애매해요. 랑디가 또 워낙 좋은 영웅이기도 하고
네.
랑디를 골라보겠습니다.
자, 저는 저기로도 한번 가보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 지금 굉장히 고심 끝에 영웅들을 선택하고 있거든요. 지금 어떤 기준으로? 자, 세나, 암살자, 카르투와 백은 칼날의 아람, 민타가 나왔어요. 뭘 고르실 거예요? 세나? 자, 세나를 고른 이유? 여기 있는 것 중에 제일 튼튼해 보인다.
네네네.
자, 이번엔 세나를 골라주셨고 다음은 굉장히 고심을 하고 있어요. 지금 자, 지금 제가 보니까 두 분 다 처음에는 이렇게 진지하게 안 갔는데 너무 진지하게 하시는 거 아닙니까?
아, 저보기 이겨야겠어요.
역시 프로게이머 출신이다 보니까 자유기사 아로웰, 영안의 셀린, 로엔나. 저는 셀린은 굉장히 잘 쓰고 있거든요.
아, 또 최애 영웅 중 하나예요.
그렇죠, 그렇죠. 지오와 셀린 제가 제일 좋아합니다.
그렇죠. 여기서 아로엘은 아닌 것 같고
네.
나비도 있어서
네.
일단 로엔나도 너무 안정적으로 가는 느낌이라
그러면 셀린 가시죠?
네, 셀린 나쁘지 않을 것 같아요.
네. 자, 이제 나머지 하나만 골라주면 끝이 납니다. 자, 조율자 카웰 되게 좋아하시잖아요.
네, 이거는 뭐 고민할 게 없죠?
네. 저는 보자마자 카웰을 좋아한다. 분명히 이걸 고를 거다라는 생각이 들었거든요. 자, 상대방은 샬롯도 만만치 않잖아요. 자, 금지를 시켜야 돼요.
이렇게 두 친구는 딱히 밴할 필요가 없어서
네, 위에 두 친구는 밴할 필요가 없다.
까다로운 저는 이 친구를
네. 자, 그리고 지금 누굴 밴할 거예요? 지금 밴할 게 좀 많지 않나요?
많아요.
그쵸? 지금 잘 골랐어요. 운도 좋아요.
이건 좀 변수인데요? 이건 좀 예상 못했는데.
이거 금지시킬 걸 고를 수가 있기 때문에 제일 좋아하는 영웅이 또 금지를 당했어요.
그 조혜릭이
네.
확실한 좀 카운터였는데
그러면
조금
또
애매해졌어요.
네, 모르죠. 이렇게 되면.
네.
자, 자리 배치 완료가 됐고요. 자, 시작하겠습니다.
그리고 또 드래프트 모드가 좋은 게 제가 없는 이제 영웅들도 쓸 수가 있어요.
그쵸.
자, 화란의 나비를 굉장히 좋아하는 저는 없습니다.
승리를 쟁취.
자,
어떻게
그래서 30kg.
살고 싶다면 복종이라. 과연 다 할 수 있을까? 내게 맡기시오.
이거를 좀 자를 수 있으면 좋을 텐데.
네.
돌려보죠.
네.
영이 깃든 검. 내
자,
친구를
일단 30킬로 시작을 했죠.
세계 조치가 없기 때문에. 근데
네.
드래프트 모드에서 사용할 수 있다.
네. 자, 샤룬으로
제가 엿봅니다.
와, 진짜 자기가 없는 캐릭터를 대결로 해본다는 게 정말 큰 매력인 것 같아요.
준비됐습니까?
근데 조율자 카이릭이 너무 보고 싶어요.
제가 살아남는 것은
지금
눈물 날 것 같아요.
음식이 흘러나오고 있어요. 와, 이거 많이 아픈데요?
진짜 너무 큰일 났는데요, 이거는?
와. 자, 화이팅 누가 해주셨어요? 자, 화이팅 누가 해주셨나요?
여러분들!
자, 화이팅 인형 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 처음에 화이팅 누가 해주셨어요?
쉽지 않다.
다 자기가 하셨다는데요? 자, 그러면 어디요? 저기 드릴까요? 자, 세 분 중에 한 분 드릴게요. 네. 와, 이거 어떻게 된 거죠?
터졌습니다.
게임이 터졌습니다. 이게 드래프트의 매력 아니겠습니까?
그렇죠.
네.
픽싸움에서 너무 크게 줘버려가지고.
네.
너무 아무것도
여기까지. 지금 4대1이에요. 지금 외로운 싸움을 하고 계시네요, 지금. 지금 꼼짝도 안 해요. 이게 어떻게 된 거죠?
어떻게 이거 졌습니다.
지금 타요 선생님께서는 손을 놓으셨고, 네.
제가 할 수 있는 게 없어요.
지금 굉장히 표정이 밝으신데? 네, 지금 타요를 지금 무참히 밟고 있어요. 굉장히 기분 좋아 보이시는데 타요 지금 손을 내고 자, 이제 끝이 날 것 같아요. 네.
샷 한 번 더 하면 안 될까요?
안 됩니다. 네. 그대로 나와주시면 되겠습니다. 이제 곧 죽네요. 네.
제발.
이제 죽어요. 네, 죽었습니다. 와, 축하드립니다.
축하드립니다.
앞서 한번 하시죠. 네.
네, 제 축하드립니다.
네, 좋습니다. 자, 그러면 제가 왜 이기셨다고 생각을 하세요?
제 운이 좋았던 것 같아요.
네, 제가 전달해드리겠습니다.
운이 좋았던 것 같아요.
아, 운이 좋았다. 굉장히 겸손한 말씀을 해주셨습니다.
저는 운이 없었어요. 진짜로.
아니 근데 사실 드래프트 모드는 운도 있어야 돼요.
그쵸?
네.
너무 잘해주셨어요.
네. 인터뷰 한번 하시죠. 상대에게.
일단 한수 배웠습니다.
아, 네.
저도 같은 유부남으로서.
아, 네.
네.
자, 그러면 이기셨으니까 저희가 상품을 하나만 드리는 게 아니에요.
아, 네네.
아트북과 OST 패키지.
아니면 선택할 수 있게.
네.
괜찮을 것
그럴까요?
같거든요.
그럼 뭘 드리겠어요, 그러면?
혹시 뭐 갖고 싶은 상품 있으세요?
아이가 좋아할 만한 거면
뭐야, 아버님이셔 진짜.
피크닉 세트 아닌가요, 저거?
가서
맞죠?
한번 골라볼까요? 자, 뭐뭐 나왔죠? 이거 진짜 좋아할 것 같아요. 이세리아. 네, 픽셀 아트.
픽셀 아트.
네, 그리고
이세리아 픽셀 아트.
아트북 드릴까요? 아트북? 있어요. 그러면 OST
구매하셨구나.
있으세요? OST로 드리도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다.
와, 축하드립니다.
부채도 하나 주세요.
부채. 네, 부채도 하나.
네, 애기가 좋아할 것 같아서.
네네네. 축하드립니다.
아빠가 이겼어.
와.
상품이 좀 많이 남았어요.
상품이 많이 남았어요. 근데 저는 아까부터 계속 눈에 보였는데 여기 중간에 계신 여자분, 네. 아까부터 계속 쭉 이 자리를 지켜주셨거든요. 저분께 뭐 드리지? 아트북 드릴까요? 뭐 드릴까요? 아트북이요?
그럼 아트북 드리도록 하겠습니다.
있어요? 있대요.
있어요?
그러면 이제 얼마 안 남아서 한번 골라보시겠어요? 진짜 찐팬이셔. 다 있대요. 자, 피크닉 세트를 들고
축하드립니다.
가도록 하겠습니다. 지금
남은 게
네.
이제 OST,
네.
아트북, 피크닉 세트, 장패드 이렇게
자,
남아있거든요.
그러면 이제 마지막으로 나는 에픽7 여기 WCG에 오기 위해서 내가 제일 먼 곳에서 왔다. 손 한번 들어보시겠어요? 여수.
자, 여수 나왔고요.
나는 여수보다 먼 곳에서 왔다. 어디요? 서울. 난 서울보다 먼
서울
곳에서
조금
왔다.
아쉬운데?
서울보다 먼 곳.
섬 없나요,
네?
섬?
어디요? 김포공항.
근데 김포공항은 조금 아쉬운데요?
나는 김포보다 먼 곳에서 왔다.
어디에서 오셨죠?
중국이요? 중국 진짜요? 진짜요? 중국에서 왔다는데?
진짜 중국에서 오셨어요?
출장 때문에 다녀온 건 아니지.
네, 그거
그러면 여수와 중국 드리죠. 네.
좋습니다.
자, 하나하나씩 드리고 저희는 마무리 한번 지어보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 오늘 좀 상품을 많이 드리려고 올라왔는데 여러분들 좀 괜찮으셨어요? 네, 좋습니다. 자, 어떠셨어요?
이렇게 계승자분들이랑
네.
항상 이제 온라인에서만 뵙다가 이제
네.
오프라인에서 이렇게 열기와 함께
네.
같이 게임도 하고 너무 즐거운 시간이었던 것 같습니다, 오늘.
네, 좋습니다. 저희는 여기서 끝이 나지만 저희 무대 뒤에 또 뭐가 준비되어 있습니다.
네. 이제 저희 순서가 끝나고 이제 여러분들이 기다리시다. 이제 최정상급
네.
기사단들의 대결.
네.
자, 에픽7 길드워 인비테이셔널도 있으니까 여러분들
네.
많은 시청과 응원 부탁드립니다, 여러분들.
네, 좋습니다. 저희는 그럼 여기서 인사드리겠습니다. 지금까지 효짱과 타요였습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
생각됩니다. 그 주인공들 지금 함께 모셔주시죠.
And we do have the first guild on the left. It is first. And their opponent will be Kroneko, the opponent guild. The two top Korean guilds going against each other. Hello, this is J-Clap. With me, we have Samuel here. How are you doing, Samuel? Let's translate this first interview between the two top guilds from Korea. How are you doing?
I'm doing great to be at the first offline Epic 7 event with the players all here today from the top two Korean guilds.
I'm glad to be here along with you guys as well. So it seems like we're going to go through an interview with the team leader first. Let me translate this. How are you feeling? Feeling totally fine. That's Go Myang-mi, aka KJ, the Korean Jesus.
Yeah.
What do you think about the matches? I don't trust anyone in my team.
Wouldn't expect anything less from him. Very calm, cool, and collected, it looks like.
Of course, as the captain does play in the last spot, the ace. Any final words? Let's win it all, so I don't have to play. That's KJ from Guild first. And let's talk to Mirai God, the
떨리네요.
opponent.
영광스럽게 생각하고 있습니다.
And I'm very
수많은 이제 쟁쟁한 기사단이 한국에 많은데 우리가 좀 부족한
very honored to be here.
기사단인데도 불구하고 이런 자리에 참가하게 되어서 영광으로 생각합니다.
And it does feel very different being on the stage. Thank you for having us.
해줘.
Do it. Do it for me. That's the Korean meme.
Looks like both leaders don't really.
우리는 열심히 놀고 옵니다.
We are going to lay down and go slow as a turtle. Now let's jump into the match real soon, everyone. And I guess this is where we come along. This is the overview. Welcome everyone to Epic 7 GuildWar Invitational. Again, if you don't know, my name's G-Clef. With me we have Samuel on stage for the global side. The rules, we have to go over the rules. Rules 77, King of the Hill. If you never lose, technically, we might just play 7 games and be done with the Invitational. What do you think about the format?
It's pretty fun. Where we're going one by one. I think with the accumulating global bans as well, we might see a lot of units that aren't really played in the current meta be able to be played.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We might just have, and not just the 3 pre-bans on both sides. We actually have one ban coming through, like a global ban after match. We will try to explain that later. So that's going to be one of the big rules happening here. Whenever there's a game after that, there will be another global ban added. So we might, towards the end, it depends on how many games we actually play, we might actually have to have up to like 13 total bans, including the pre-bans on both sides. So it's going to be somewhat of a wild format. We might go back to like 2018 Epic 7.
We might see some very old units come out that we saw a long time ago, right? So I'm excited for the format as well.
Yeah, I think that can totally happen and come out in the later games if we actually get that far. But there's also the other side. So winner, 7 million, not dollars, 7 million won. That's going to be about $7,000 or slightly less in USD. So here is the overall roster. for both teams. Gomyangmi, aka we mentioned again, KJ, Gomteng, Black Bear, Crowny, Mr. Shrimp, Angel, Seiren for first. And on the other side, Kuroneko, Miragot, Sarah Jill, Wonka, Crush, Sarsar, Summer, Ravi. Do you know any of these guys? Do you remember any of these guys from the RTA?
Everyone knows Gomyangmi, known as KJ or Korean Jesus. I've actually met a lot of these players in RTA, and I have to say these players really have their drafts down.
Yeah, they do. They certainly have a lot of play style, and because they go against each other and they do go against each other often, they know what they play, they know what they select, they know what their drafting style is also like. So we do have Twitch drops event. Yeah, as long as you're watching Epic 7, you can get more drops, 3 leaves, and one of those charms, and offline event for those global viewers. I got one. You've got one, I'll be honest. I want to get more, but I only got one.
I mean, that's why we're here, right? We're getting the drops. Now we're leaving.
Yeah, no, not yet. I do have to get Twitch drops as well.
Yeah, true.
Got some stones, got some leaves. Yeah, all we have to do, if you're around the area, just come down. I don't think today's the only day. You can also come down tomorrow. We have a separate Epic 7 resting area, actually.
Yes.
And you can just chill there. It's actually very cool with those beanbags. And just open up the game and verify you are a Epic 7 player, and you're good to go, and they give you a coupon.
Just a reminder, this is in Busan, right? In Mexico.
Yeah, it's all the way back in Busan, so yeah, come on in. The entrance fee is only like $4. So
it's very, very cheap.
Yeah, it's very, very cheap, so don't go anywhere. So this is the, oh my,
well,
I believe
it is very skewed.
Yeah, we did take the winner's prediction ahead of time from the audience, I believe. And that's about 8-1, 8-2.
But I think it'll definitely be a lot more closer than the odds show. I think
so.
People are predicting to win, but
and because it's not like a best of 3, best of 5, it's just a single game per player. So you never know what is going to happen, which means that you can just cleave and cheese, do whatever you want.
You can have your best player get unlucky, get 15% in, get some dual attacks in there, he's out of there, and then suddenly your entire other roster has to play. So there's a lot of things that can happen because it is best of 1. That will make it fun, right? So I'm pretty excited for the randomness that can happen.
That is exactly, let me summarize that. That is Epic 7.
Yeah. It's not Epic 7 without, RNG.
You're totally right, of course. And we do see all the players on stage, guys.
What do you think they're talking about there? Probably what they're banning, right?
Yeah, probably. They both selected who's going first.
Yes.
And after the game is over, they will select the second player who's going to be playing against the one who already won. So we'll have some time in the middle to actually talk about the bans and the games and so on. And we do have online event. Samu, could you go through the online events?
Oh yeah, so we have a lot of online events, actually 5. So the first one is going to be a sharing event. All you guys have to do to participate is actually share the event, which is going to be at World Cyber Games 2023, right, Busan, on social media.
Yeah.
Also have the Find the Roulette event. Click on the roulette button, hit it on the webpage of the World Cyber Games. And we also have a quiz event, so you want to guess the answer for the quiz every single day. And there were 2 other events that you guys saw on your screen here. Couldn't talk fast enough, sorry guys.
That's okay, you can go back, and as long as you go on the website, it's all there.
It's all there
in the event tab.
Yeah.
And I tried it once, and I think I got the quiz wrong, but we'll see as we go through. Oh, intense music, which means that we're ready for the first game, I think.
There's going to be a lot of nerves because a lot of these players probably have never played offline, right?
Very likely. This is the first offline event in Korea. Let's go with the first match of the GuildWar Invitational. We have Black Bear on the left side for first, and we have Sarsar for Kuroneko.
Correct.
Okay, let's see no global bans yet because they did not Oh!
Yes, and we're having 3 bans on each side. So we see Conquerilius and Lua from both players, and then we have Payra from the left and Briarwitch on the right. Right away we see Last Rider Crow, who is a very, very prominent pick in the current meta. And wow, these guys are drafting
quick responses.
So fast.
Politica, along with Adin.
Yeah, Auden, a very solid DPS.
Yes.
Also,
also some percentages in there.
There's some RNG there.
In there, out of there, so it depends.
She might get one shot, you never know.
Yeah, Sarsar, let's see.
Faith is Litica, though. picked up pretty early. Usually you see her as a response to like Meteor Calyrex and stuff like that, but she is picked up pretty early.
Very
And
early.
you respond with Destina, which is very solid soul weaver, especially if you're trying to tank down.
So Black Bear is on the left. So
Yes.
Black Bear trying to tank down and go very slow after seeing Politica, who it seems like Sarsar on the right is trying to go a little faster in terms of speed. And you do have to show a little more with the third pick.
And we do see the Meteor Calyrex, which is interesting, into the Faithless Litica. Meaning that if he doesn't have a way to stop that Faithless Litica's first turn, the Meteor Calyrex will actually get reset on his S3, making him pretty useless.
So I think it's showing confidence from the right side.
Yeah.
Sorry. I think these type of drafting is just coming out from the pre-information of
Exactly.
how they like to draft in RTA.
Black Bear is mostly going to be a turn 2 player, right? I think that is his most comfort and his most comfortable style. And we see Amelia, so this signals a very aggressive draft right away. And with LQC, wow.
We're seeing behind the stage before the broadcasting, there's a pretty big chance for LQC to come out.
Yes,
Even with
exactly.
the buff, she's even stronger nowadays.
Especially if you have the first turn secured, right?
Oh, like Karin!
Here we go. Last piece, Karin coming out.
Already.
Trying to contest that first turn, but besides Karin here, he doesn't really have a way to take the first turn.
Laika on
if it gets
top of
banned out.
that.
And then we have Laika, so yeah.
Architect. Wow, what do you think about the draft so far?
Basically,
Left, right.
if Black Bear survives the first turn, then I think he's in a good spot.
Okay.
But it's going to be pretty hard because the right side has so much damage coming out, right? And you can see the ML Karin gets banned here just to secure that first turn for the right side.
Yeah, that help from Laika is going to be very strong. So let's go ahead and get into our first round. We're starting with
takes the
Politica.
first turn here. Probably will reset the Meteor Calyrex. Could even go into the LR Corral, but see what he does. Yeah, there we go.
So this Karek will be, for now, will be kind of useless.
Yeah, and now this is where we're going to see. Does he decide to push the LQC? There we go. We're going to see some fat damage. Let's see how much this actually
Of course.
does. This is definitely going to go into the Meteor Calyrex here.
And if it kills.
Oh, that hits super hard. And that's a 30K.
30K off the board.
And Blackbird does not look happy.
Not at all.
Oh, it's a pretty tanky.
Yeah, 11K out
by the way.
But
Now
still
the
the
question
damage
is, what
is
does he
there.
do? He's just going to S3 here and proc Audin's counter attack, right? If he misses.
Not even
Oh, he actually goes for the
try.
S1 for the speed buff. Okay.
It's a little too late.
Yeah.
I think could not survive the damage. I mean, 30K. What other unit can survive a 30K?
I mean, Destina gets the revive here, but what do you do after that, right?
I think Black Bear has something in his mind. Let's see. SNA will always do some damage, but without the buff, not right now. Not right now.
Keep in mind, the Meteor Calyrex got reset as well, so he actually cannot even attack buff his team here. Put up immune, so.
Yep.
He's kind of just sitting there. We'll see what he decides to do. I don't think he goes into Auden here, right? You don't want to really proc that counter attack.
No, you don't want to risk that at all, as Auden will still delete a lot of those buffs and provide some extra damage. And of course, Cutting Light always coming out.
Yep. Pretty strong artifact, I'd say, huh? Ranger. Oh man, and that's the RNG. It's the start of it.
Uh-huh. See, even with that many buffs. And there's no one else that he can, Black Bear can really attack into.
Exactly. He's too scared to S3 with this.
There are that many skill nulls on top of those three. Amelia's not really going to go down easily. So Black Bear's in trouble.
He knows if he procs on his counter here.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Meteor.
But does that matter? Keep in mind, he does have a few more turns on his skills.
He will heal back up a little bit, not too much.
And this is why I was talking about picking Meteor Calyrex into Faithless Litica. It's pretty strange. Maybe he pictured it a little bit differently.
Just going to burn the souls. Of course, the skill null was still there on Auden, so no damage. And here comes the second.
And it will not proc the counter
Oh.
that's 10A.
Yeah, but still with that attack up now, Auden will do more damage. Cover can do anything in this round.
basically it's a race, right? How fast can you burn through Black Bear's tanky units to get to the S10A? Otherwise, the S10A will actually start to take over soon. Black Bear's just kind of sitting, hoping that he can tank all this damage here.
Yeah, a lot of the game plan for Black Bear was actually ruined from the first 2 picks.
Yeah.
Just better homework done from the Sarsar.
Like you said, these guilds fight each other all the time. A lot of these players know each other, so they know their playstyles.
They might actually know up to the detailed point of like which unit is at what speed. Around what speed, actually. Of course, they can change the setting for the stage today.
Exactly.
But they might know the limits of how fast they can actually go for. So even if Black Bear drops that right now, I think the entire guild should be thinking about like who's going next against Sarsar. Even with Destina, S10A, I mean...
You're kind of just waiting, right?
At this moment, you can't really do much.
You're waiting for Destina's revive here, trying to get more souls.
Can Destina...
Oh,
no!
man.
Never mind. I was about to say, can Destina actually
that would
take
kind
some
of painful.
more, yeah, take some more damage and survive for like a very long time? Like Destina is somewhat tanky, but against LQC and Odin, she should be gone in the next few hits.
Exactly.
I'm guessing 2 hits. Okay, Emilia's gone, but...
None of the S10.
Ouch!
Oh, here it is. It's opened
God,
up.
It hurts! Does she have attack buff?
I don't.
Maybe, maybe not. I think it was there for 2 turns. And just
S10A.
S10A.
This pretty much seals the deal, right?
Politica. Congratulations all the Cleve players out there. Politica wins. All right, that's us. Hey, we're on camera for the first time.
It's live from Busan.
Clef here, Samuel here, and of course, Team Kuroneko will take the first game. So, from the losing team, from the losing guild, we'll also choose who's going to. Yeah, that's exactly what they're talking about right now. It's like who's going to go up next.
Yes.
And also,
and what they want to ban, right?
Exactly.
There's a global ban that will be in place.
Uh-huh.
So it'll persist through all of the matches.
What would you ban? Politica?
Honestly,
Odin?
It looks like that they really have a high priority on Meteor Coward as a guild because their first player just picked it into the Politica, right? So if you want to pick Meteor Coward like that pretty freely, you have to worry about the Politica pick from this other guy because he looks pretty strong with Politica. It looks very fast and it actually hits very hard.
Yeah,
it's like
so
a damage Politica
for like Odin or LQC, you have to think about the ban because once you choose the global ban, it will stick forever until the end of the match. So you have to think about your own team as well. So you might actually want to like snipe ban like the Politica. And ask all your teammates, anyone playing Politica today?
Exactly. I don't think Odin will get banned though because usually everyone has Odin built, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Odin is pretty common, pretty common. And Odin's not like a game changer. Of course, Odin does a lot of damage, and Odin is pretty cool.
Yep.
But there are a lot more ban potential, not just Odin. So, hey guys, this is the cool stage that we have on the side of WCG 2023. Busan here.
Yeah, everything behind us is real. It's not a green screen, guys. There's so many
No
people.
green screen, no blue screen. It's real. The stage is huge. It's gigantic.
So many people today.
Yeah, we can have like hundreds of people on stage. It's huge. I'm very happy to be here, of course, with Samuel. He traveled from Daegu, not too far away.
Yeah, 1 hour or so. I was also in
3
area in
hours.
Korea, so yeah, you came from Seoul, right? Just to participate.
Yeah,
in
all
this
the
event.
way from Seoul, and it's a cool place. Busan, it's pretty wild. Lots of great seafood, and I literally waited for this Epic 7 for a pretty long time here now.
This has been planned for a while, right? It's been a couple of months. It's pretty a big milestone because it is the first event where players
Yeah,
get
it is
played
also the
offline.
first invitational format. Guild invitational format. Maybe more guilds might be thinking about this format in the future.
Maybe we'll visit global.
That'll be wild if they have some other servers going against each other.
Exactly.
Or guilds from in the same like global guilds going against each other, Asian guilds going against each other.
That will be extremely fun.
And then we'll get the first place from all the servers and go against each other again. That will be like another global event. That could totally be possible. Of course, I'm theory crafting.
There's a lot of possibilities, right?
Uh-huh.
I think for me personally, I would love to see more kind of like things rather than Epic 7 World Championship, which by the way is great, but having these other smaller events leading up to it, I think is very good for Epic 7. Just builds a lot of hype, A lot of people get more excited about the game, and it just gives you more incentive, right, to actually participate in PvP and stuff like that. If there's just more events around it, so.
Yeah, I wish we have a lot more offline events all over the world and give more coupons to everyone.
You really like those coupons?
I do. I pulled a few Lethe, but I need more Sky Stones. Especially Landy's coming out, so
exactly.
Everyone's been gathering that Mystic too.
Next time is an Epic 7 event, guys. Come out. They give out so much stuff here, like it's crazy. We were sitting on the sides. We were kind of like, should we?
Yeah. They also saw during stream they had like diaries, like OSC packages, Arky, of course.
Exactly. For anyone who came late, they gave out so much merch that's worth so much, which you can also get on the Stove store.
We were raising our hands off to the side, but they never called us. They never called us. For some of the packages, they had like 3,800 Sky Stones and all that.
Yeah, I wanted those Sky Stones.
You're not getting it.
Like one of the questions was like, who's the unit coming out? The Moonlight unit coming out on the 3rd of August. I was like, please.
When's the first date of E7 WC?
August
2023.
12th.
You're right, but you don't get anything from me.
I don't get a prize? That was one of the questions too.
You get a free hug from me after the broadcast.
Okay.
I don't know if you want it or not.
No, I love hugs. Maybe not from me. I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm going to be kind of sweaty after it, so maybe not. But it's pretty cool to have an offline event. I think it's actually like the first time that we actually have it here with all the players. And some of them actually might be kind of nervous on stage. Like this many people, like literally hundreds of fans in front and on a huge stage, and most of them, of course, played online all the time from the Guild Wars, but actual Guild War here on stage.
Just to put it into perspective, guys, I know a lot of you guys probably play World Arena, even Guild Wars, right? You guys are playing, you guys get kind of nervous. You don't want to lose your Guild Wars. You don't want to troll your guild. You don't want to lose ranking in World Arena in your bed while you're like super comfortable.
Especially because everyone can watch your result and say, you lost with this?
Imagine coming from a different city.
And then just on guild chat, you're like, oh, RNG.
RNG. Yeah, but now imagine coming from a different city and playing in front of hundreds. I'd say it's almost more than 1,000 people here. And then you're also playing on stream, right? And it's offline, so there's not really you being in your bed, comfortable, being able to think about anything, you know? So.
Yeah, and even not just in the draft, and even in game, you would make if you're like in your house in your comfortable room, that you don't really make that mistake. But on the stage, your brain just does not function the same way.
Exactly.
With that many lights, with like the
it's very different.
It is very different, very, very, very different. Especially if it's your first time.
Exactly.
So there might be a lot of mistakes, but hopefully not that many. This is the first offline, and also as just because we have some more time, the World Finals for the World Championship, the Grand Final will also be offline happening. So that will be, I guess,
also be streamed as well. So
a similar stage. Are you coming?
Yeah, of course.
There will be more Sky Stones, I think.
Oh, I'm definitely going. I'll be the first one there.
I'm not sure, but if they don't have the coupons, I'll buy you coffee.
I want my Sky Stones.
I think with that music, I think we're ready to go to our second match. Let's see who the second player from first is going to be.
Yeah, let's also see what they decide to ban, right? We have that global ban also coming in. And here's Crowny.
Crowny! Well, a lot of our audience said 80%, 79% predicted that Team First is actually going to win. But, well, Kroneko already has a first one on the board.
Yeah, I think Crowny really loves his Zio, I've heard. Looking backstage and seeing what he likes to pick, so we'll see what he decides to pick, because he does have that first pick here as well. And the Flitica actually does get banned here in the pre-ban. So the pre-bans will switch every game, guys. There's only going to be a global ban that will stay.
What was a global ban? I must have missed it.
I don't think they said.
Okay. We'll try to get an update, guys, as we're going to go through this many games in the future. Benimaru? No, right?
And you guys can see Crowny's Zio did get banned, and he looks like he's resorting to his Laika, who's a very similar speed contester with the LR Crowd, which is probably the best knight in the meta, one of the best.
Yeah, certainly very a nice stable. first pick material right now in this meta.
So he mitigates AoE damage. He does a lot of AoE damage, which is very good because, you know, last season, 2 seasons ago, S10A was always around, and there wasn't really a way to deal with her very reliably without like Delian.
And it's, at that moment, Last Fire Crowd got the big buff.
Exactly, you got a huge buff as well on his cooldown, right?
Oh, and you were just talking about this lady.
Oh, it's Shuna. I actually love Shuna so much. She's like a cleanser debuffer built in one, and I think ever since her buffs and her exclusive equipment, she's become a lot more reliable.
Yeah, that
as a
sleeve is
debuffer.
kind of painful, but I don't have her full mullet, so.
Yeah.
We'll see. Along with what? Sililius, Shuna, wow, going
Oh, and
very
look, yeah.
slow and tanky.
Yeah, usually you see this as well, right? When both teams decide, or both players decide to play standard, you will usually see the LR Crow and the Arrowell trade-off. It really depends on your preference, to be honest. And it looks like we saw that trade-off right here. And as you guys can see, Meteor Coward and Spectre Snare, this time with Faithless Lidica off the table. So we'll actually get to see him actually press his buttons here, hopefully.
And Roy Mustang.
Very solid pick into Spectre Snare nowadays.
For that snap, for some flame power along with Vivian.
And you do see the second AoE damage dealer here in SSV, Sylvan Sage Vivian, to deal with his Spectre Snare.
Yeah, having that AoE damage certainly helps getting down that Tenebria.
If you only pick one and they get banned, you already know what's happening. Spectre Tenebria is knocking on your doorstep.
Yeah, but it depends. Can Spectre Tenebria can actually get? We should actually do a lot of work this
Pirate
time.
Captain Flam. And it's gone.
Be immediately banned.
Usually this happens though, right? Very strong in standard drafts because of her CC lock.
Yeah, with that. Let's go with round 2, starting with Laika on the left.
Ooh, and the Laika does outspeed the Conquer Lilius here. Now let's see if he actually goes for the sleep, and he does. See if he gets unlucky here. He does sleep only Conquer Lilius, but honestly, that is probably the most important one to sleep here. Stop that Vigor buff.
Got that sleep, Sililius all the way back. Now with...
Let's see if he goes for the attack buff and overlaps. No, he goes into the Vivian.
Yeah, reset.
Good choice.
Just going for the strip, and it did work.
Yeah.
So here comes the real last rider Crow.
27k HP, so pretty fat damage will come in here.
That is stacked, and some great shields coming through. So this Vivian essentially will be as powerful.
Gets mitigated pretty easily.
Doesn't even get the barriers out.
Probably going to the... Yeah, it does go into Confluence. Hopefully it's done. Yes.
Oh, that Sililius is pretty much locked for the first few turns.
Exactly. Stopping that Vigor buff is super important here.
And another strip for the stun, and it does go in.
That is huge as well.
And there's Roy Mustang.
Wow. With that crit damage buff from Vivian here, it does one-shot the Laika, which is to be expected. She's pretty squishy, right? She was very fast.
Yeah, and Roy also had, I think, 7.7 k HP.
Yeah, because of his passive, he does take super little damage, so he can actually build in full damage stick, and pops off.
And that's what Sarsar wants to have. So far, okay, but okay, S10 does have that attack buff for a few turns. And here she is.
Now he's kind of on a timer. Crowny's kind of on a timer. He kind of really has to deal with this Roy Mustang before he actually gets his S3 off. Because the S10A will get one shot. We're at least very close to getting one shot.
Yeah, without the barriers. Still through that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just don't know
the
how
escort, it's really hard to delete anything right now.
Exactly.
For Crowny.
Keep in mind, like, Sylvan Sage Vivian super tanky with her S2, usually on Shaddy as well, with the barrier. So it's going to be very hard to actually break through this tanky front line, even break through the damage dealers, because they all have built-in damage mitigation.
Yeah, on top of that, they have Vigor for extra defense.
Exactly.
So Crowny certainly having a tough time breaking through. Did a lot of damage, but the effort go through Arwell plus Sililius, and then later. Vivian, okay, barely survives. What else can you do? There's attack down now onto the other two.
Does get the attack down on Roy. Pretty important here, because his S3 turn is coming up with the full fighting spirit. Oh, dual attack. Oh, from the S10A.
Oh!
The Chatty's actually on the Roy Mustang.
Oh!
Yeah, both these units can use Chatty. I was kind of wondering which one would be on it, but it looks like Roy Mustang has the Chatty. That's actually very lucky dual attack. That could have changed the battle here.
But it still doesn't seem enough.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Vivian has 5 stacks of that passive.
Yeah.
70% damage reduction.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to get all those.
You have to
stacks
burn
down.
through all those stacks.
Yeah, even before that, I think Roy can just.
And there it is.
And that just cleans. Wow. Crowny struggling to survive, trying to get at least one down with the soul, but just taps out of the game. That's 2-0-4.
Starstar's just
That's
bleeding out
2-0 for Kroneko. Wow.
Starstar took down 2 players by himself. That's a pretty good start, I'd
Yeah,
say.
look at the smiles on the teammates. Like, wow, I might not even have to play today.
Yeah, just free free prizes, right?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, look, he looks locked in, which is what you want to do, right? At an event like this.
Oh, dude, team first. It seems like we might be on camera for a long time, guys. They're
there's
busy
a lot of
talking.
thinking.
Like, who wants to go? Because I think Ace has to go last, and I think that's KJ. So
Yes.
everything else can be changed, but except for the Ace player, who has to play last.
Exactly.
And
but guys, if we do see KJ play today, he is amazing. He does have the potential to take everyone down.
oh, really? So are we
I
going
think
to go
so.
all the way to KJ and then?
I hope so. I really want to
he
see
might
it.
be able to beat everyone else. Oh, there's a potential.
KJ
And-
is very strong player.
Yeah, KJ is the captain and the ace. From the other side, Miragod is
Also
the
a very
captain.
strong player.
Yeah, but ace, it's Sarah Jail. So
Yeah.
Sarah Jail will be playing last for Kroneko. But there might be a chance that they might.
Best of one.
Yeah,
All you
it's
need is
best of one.
one lucky dual attack and don't go down here.
Oh, that one lucky little pack was not enough.
Yeah.
Not quite enough
Maybe
there.
you need 2, 3.
Well, that's 0.03 times 0.3 is 0.3 times 0.03.
As you can see, Starstar did take down 2 people, Black Bear and Crowny taken down here. And
Yeah,
it's gonna be
Sarsar, his ID means go easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, go easy, but he's not taking it easy.
Yeah, maybe he's trying. His nickname is referring to his opponent, what they say to him. You know?
Aha.
That's what I think it is at this point.
And actually, I'm getting some updates here. Oh, yeah, the global ban, I think, was actually Auden.
It was Auden. That
Yeah,
is
Savior Auden.
very interesting.
Savior Auden was the first global ban. So when we get the update for the second ban, we'll let you guys know. So Auden is not available for the entire
From
match
now on.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting because usually everyone has Auden built, right? Usually I would have expected the first few global bans to be like target bans against very problematic units.
I'm not sure if you can go in game right now and take all the gears off of
Yeah,
Auden and just put the
Yeah,
best
I don't-
gears
I don't
on
think you
the
can.
other. Yeah, I don't think you can. I don't think
Yeah, I
you
don't think you
literally
can.
have enough time physically on stage right now.
That would be funny though. Can you imagine? Global ban happens. Oh, let me move all my gear. Someone else.
All the gears,
Yeah.
all the best gears to someone else, and maybe they are actually handling it, but we'll see. So far, global ban for the first is going to be Savior Auden. We did not get the second one yet.
Second one should be interesting here. I don't know what they will decide to ban because Starstar looked like all 4 of those units in the second match. They looked like all to be big problems, right?
You can't bet Vivian. Maybe Arwell or Cecilius off the top.
I
as
think
a
it might be
global ban?
Celius.
Yeah. If
Looks
you
like
have
the game
that,
is
yeah,
starting
looks
here.
like the third game is underway. Round 3, everyone, between the two teams. And here we go. We have Seiren from first.
Now,
will Sarsar go down? Yeah.
Very interestingly, we haven't seen Apoc Ravi yet.
Yeah, the
And
global
Apoc-
ban hero.
Oh, here we go.
Here, Angelica.
Interesting.
Interesting is what Samuel said.
I think
And the pre-bans.
Ooh, we see this guy's very scared of speed openers. Looks like bans out the Ran, Hera, and Zio.
Yeah, no Zio, no Amid, no Lua.
Actually, all 6 of those units are all openers, guys.
Yeah, so it seems like both teams trying to go a little
Tankier, right? You want to play it a
Yeah.
little safer, and it makes sense, right? They're probably a little more nervous since they're playing offline here, so you want to play a little bit more standard.
But it's just it's just a single game. I thought we'll see a lot more cleave.
Yeah, just
honestly,
get it over
with
with.
with everything
Yeah.
open. Because it is actually 3 pre-bans on both. So if it was 2, maybe you can risk it and try it. But the opponent will get 3 at least.
The second global ban was Angel of Light, right?
Yeah, Angel of Light, yes.
So the first ban was Auden. So we saw 2 units that are pretty good against Cleave ban dust. Maybe we'll see, as more anti-Cleave units get banned, we'll see Cleave come out, right? Some more faster speed demons trying to pick their units here. Oh, we have a new Ocean Breeze Luca now.
Oh man,
I'm very excited for this, yeah.
Some ice cream truck coming through.
Exactly.
I'm ready.
And depending on how she's speed tuned, she can actually be not that bad into Meteor Cowrick here. If Meteor Cowrick uses his S3 first, and then Ocean Breeze Luluka actually cuts, and then uses her S3, she can strip the buffs, put the silence on, right?
And also ice cream buff.
Ice cream buff, pretty good.
it actually saves me sometimes.
It's actually very good,
Yeah,
right?
it does, it does.
You know, when I first looked at it, I was like 20% health, that's nothing. And then you actually play with it.
No, it
it's
actually
pretty
works. It actually works. It sometimes keeps some of my units saved. Oh!
We finally see APOC Ravi, so... Ooh, Roy Mustang.
Oh,
now,
from the other side this time.
Now, usually you see Roy as a pick into Spectre Tenebria and units like that. It looks like he's just picking him out, right? He must have him really geared, right? To be this confident picking him here.
It must be. Maybe potential steal away from Sarsar on the right.
Exactly. Sarsar also picked the Charlotte here, which is pretty interesting against LR Crow. LR Crow will be constantly resetting that S3 cooldown. After his buff, it accelerates now with AoE attacks onto him, right? So.
Yep, and with the Last Rider, you do have some thinkiness on your team, so thinking about S10A.
Yes. Definitely want to pick another damage dealer here.
Yes, you do. So locked in.
S10A. Now, I'm not too sure if I like this pick here because Sarsar already has the Fire Charlotte, which is pretty good.
Yeah, for AoE.
The Spectre Tenebria. And he could just pick another one here, right? Like, here we go, Sylvan Sage, Vivian, as we saw last match. Now, maybe Sayon is thinking that the LR Crow's mitigation from his S2 and the Aureus and also the cooldown reset can actually offset the fact that Charlotte is against his Spectre Tenebria. But we'll actually see how that fares for him.
Maybe he's thinking that it's enough with Luluka to actually keep his entire team alive.
Also has the DJ Bazaar, whose healing is pretty underrated, right, with his S1.
It's not too much.
And he's pretty good. it's not too much, but it is underrated.
Oh yes, and Roy, gone, Vivian gone.
Sylvan Sage Vivian is gone here.
Yeah, now it'll be up to Bazaar and S10 to do the damage. Bazaar to push the entire team up. But Sarsar has a pretty balanced team though.
Yeah, a lot of barriers, but we do have DJ Bazaar to actually invert those barriers, right? Put the debuffs on, so we'll see how this turns out. DJ Bazaar does take the first turn here.
Of course, on the right, we don't really have any fast opener from Sarsar. I might want to wait until later barriers.
Want to wait on the S3 so he doesn't get it stripped off. To the LR
get
Crow.
the barrier conversion.
You'll probably just go into the LR Crow, right? You want to stack those injuries on LR Crow early, so his S3 doesn't hit as hard, because LR Crow's S3 actually hits really hard, especially you have 27k health on him, as you saw.
Yeah, that's why Sarsar wants to have that early barrier to eliminate that much damage.
Basically, they're just in a standoff here, trading blows, seeing who will act first. We do have the Soul Burn S3 from the LR Crowd here. He shouldn't do too much, I'd assume, with the escort buff on Arrowell and that barrier.
Yeah, with the Soul Burn, let's skill cooldown.
He's thinking about S3ing, but keep in mind, DJ Bazaar does have his S2 still. So you want to really be careful about that. Oh my! Yeah, that's not getting mitigated, I don't think.
This S10 might not survive for long.
This guy's Charlotte just dropped S10 to sub 2k. Now that is a pretty squishy S10 to be honest. Let's see if he's on lifesteal. He is not. So he has very limited time here before his S10A actually goes down.
Yeah, of course the resist should be pretty high from that auto well too. That's why there was no stun. Oh, and this crowd will be gone soon.
Let's see if he goes for the blind on the... He does.
You have to, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it'll stop it, but you have to try, right?
Yeah, unless if not, you're just going down without using it. Oh, no stun, of course. You can look for that stun from S1. Oh, there's that ice cream. But will you be able to?
Oh, it is the Charlotte's turn. I don't think she'll kill the S10 through this defense buff and this ice cream if she misses. Oh, she doesn't have a buff.
Yeah, not this time.
So we live for another day.
Yeah, but Sarsar still has a lot of time, I think.
Okay, he does have a lot of time to...
Yeah, APOC didn't even jump yet.
You can also...
Jump the script.
Ooh, it does. The stun does get resisted here.
Strip's okay, but no stun on Prowl. So not too bad for Seirin. Ah! A little lucky there.
Almost had a little incident here.
That could have been worse, I mean.
A little dual attack incident.
Well, Sarsar took one last time, so taking it okay.
Yeah, but it is quite interesting that he does not have his Spectre Tenebri on lifesteal set. Most players, if they can afford it, and they do like to play standard, they will actually keep their Spectre Tenebri on lifesteal set just so they can sustain through battles like this.
But some more healing coming through, and here comes the delivery. Lucas Rasho.
Blind does apply onto A-Robbie, which is very important. The second S3 from the Nora crowd, but keep in mind it doesn't do that much damage because of the A-Robbie applying so much injuries.
Yeah, and there was only one silence from Luluka too. And that's all.
And it's gone. Ooh, this is gonna hurt. Full
Yeah.
fighting spirit, Soulburn S3.
well.
I think she's a goner.
More wins. And yeah.
That just did her whole health pool through.
And the Soul Weaver survived. And we might see a tap out real soon. This is quite unbelievable move as Sarsar.
This guy is
First one
looking
up.
unstoppable. Like,
and he's showing different styles.
Exactly. Pulling out different carries over and over, right? We saw Seirin try to take away the Rory Mustang. And then we see Sarsar pull out the Charlotte.
And that is
Yeah,
it. Another
there we go.
victory for Team Proneko. Wow, and Seirin's gone.
Now, if you're first here, what are you thinking about after you lose 3 here in a row? I think all 3 players tried to play the same style, right? They tried to play very slow, LR Crow, you know, early picks. I think it's maybe time to change something.
Yeah, maybe it's because KJ literally said, "I don't have faith in my team."
Oh, maybe this is why?
Oh, it's all coming through. Or maybe he's looking to be a hero, like a superhero landing on top of the stage. He might be up to something.
What it is.
But still, so fun. So now, after knowing that this guy called Sarsar can play multiple different play style, what's the global ban?
Yeah, like which one? What DPS or damage deal do you ban from Sarsar's side?
Vivian.
Vivian? There was no Vivian last round.
Charlotte?
He's switching it every
Or
round. Here.
ROL, not too bad.
I think
There's still a lot
you
of
have to get
knights.
rid of the ROL.
Okay.
Whether it be a global ban or a pre-ban, the ROL is just preventing way too much damage coming in. And as you guys can see, Sarsar is taking advantage of that. He just has a lot more health to work with because of how much damage the ROL is soaking in. Even though ROL's stun didn't even land, you saw how much he was doing, right? Just by standing there menacingly with that escort buff.
I mean, still this season, ROL is still I would say 1.5 tier.
Yes.
She went down just a little bit, but still very strong on top of the list.
Yes. I think more people do prefer the LR Crow over the SC ROL in terms of just flexibility, but for pure mitigation, SC ROL is going to be your best bet. Looks like that is the name of the game right now because both players are playing standard. Looks like you kind of want more mitigation here.
Yeah, if you don't have LR crowd just like me, then ROL seems to be the answer. Or see Lilius if she's not banned from the free ban. And a few other answers always available there.
Yeah.
What's your first pick to go these days?
My first pick in RTA? I'm no RTA pro. I'm gonna get that straight.
Okay.
I'm only like Emperor, like rank 600, 700.
Only on Emperor, okay.
But I know everyone in Twitch chat is like legend, so you have to like.
Yeah, everyone.
Everyone. So exactly.
Everyone. Even though it has limits, yes.
But I personally do first pick Crow, LR Crow.
LR Crow?
Not Blue Crow, Last Rider Crow. Because I do like the flexibility, and in RTA, in World Arena at least, there's a lot more cleavers too, and I feel like LR Crow can pretty much solo cleave teams if he gets his S3 off. So pretty good pick for me.
Well, we can still have cleavers, but as soon as that Landy comes...
Yeah, well, that's being changed. It's Landy only.
Let me say goodbye to those cleavers first.
Can you imagine you're cleaving versus
Can you
ML
imagine
Landy,
you're cleaving
Bellion?
first of all, out of all things?
Yeah, who cleaves, guys? Turn 2 is how you play.
Well, everyone, it turns out. Here we go. We do have the next person up. It is going to be Mr. Shrimp.
Mr. Shrimp, and we see Conquer Lilius is the global ban here, so no more Conquer Lilius coming out.
Yep, and then C. Lilius actually global banned.
Yep.
Oh, so.
S10A banned.
And both banning Payra. Seems like Payra pre-ban is actually very standard between the two.
Yeah, I think especially for Korean players and Asian players, they really love that Payra, so we're probably going to see that pre-banned a lot here. And very fast drafting again. LR Crow into the SC Airwell trade-off, and you pick the Meteor Cowrick because he's such a good cleanser. And as you guys can see, Mr. Shrimp on the left here is looking to respond to that Meteor Cowrick with that Faithless Ludica, which we saw in Game 1. Now let's see what he follows Faithless Ludica up with here. I think you'd have to go some sort of damage dealer here.
Yeah, show one, at least one out of the two.
Unless you're super confident, have a large pool of units built, you could drop both of your damage dealers to 4 and 5.
That's exactly why Sarsar is just...
You might see like an APOC Ravi here, to be honest.
Oh, solid anchor.
Oh, we have Sharoon. Actually, I love this hero so much. This kind of stops the APOC Ravi being picked on the other side because she does such a great job at stopping. And I think he picked this here to actually have another unit to reset Meteor Cowrick's cooldowns here, which is probably one of his biggest counters, right? Just resetting the cooldowns of his S3 and S2.
Yeah, being pretty smart about the picks, as these players from First has seen the plays of Sarsar at least 3 times now, so...
Yep.
You do have to imagine it has to come out from the few or many hero pools that Sarsar does have.
Do you have your Roy Mustang gear?
Of course.
See, I might have ungeared
in the waiting room.
And now I'm going...
Ungeared.
I'm going to gear him as soon as I get home today, you know? And we do have Zio opened here. Probably not a good pick, though, into Faithless Ludica, right? She does have that Guiding Light.
The dark.
I will shape.
Oh, we do have
Violet.
Violet and Karina, the first lead VB of the tournament.
Good against evasion, right? Her Call of the Abyss deals with that very well. There's no injuries on Sarsar's side, so he doesn't really have a good way to deal with her yet. And
a double Violet potential.
Yes.
Oh, we'll see. There's 2 new... Oh, shoot. Okay, shoot.
And we have Shuna here, so...
Still a very balanced... Yeah, still a very balanced team coming out from Sarsar.
I really hope Lee doesn't get banned. I want to see her, but...
Well, some of you are saying Liti is not really the strongest on RTA.
Exactly. I think, personally, from what I've experienced, trust me, I've tried to make her work so much. She is very weak against teams that take the first turn and can shut her down that way. Or against like injury units. If you go against like an Alencia on injury set.
Oh, Liti survives and we will have her.
Oh, it's going to be super interesting.
Oh, we will see as soon as that Omen stacks to 3. But will that happen?
Question is, can he survive through the Remnant Violet? And I think he might be able to because he does have LR Crowyer to hold the Aureus.
Yeah, Mr. Shrimp, he does have the Sea Creature synergy along with his name. But here we go.
Yeah.
Round number 4. Sarsar on a winning streak.
Probably will reset the... Actually, does he go into the shooting here to stop the potential sleep on his team?
Yeah.
It might be more threatening. I think he will probably do it.
I think you do have to
There
run,
he
right?
goes.
That sleeve is...
And then he can actually stop Meteor Carrick with Sharun after the CR push here.
All right, let's have some fun.
Now, let's see if Remnant Violet decides to dodge today, because that will be the name of the game. If Remnant Violet goes down, game's pretty much decided, right?
Oh, there's a miss.
That is so much damage.
Wow, that's still a lot of damage on
I think if this S3 actually lands here onto the Remnant Violet, he might just be dead.
29k HP.
Almost definitely will silver in here, right? The
Yeah.
Omen buff is not spellable or cleansable, so. Let's see, does this hit? Does not hit.
Take care of it myself.
Yeah, but that was...
But we do get the important restrict onto the Carrick, so you can't actually push with that Warhorn, which I do believe he's on.
Yeah, freeze over, freeze
Ooh, he
over.
takes the gamble here. Even if that hit, that would 100% not kill, but I think he's trying to whittle the Remnant down.
Yeah, trying to call the Abyss from Leafy.
Oh, Meteor Carrick does take his turn, even without Warhorn. Uh-huh.
I believe the
Barrier up.
clueless is
Pretty
not
smart decision.
restricted for the likes of you.
Because Levy doesn't really scale with attack at all, right? So.
Yeah, Starfire thinking that, okay, I won 3 already, so luck must be on my side.
Ooh, it does land onto the Rylet.
A whole lot of Venoms on top. And Shuna.
And there's Shuna going with her.
Resist.
Oh, she resisted. You
fight as if you have
Oh!
That is
What
not
happened?
good for Sarsar.
Why is Shuna even here? What did she do?
She showed us pretty animations. She's sprinkling
she
some cherry blossoms for us.
Maybe the luck has run out for Sarsar.
Here we go, S3. Into the skill nully, but he gets the life steal, which is the most important thing here, right? Here, he's mostly looking for the heal. And he's full
Plus
full
4,000.
health.
Still has a lot of buffs on him.
But is it enough to stop Levy's big Kraken? I don't think so. There is no Aureus on the right side. There are no Knights.
Yeah, and if it kills, it will actually heal up the team too.
It's kind of funny because I was saying Levy's not that good in RTA for most situations, but you might see her take over here very, very soon.
Okay, some barrier.
Oh, here we go.
And that's a third stack.
26k HP on the artifact. He's gone. Lights out.
Let's see the number.
11k.
Oh, could not survive an extinction.
And I just don't think Roy is enough.
Which of my powers would you like to see?
And for solo Roy. And again, the others also took 1 stack.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, and
Sarsar is
Sarsar
tapping
taps out. And that's going to be the first win for Team First.
Yeah.
Finally, we do have...
and so no sweep today.
Someone coming strong. Yeah, no sweep, no sweep. No 7-0 at least.
Yeah.
Oh, I was getting worried. I was getting worried for a second. We did wait for a long time. We do have to have the maximum games. I actually want to see like 10 global bans.
Yeah, that would be interesting. What if you see,
10 global bans and 3-3, so it'll be like 16.
Go back to like 2020. You were saying earlier we might see like Blue Crowd come out.
Yeah, Blue Crowd,
Adventure Ross.
Green Bazaar, A-Ross.
Green Bazaar. Oh, we're going way back. What about Arby? Go back to like 2019.
Like Green Violet. And like Kise. Like these like old OP heroes back in the days. That is going to be the result. Finally, Sarsar is going to drop from Team Kuroneko. Let's see who comes up next and what kind of... So the global ban will be chosen from Kuroneko for the first time now.
It's interesting what they will decide to pick.
I think
it might be like a pick like Sharun. Now, Sharun is a good unit, but not the most common unit, right? Occasionally picked.
Only the players that who play Sharun actually has
yes, exactly.
Yeah, not bad. So
and, yeah, if Sharun can affect the match this much without a unit like Death Dealer Ray, who makes Sharun like 5 times stronger.
Oh, don't talk about DDR and Solitaria. I wish we don't.
Yeah.
I do want to go home, go back to my hotel today. So DDR, that's Solitaria combo.
Games take forever, but lethally effective.
Can we have one of the two global bands potentially the later stages?
Yeah, if they get picked, we might have to bring a pillow here because those games will last forever.
Yes. So, and also I think, sorry. After taking 3 games, he also thought, okay, I do want to take some more risk. I did my portion of the match, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's sometimes what you get. Sometimes Violet just dodges more, sometimes less.
Yeah, I think with that Violet pick, you could tell right away he was taking more risks there because, as we know, whenever you guys pick Violet, he never dodges. Right?
And so, okay, I hear that the next game is actually ready. So let's hop into our round number 5.
Very, very curious to see what the global ban is. Because we do have a new player coming in from first, right?
Kuroneko.
Or
Kuroneko,
sorry.
time. And watch it be like a leafy global ban. I hope not, but here we go.
Yeah, I hope not either.
And we'll get to see the global ban. It is Last Rider Crow. Okay, one of those top tier material gone.
There we go. Now that will make SCROL's stock go up quite a bit, right?
Yes, that will put some other Knights tier up up higher.
As you were saying earlier, SCROL, debatably like 1.5 tier if you guys don't think she's first tier or S tier or whatever. But now that LR Crow's off the table, SCROL definitely going to be the first tier pick.
Yeah, and the pre-bans, we're still keeping up with the speed. Oh, with a Bellion though. So might be thinking about some more S10A.
So Peyra and Rand, you've been seeing consistently gone almost every match, if not every match, and Lua as well. And then we also see the mid coming out pretty frequently, and now Bellion is starting to come into play.
Yeah, so 7 versus 7. So we're not even through half of this yet. As Mr. Shrimp,
I thought I'd be tired after like 4 matches, but I'm getting more excited. We're seeing
no way.
We're seeing
more
picks
global
come out.
bans, more. And you're proven wrong, Leapy. Very strong. Maybe not in RTA, but on stage, yes.
Yep. And we just went back a season. We see the Bellion pre-ban into the S10A.
Yeah,
very strong.
S10A first pick. I think it makes okay sense.
And with Leica here to protect her from any speed openers.
And
right?
it seems like last season with Politis.
Yeah. Oh, Politis comes out here.
Oh, that's right. Oh, Conqueror Lilius is actually...
She is
gone.
She's
gone.
Global banned,
gone.
yes.
Global banned, okay.
Politis for the S2 from Leica, right? And then we finally see Ikrina. Now, Ikrina was super scary last season, right? And
she is
still super scary, but I think people started to figure out how to play around her, right? You know, just don't hit that 50% threshold to proc her passive and then get your entire team exploded. Easier said than done, by the way. But
yeah, and then just delete her at once. Oh, Golden Boy.
Yeah. Ooh, A Tywin. Now, A Tywin has actually been making a good comeback this season from what I'm seeing. Just because we're seeing so many debuffs, and usually when you pick like a Meteor Cowrick, like a Shuna, you're kind of dedicating your unit into like a debuffing role only.
Okay, more control for Mr. Shrimp. And Designer Lilibad too, just to cleanse.
Exactly. You see A Tywin and Designer Lilibad both can cleanse, and both can deal a ton of damage.
Oh, Green Armin!
Ooh. That's very interesting. We have triple Knights here.
Armin can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, she actually can.
Do not underestimate her.
She's mostly used as like a cleave counter though, which is very interesting. And Ramura is a very good pick into Leica here, but looks like he's going maybe for something else.
Shoot, do it for me.
Ooh, Charlotte. Now let's see if Summer's Charlotte is the same as Sarsar's, because we saw Sarsar's Charlotte was pretty scary, right?
Yeah, the damage output was pretty insane. But
Rowana.
Oh,
interesting.
Okay.
Oh, it gets banned. Yeah, because Armin's there, right?
Yeah, Armin's there going against the.
And most likely, most people have been playing Karina and Arrowell on counter as well, so really want to stop the CR pushes.
Yeah, this will be pretty nice. I think I do have to say I like the picks from Mr. Shrimp a lot.
Yes, I think I would prefer to be on Mr. Shrimp's side here.
Okay, let's see. Still the score for the teams. 3 for Kuroneko and 1 for first.
I think the biggest difference here is going to be, is his A Tywin on high enough effectiveness to actually lock down the Karina, right?
The moment
and the sweep does land onto Armin, Karina, and SCROL. This is looking very bad from the start for Summer.
You want to try me?
Summer 727
Almost definitely going into the Politis.
for maximum control and resist.
Wow, this Politis is pretty tanky, it looks like. Which I did not expect from a triple night draft like this. Yeah, wow, very tanky. I think kind of tanky is a little bit of an understatement. This is super tanky,
It's
most
basically
likely
quadruple knights
on Abyssal.
on the right side.
Yes.
I'll begin.
Well, 4 knights, but you have Karina, right? Karina's a AoE damage dealer. Here we go with the counter back.
Shall we play?
And few more. Just look up on the other side.
Yep.
This is a big shield. Some more barrier, but let's see if that's enough later on.
Looks like a pretty tiny barrier, but keep in mind all of his units are very high health.
All right, let's go.
And the first count.
Here we go. The Armin.
She started, and once you get started, I mean, sometimes it's uncontrollable. Sometimes.
This little puppet show.
Ouch!
That's what I do.
Well, that's exactly why you
hurts.
bring designer a little bit on the table.
Those who stray from the
But
path of right
If this lands,
she is stunned.
There it is.
And Kroneko starting to take the lead slightly, once at a time.
You aren't even.
Looks like he is just going for Politis here. He doesn't want to deal with those debuffs anymore. And he misses on the last hit.
Oh, that was 50-50.
And I think he didn't know that the first hit actually missed, right? So he thought the damage was secured. But the first hit actually hit, and the second one missed.
With skills like yours.
Ooh.
Oh, just going
Go.
to the punch.
Just ripping it. Let's see if this is enough. Yeah, usually without the defense buff.
Yeah, not quite. You do need that buff on top of Karina because her
But-
damage comes from the defense.
Usually people will wait for that defense buff to proc, right? But I think in this situation, when you have Armin here countering like no tomorrow, it might be wise to use it early and try to get the damage in on the S10A.
I made it in the nick of time.
And again, still alive.
What a has-been.
There, Mr. Shrimp.
He's
Can you
considering.
keep your streak?
I think he's very scared
Why
of the
not?
Armin
Why
here.
not?
There he goes.
Okay,
now
he goes
he's,
for it.
He's gonna be praying. Both players are praying on your screen. Please counter. Please counter. Oh, and there's no counter.
Oh!
Cover me, please.
And there's a.
What are the chances? And
Oh my.
Come near.
Well. And this is what makes Epic 7 exciting.
Is that all you've got?
the best game.
Now the stun here is going to be so... Actually, no, it does land. Okay,
Oh,
good. But it does get
God.
removed right away,
Summer.
right?
You learned nothing from last time.
It's gone now, but there's still chance, I think.
He really needs to land this stun here. Mr. Shrimp needs to land this on the Armin.
How many and who?
He does,
Oh,
and
the right
Elbrus
target!
popped. And we saw the Elbrus actually popped up, so if that didn't stun,
Yeah, it could have been a counter.
he would have actually lost.
Yes. Wow.
The Armin would have taken out his A Taiwanese. Oh, and another Elbrus proc there.
I'll win for sure.
Oh, Mr. Shrimp with the control.
This feels like when I play Armin. When I'm stunned, my Elbrus always procs. When I'm not stunned, it never procs.
What about all the other times when you win with the Armin?
Oh, you don't remember those, ever.
Okay, of
Only
course.
remember when you lose, guys.
This way. Try harder.
And
Yeah,
there's
it's
some
looking,
extra damage.
it's looking rough.
Yeah, and Armin's turn is coming back soon, but it might be too late.
Not bad. This one's tough.
Souls
Yeah,
to
there
finish
it
off, and
goes.
even a +1.
Fit to kiss my
And
feet.
I don't...
I'll destroy you.
Yeah, I don't... Yeah, I mean, it's over, obviously, right? Here we go.
You want to stop now that I've
Wow,
won?
but...
Yeah, some are going down to
How about
Mr. Shrimp, the fourth player up from first, actually doing a lot of duty for the team.
I mean, Armin was carrying at the start. Then she got stunned, and then you saw all the Elbrus proc on at the wrong timings when she was locked down. And after that, it's kind of hard to win, right? When she's your main damage dealer there.
Showed exactly why A Taiwan was brought to the table here
Exactly.
from Mr. Shrimp. A Taiwan, not really, of course, certainly a hero that's not really the most common.
Exactly.
Out in RTA, out on the stage, I think that was specifically prepared for tonight's match.
A Taiwan, still scary, guys. Always can lock you down. If you do not have a cleanser, you're in for a lot of pain.
Now here's the comeback here. First, taking 2 in a row, Mr. Shrimp, keeping the streak. Now Kroneko will have to choose a third player up, and plus another global ban coming up from Kroneko. So far, the global ban guys, just to go over once again, Xavier Auden, Aola, C. Lilius, and Ella Crow are the 4 global bans. And on top of that, we'll be adding another global ban and 6 more pre-bans.
I know a ton of people were thinking, is this going to be a 7-0 sweep? And now you guys can see it's like super close.
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I'm actually so happy. I think a lot of the fans offline here and also online, everyone just happy to see more games happening. I do like an underdog story, and it was 21% to 79% for first. So
it was 21 to 79, and the 21 is winning, I believe. With Kroneko on top by 1 match.
Yes, so far they're winning a little bit, and we do have the next player up from Kroneko, I believe. This is the shot from the right side of the stage. Let me make sure. I think we have the player. I think that was Wonka from Kroneko. And if I am correct, I have seen the global ban. She starts with S.
Does she end with Hector Tenebria?
Well, that's a lot. Yes. Just to spoil it all for all, because I believe S10 was mostly picked for the left team.
Yes.
As a counter to, somewhat of a counter.
Yeah, and if you guys play RTA, you guys know how highly contested she is. Pretty much, I'd say more people have her built than Auden, who's a free 3-star, just because of you can get her at the beginning of the game now, right? With the recent change. Not recent, but a couple years ago when they changed it. And she's been a menace for the past few seasons and still is.
She's just such a strong hero for PvE, PvP. She's just everywhere. And I believe the game is ready. Let's go right into the next game.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of mind games once you get into these like global ban scenarios, right? We saw SCROL's priority go up with LR Crow gone. You're seeing Bellion pre-bans coming from the other side, which means, you know, maybe some people are thinking they're more pressured to pick SCROL, which means that they cannot pick the Spectre Tenebria, and then the other side picks it, and so on and so forth. So you can see that there's a lot of mind games going on here, especially once you start getting into 5, 6, 7 global ban heroes. And also because we have 3 pre-bans, right? It's a little different from regular RTA. There's only
3
2.
each, which makes it 6 in total.
Oh. And
was that?
We see the same Ran, Peyra. Hi guys.
Hi guys.
Ran, Peyra, Lua, and Theo.
Oh, Arwell.
Edward Elric.
Okay.
And here we go. Adventure Ross is back.
And not yet the Green Bazaar, but we do have the Jewel Bazaar.
The other Green Bazaar. That's not green, but he's still Bazaar.
Edward. Might be wanting to control with a lot more debuffs.
Did you know Bazaar's name comes from the fact that does he work in a bazaar? Does he own a bazaar? But in the story, there's like a bazaar with trade goods, and that's where you encounter Bazaar. And I never knew this until like 4 days ago when someone told me.
You just told me and like thousands of people, so we all know now. Thank you.
Pretty sure everyone knew, but I just wanted to say it.
Pretty sure everyone knew, and everyone's a legend, so.
Oh yeah, everyone's a legend too.
Yeah, everyone reads Wiki. Yeah, Solitaria is here.
Here
yes,
it is.
No, yes. Okay, do we have a mattress somewhere?
Yeah, I think we need to get some blankets, pillows. Might need to call tech real quick. But I think you're gonna see one of these banned almost for sure, unless Mr. Shrimp has a godly 5th pick, because this APOC Ravi does not want to get controlled by those units here. Now he does have 2 cleansers though. Wonka does have 2 cleansers, which is going to be very nice. 2 cleansers for his side for those debuffs coming in. But keep in mind, Kalric is a one and done cleanser, right? So if the Shuna gets banned, he can only cleanse 1 time, which might be problematic in a long fight, which APOC Ravi tends to like.
Yeah, with that many debuffs, we kind of knew that this
Bellion.
was likely to come with Edward ban in the pre-bans. Bellion for the counter.
Not too sure if I
Injury?
really like the Bellion pick here.
I think Wonka's just looking for a lot more counter from the control, right?
Yes.
But if she's stunned, then...
Exactly. Ooh, Arya. Very good pick here.
We'll be eating you up. Mr. Shrimp changing up a curveball.
Wow, and you can like Mr. Shrimp. We were talking about Sarsar having such a different playstyle every game, but you can see Mr. Shrimp just picking completely different units. Solitaria, DDR, Death Dealer Ray.
Yeah, does not go.
And we see
for-
Shuna and Arya banned out here,
Uh-huh.
so yeah, I kind of expected the Shuna ban because, like I was saying, once Meteor Calric actually cleanses, he's done with cleansing. So he will cleanse the first debuffs. Wonka will be able to cleanse the first set. But after that, what do you really do?
He's just banning one out of the two. Wonka will be just praying, saying,
Exactly.
resist, please.
And the left side units are definitely on effectiveness. Right side units are probably at 100, 130-ish max. Bellion does get stunned here.
Fun, actually.
Mr. Shrimp pretty happy about how we're starting this game now.
Yeah, and if I was Mr. Shrimp here, I'd be pretty happy with the draft so far.
I'll protect you.
Yeah, that Dealer Ray combo with Solitaria, that has been actually one of the hottest combo in the recent days.
Yup.
Can stop me.
Hottest combo that makes me very mad.
Everyone except for the ones who are playing that.
Yeah, very strong combo actually.
Yeah, Mr. Shrimp.
It's just that not a lot of people have those units. And here we go, he's ripping the S3.
And better early, because he would be wanting to shift more and more later on.
Yes.
Now that Cloud of Death, Death Dealer Ray will be able to provide some more Venoms from the teammates.
Staying away from the SC Arrowell S3 here. Probably scared of the DJ Bazaar S2. So let's see who he starts working on with his APOC Ravi.
After you.
And we have a dual attack from Calric. Actually pretty decent. Calric is pretty high value with that CR push.
Anyone except for Arwell. Oh, even Arwell I think is okay because for the strip.
Yeah, the strip is very, very nice.
Everything in Felicia
And your Billion's S3.
is under my control.
Apocalypse on everyone. Some good
Ooh, he gets
provokes.
3.
Will I do anything for you?
Actually, a lot of strips from the S1.
It also
on
looks
both
like
sides.
this Bellion is not on injury actually.
Oh, yeah.
Most likely meaning she's on counter almost like 99% of the time.
Lots of resistance. It's Solitaria time.
I made it in the nick of
And
time.
as you guys can see, the debuffs are going to land here and they're going to stay for a while now.
Plus the damage from the Venom.
This is going to really pressure Wonka here with those injuries.
Even with Escort, the Venom's actually going to do some damage as they stack.
Yeah, the biggest problem isn't even the damage, right? It's just they're lowering the damage of Wonka's units. APOC Ravi, as you guys know, with injury on her, she becomes almost useless because she can't actually do enough damage to do the revive.
This won't be an easy fight.
So target onto Bellion first.
Sometimes even I'm amazed by my own talent.
And I don't know, it's going to be very hard for Wonka here. This Bellion without injury can't pressure as hard as the...
Oh, and a stun.
Ooh.
Somewhat lucky there from that S1.
Skill.
100%.
That's skill. When it happens to me, it's skill. Or when I do it. But if it happens to me, someone does that to me.
Yeah, Mr. Shrimp having a lot of skills, I can tell.
Does go for the stun here.
The power of someone.
Because DDR's S3's up, and we know his S3 packs a huge punch, and
Oh,
it's resisted.
no! The resist from the Death Dealer Ray, Mr. Shrimp. This combo certainly walking
There it
down
is,
a
the
lot of
counter
people.
set.
That was the first. Let's see how many times we're going to see through.
Oh, the double stun.
Painful.
And this APOC Robbie went from 27k HP, I believe, to 20k already.
It is certainly stacking.
Like to see? You
Will it be enough? Here's a second.
S3 does come out.
Second strip already.
This counter's actually cycling a lot faster than I thought.
Okay, someone will wake me up when it's Frenzy 9, okay?
Frenzy 9? That early?
You'll make an
How about
excellent
here?
specimen.
Even before that,
This all
here's
runs
DDR
its
now
course.
back. It was right after the strip. Coming out from
Here we
the hand
go.
guy.
Worry not.
Gets to sleep
The
on Bellion.
doctor is here. Everything is going to be all right.
And now we have the cycle repeat once again.
I thought we saw this before.
Yeah, is this bug?
Oh, some lower HP bars.
Yeah. I think I did see this before.
We all did. Oh yeah, so, and Shrimp just still controlling. And of course with immunity we'll be having less debuffs,
Another
but
trial
still
to
in
overcome.
few turns that will still come through.
Life or death.
So this is why
Your poison.
in the Epic 7 community you see a lot of people say, be very controversial about control units like Death Dealer Ray and stuff like that.
Fun, actually.
Because when you're doing the controlling, it's so fun. You take so many turns. But if you're Wonka here on the other side, you're like, why isn't my Bellion countering, right?
Because she's stunned.
Forever.
For now, and maybe forever, and eventually
She will die to the Venoms here on this turn.
Yes, she will.
Now, APOC Ravi did a lot of work on the DJ Bazaar. He actually slowed this down a lot, so you can actually get the revive off if he actually ignores the DJ Bazaar for now. And once Bellion does go down, just has to use the S3, and he can get Bellion back alive. And she does go down here.
Yeah, the A Robbie will be coming back later.
But then you also run into the problem that your SCROL is about to die too.
Yeah, you're still controlled, and when Bellion comes back, she might just be stunned right after too.
That would be sad. That's a very sad Bellion. I think she countered once, maybe twice this game, and she's on counter set.
Yeah, she did. She countered once, and the other time she was stunned.
Oh,
the low percentages there, and the Venom. Along with the Venom, the Escort is taking, giving a lot of damage to Arwell as well.
yeah, and you're gonna start to see Meteor Cowrick and APOC Roger starting to tickle Mr. Shrimp's units.
And here's
Do you
DDP.
smell that? That's the smell of death.
That is the smell of death, and there SCROL goes.
And if, and only if,
I accept your blood as an offer.
if Wonka brings back Arwell,
Whoever gives me the best
But look how much this does. It's gonna do like no damage
build
now.
on the tallest stake.
oh, Bellion at least. Yeah, she is here.
7k damage, but Bellion, look at Bellion's health as well.
9k only on top.
That did 1k.
Oh, that was with the Soul Burn, so some more, but they already have immunity on top. So no further debuffs.
This DDR is getting tickled.
Which of my powers would you like to see? This is the pain you chose.
And yeah, if I could summarize why I hate playing against Death Dealer Ray, I think you can show this video to someone, anyone, and it'll explain why.
You have to be on point, Samu. Death Dealer Ray or Solitaria. You have to choose one out of the two.
Yes.
Pick your poison.
Still Death Dealer Ray?
The answer is yes to both.
Okay.
I hope you find it.
Death Dealer Ray or Solitaria, yes.
Oh, and A Robbie will be the rats remaining.
I'll protect you.
And you know, there's people watching that are like, oh, this game is so fun to watch.
Yeah,
and then
this
there's others
is
saying
basically
it's terrible.
This is basically death by 1,000 cuts.
Yes, exactly. Soulbird does the test damage, 7k.
7k!
And he's on Water's Origin.
An excellent specimen.
Oh man, I think we also just had the Korean voice actor for Death Dealer Ray not too long ago.
Yeah, we did. Decrease attack and gone.
And Mr. Shrimp, 3 in a row for Team First. And now we're tied, 4-4.
3-3.
3-3, yes.
So we had the 3-0 at the start, and now we're 3-3. So
yeah, Sarsar took 3. Now Mr. Shrimp on the other side, 3 in a row.
So we see 3 again, and then 3 on the other side, 6-6, and then
we
a
go
last
to Ace versus Ace.
Ace versus Ace. That would be amazing.
I would love to see that, and we might be running out of that circle in the global ban charts.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna start seeing a ton of units you haven't seen before, which is, I think this is making it so much fun.
Yeah,
you saw the A-Ross come out, right?
Can we have Arwell ban, please?
Yeah, I think if Arwell gets banned, A-Ross will go even up more in the tier, right? you have to keep in mind, with these global bans always coming out, the tier, people like to think of units in like tier lists always, especially for Epic 7. You're going to see like the tiers of units like change drastically depending on what's coming out.
And I think now, now, with this many games so far, we have a pretty good idea how things are working now.
Yeah, I think I got to go backstage to Kuroneko here and say, please ban Death Dealer Ray. Hey, if I was on Kuroneko, I would just be, guys, Death Dealer Ray, or like I'm leaving the venue right now. We must ban.
You must be banned? Okay, go now. Take off the headset, and I'll wait. Because I'm on the same page.
Yeah. I mean, the time it takes me to go back there, talk to them, and come back, it's going to be quicker than a Death Dealer Ray match. So.
Yeah, so on the screen here, we do have a lot of rounds. I think we have a next page with more rounds. So we're not done. We're actually going to be, we have 7 versus 7.
No, not even halfway done,
yeah, this was only, 3 gone from both sides. We're going all the way until the last player loses on the team. So we're
and the last player
about like 40% done.
Yeah, and keep in mind, like G Clef said, the last player is the ace, so it is technically their best player. So most likely we'll see a very, very long match or battle today, and I think it is very exciting for everyone here.
Yeah, it makes sense because by that time we should have a lot more global bans.
Yes.
So with this, we will have at least 3-4 more global bans until we get to the final ace, even if we have a really big sweep.
Yeah.
What do you think? Other than ROL, what else should be banned as a global ban?
I'm not gonna say Death Dealer Ray or Solitary again, but they should, in my opinion, or at least Death Dealer Ray. But there's a lot of units, right? I think Meteor Cowrick is a very frequent pick we saw today that has not been touched yet, even in the pre-bans, right?
Big Cleanser also buffs.
Yes. Apoc Ravi usually is a very highly contested pick as well. For the past few seasons.
She's not really banned in the pre-ban. She's not really a banned pick. Apoc Ravi is always good, solid, but it's not like a banned material.
Exactly. As you get into the higher ranks and people start having these Venom units prepared and waste the controller, you'll notice that she's a lot weaker. So I don't think we'll see her banned until the later stages of this match today.
Yeah, I think. And now maybe we can go more towards like some more cleave units and maybe bring some more like Pirate Flan, who has been post-ban.
Yes. I think Pirate Flan you'll see post-ban more so than not. I know a lot of people love using her, but they never get to use her, right? Because every time you pull her out, it's always in a good scenario where you can control the enemy side. Insta-ban. At least for me. That's like my fastest ban. I see Pirate Flan, I'm like, ban. But we'll see what they pick here.
Yeah, we'll see who the player from Kuroneko is going to be, the 4th one up. And what the global ban is also going to be. This is WCG 2023 Busan Epic 7 GuildWar Invitational. And the global ban, a Tywin.
Wow.
Yeah, Mr. Shrimp did use a Tywin.
Yes. I think every new player coming in has a certain strategy, and they're just going to global ban what will counter that strategy that the other side has used, especially when they're going on these long runs here, right? Mr. Shrimp played 3 battles. He showed a lot of cards already, so you kind of know what he has prepared, and they're kind of going to global ban according to that. Wow, tongue twister.
Yes. A Tywin, Estene, Ayola, Xavier, Adin, Sililius, and LR Crow are the global bans.
And as always, we have Zio, Rand, Peyra, and Lua, and we also have Edward Elric. So people are very scared of the first turn.
Edward. More DDR?
Actually, Edward is pretty strong right now, I'd say. A lot of people have been shifting him towards injury, which is very, very good against the meta with the HP scaling cruisers here. And first pick, Meteor Cowrick. Now, we did see early picked Meteor Cowrick countered early on into this match, into the battle here, with like Faithless Lyticas. Let's see if it comes out of it.
Picks their battles wisely.
Yeah, RL still available, Shuna. It seems like Kuroneko as a team really focusing hard on Shuna. Maybe their side of things, their review of this hero is actually much higher compared to first.
Yeah, I know when Shuna first got buffed, a lot of people thought she was the next best cleanser after Meteor Cowrick. And then after that, people kind of stopped playing her for a little bit. But we're seeing in this Guild Wars Invitational that Shuna's making a huge impact. Or at least they're prioritizing her one. And here we go with Solitaria again.
Okay, you can take your headphone off now.
Not yet. Wait until Death Dealer.
Hi, Karina. here for Mr. Shrimp, who's on a third winning streak so far.
Yep.
And on the right, it is going to be Crush, by the way.
No way we see Falconer clear
No.
here.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe
Might see
for
it
like
later.
the final game. Oh. And a far Ravi. Scrolling through.
You must think you
Oh!
Here we go, Pirate Captain Flan. Now we're seeing
Only
both
Flan.
sides reverting to like cleanse, control, like mixes here.
I like the switch though.
Yeah,
Crush.
we went from like completely standard gameplay without that much control or debuffs, and now we're going to super heavy debuffs, resets.
So Mr. Shrimp does
Another
have to respond with
Fierce Faith Lidica.
with some speed. You can't just let your opponent out control you.
Currently, most likely Faithless Lidica is the fastest unit for both sides here, so pretty big threat, because when Faithless Lidica does take the first turn, she can do a lot of damage with that S2 if there's no CR push on the enemy side, and she can also S3 with the skill nullifier is just amazing, right?
Yeah, especially with Lua, Zio, Ran, Sililius, those are all
Ooh,
banned.
straight.
With horror.
Now, most people actually build
one
him
skip through,
super fast now, right? Like 270, 280 speed
Yes.
with
Shall I
Tachi,
test my knowledge?
Benamaro's Tachi, and we have Sage Ball, the cleave killer.
More control coming out from Crush. And let's see the post bans.
Now, I think you have to ban Strays here for sure from Crush's side, and Mr. Shrimp is probably debating whether to ban the Sage Ball here. Or even, I'd even say Pirate Captain Flan is a pretty good option as well.
Yeah, Mr. Shrimp really thinking hard. And
Oh,
goes for
SCR
an
well
arrow
ban.
well. Oh, no more escort.
Also, he's going to try to kill him very, very fast.
Yeah, no Knight. Let's go through the damage and see what happens.
I actually like this.
Yeah, they're pretty squishy on the right.
I think last battle took very long, but this one should end
leave me no choice.
In
pretty quickly, or at least compared to the last one.
10 turns. Let's see. Politica, of course, starting. And Solitaria. So this Flan is actually not that fast.
Your enthusiasm is admirable.
I think most standard Flans are around like 240. You want it to be pretty tanky with effectiveness.
Mr. Shrimp trying to be safe here, pushing all the way back.
With his tank Solitaria. I know some people have been liking DPS Solitaria, damage Solitaria lately. Speed buff does land. Let's see what else. Decrease attack. Now this will be enough to actually proc Designer Lilibet's S2 here. And Karina does get slept, which is huge.
Unnatural being.
And that's what you have for.
You'll get no mercy.
Wonder what the effectiveness from that stage battle is.
Instantly rips the S3, very, very good.
Yeah, get the CR boost with that many debuffs.
And she does not push back the cooldowns because of this immunity buff here. And actually doesn't even do that much damage.
I thought she had that defense buff.
Yeah, she did.
Maybe her defense was not that high from the gears.
And S3 comes out. Let's see what. Ooh, that is big. He can even sleep the Karina once again here if he really wants to, which he will. Unless Smilegate says no.
No way! They didn't say anything. Samu, what are you talking about?
No, but it is not 100% chance rate, so you're always going to be against the odds.
How ridiculous.
He does have another chance, though.
Another?
Does land it this time. So it all balances out in the end.
And the bomb starts to land for extra stuns. And Mr. Shrimp getting controlled somewhat.
Yep. Not fun to play against, for
There's
sure.
no reason to hold
And
back.
it seems that last game was very heavy on the control side. This game's very heavy on the control side.
Yeah, go to sleep forever.
Maybe with these global bans, you're going to see a lot more of these control setups here.
Shall I test my knowledge?
Yeah, unless there are some like big resist happening on the left, I think Crush has this in his pocket.
Yeah, he's mostly waiting for the meter Karak S3, right, to cleanse himself from that sleep, wake everyone up, and take that big turn to actually swing the battle here. But until then, he's just going to be constantly sleeping, constantly
Yeah, I can imagine Resident Sleepers is happening all over the chat right now.
Yep. Crush is literally sleeping us as well at this point, so...
Okay, time to drink some more coffee.
Does get the stun on the Flan here, so that will stop one unit from getting locked up.
Still silenced from that S1.
Yeah, and then he loses the S2 passive from Karina here because she was sleeping or was stunned. Either or. And she's back to sleep.
How did these rumors start?
Maybe it's our off season. But at least Mr. Shrimp is controlling Flan, which will now be
ooh, and the stun gets cleansed, which is huge. There was a 33% chance didn't get cleansed here, but it did. Ooh, that's a... Oh, actually, it's because he's probably looking and seeing that Karak does have his S3 up, so just wants more damage into Karina. Because you do want to burst her down when that window is down here, where she can't get defense buff.
Yeah, even ripping souls, because Mr. Shrimp not looking to be controlled for further games.
Yes.
Give him hell.
And here's Flan with the boost for the entire team.
And when I said this was going to be a fast game, it was a joke.
Very
we
funny.
might be here for a while.
Very funny, Samu. Now the control's happening on the other side, but still the Libet is here to somewhat
now
help the team.
Oh, Karina is down. And that's pretty much all of Mr. Shrimp's damage, right? Because his Solitaire is on
no
the
punch
tanky build.
I can take all of you on.
His Fluidica does look to be on a damage build here, as you can see with this huge damage from the S2. So it's basically up to whether he can get the Guiding Light proc here to stay safe from the control.
How much damage can Dilibet do?
I think she
Not
can...
much from the beginning, S3.
Well, now our S3 is reset, so... And we do get the Guiding Light from the Faithless Lidica.
Oh, that defense buff is gone.
Shall I test my knowledge?
Plan. Of course, you do want to... Yeah, you can't really control it anymore. There's immunity on the left.
You know what it feels like I'm watching right now?
Mr. Shrimp!
It's like a game of tennis. They're hitting back sleeps and stuns.
You're obviously going to lose.
Can we not have Deuce?
And I don't know, like, this Guiding Light artifact is just doing so much work. This Faithless Lidica did not get hit at all.
Hey, well, how about Meteorica Warwick ban next for the global ban?
Well, Mr. Shrimp most likely will win this. And I think a Meteor Coward ban would be good. It would make Shuna a lot better, right? A lot more higher in priority.
And
But
this bounces down, just use that S3.
I personally would ban Solitaria though.
Yeah, Mr. Shrimp getting too much off of that control.
I can take all of you on.
Politica, just doing what she does best. And another skill nullifier on top. And eventually, oh, can we get the Frenzy 9?
Oh.
Not quite. Oh, I am disappointed. No Frenzy 9.
Yeah, see, by 10 turns I meant
almost there, almost there.
10 Frenzy. So.
Almost there, but no Frenzy 9 this time. And Mr. Krabs, not Mr. Krabs, Mr. Shrimp. Oh, Mr. Shrimp. Survive. The survive. No spawn. Oh,
it's the Busan wind, you know. It makes you really crave seafood. You mix up your seafood.
Maybe Clef is onto something, hinting SpongeBob.
Yeah. SpongeBob collab.
Oh. Who knows?
You get a little green little dude dropping the bucket on you. You get a crab throwing burgers. Who knows? Make it happen. That'll be pretty fun.
I have no clue, guys. I have no clue whatsoever.
It's a joke.
I'm not trying to hint
It's a joke. There's no spoilers.
It just slipped out because I'm a big Nickelodeon fan, of course. Mr. Shrimp, who can stop this guy? What do you have to ban? Solitaria? That's it?
I'm gonna say this until she gets banned. ban Solitaria or Death Dealer.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
If you ban Solitaria, I think we should be good to go, right?
Yeah, Mr.
With
Shrimp.
just DDR, things are not possible. Yeah, this is the second page now, round 7. Mr. Shrimp just handling a lot. Crush did not get to crush anyone. Just went down himself.
Yeah, Mr. Shrimp is really controlling the match today. Haha. Sorry.
Samu.
But I think he looks.
Did you drop your humor back in Daegu?
Yeah.
Before coming down to Busan.
Yeah. Actually, on the train right here, I left it on the train. So sorry. But like I was saying, I think Mr. Shrimp looks way too comfortable on these control units. They look very well built as well. Like you saw those debuffs landing onto Sage Ball on the Bastion of Hope as well.
So it seems like we will have a short break before we go into the next match. So coming up, we'll have next round in the GuildWar Invitational.
See ya.
Welcome everyone to WCG 2023 Busan Epic 7 GuildWar Invitational. I'm G-Clef. With me we have Samu.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. And so far, the games has been pretty wild, 3-4. First it was Sarsar taking 3 games in a row for Kuroneko. Now, Mr. Shrimp.
Yes, the tides have definitely turned. Mr. Shrimp has won 4 in a row, I believe,
4
right?
4 in a row, yes, 4-3 now.
Have 6 global bans into effect. 7 coming in now. So let's see what the global bans are.
So 7 global bans plus 6 free bans. So that will be 13 heroes banned.
Every game.
And
going up by 1 every game as well.
So putting more pressure onto your hero pool, certainly. And for the players playing later, they would probably thinking, okay, I'm pretty sure S10 will be banned, Last Starter Crowd will be banned. Might not even have them geared, putting those high tier gear towards the other heroes that might be available later on.
Yep.
Oh, it seems like we do have the player up from Kuroneko. After we did have Mr. Crab, Mr. Shrimp taking 1 more. Excuse me, guys. Oh, and we do have the match started, and the player will be Ravi coming out from Kuroneko.
With the APOC Ravi icon here. So I think we kind of know what his favorite unit might be.
Number 5.
And we haven't really seen a high priority on APOC Ravi. So let's see if he lives up to his name and actually prioritizes APOC Ravi here.
Let's see. We'll see more violets potentially happening. Again, a ban on Edward. So more controls coming through, guaranteed. And
Shuna banned here.
Yes, I can see that too. Karina also.
Yep, and we see the standard Lua Ran Hera trio.
So Zio is available?
If I must fight.
Yes, Zio is available. So this is, I think, one of the first games Zio has been opened. There might have been another one. But we do see the first pick, Arrowell, from Ravi. And then Mr. Shrimp is going for the second best in slot knight because Last Rider Crow is banned. And that is going to be Adventure Ross, another 3-star knight. And DJ Bazaar as well. It's a very solid CR pusher here.
And with the Cena, we're looking into a longer game.
Yes.
How about steal some Solitaria from Archimage Shadow?
Ooh, and here's Zio. He is open.
These days, Zeos are actually like above. There are some like 260, 265 Zeos nowadays.
Yes, because with the new side story event, you know, a lot of people have farmed a lot of better.
Of course,
gear.
of course.
So you have to upgrade the Zio a little bit.
I heard Samu, this player called Samu got like a 24 speed something.
I did get a 24 speed ring, but
when mine was the best from my gear was actually like 19.
Yeah, I mean, just farm more, I guess.
Okay, shots fired. Well, Mr. Shrimp, now Amelia, that's second Amelia of the day.
Pretty aggressive unit here. And the Amelia LQC duo here, very, very deadly. Will make quick work of Zio. So he's most likely looking to let the Zio through.
Yeah, and it's just to be just the tanky Zio, or there are some damage.
Yeah, there are some
Zios
damage
out there.
dealing Zios. Zio's actually capable of solo damage dealing if you have him on pretty high damage.
Who is this?
Fighter Maya comes out. Actually, I love Fighter Maya.
Actually, to be super honest, I don't actually know her skills.
Her S3 hits super, super hard. She has a cleanse on herself at the start of her turn.
Okay.
If she kills the unit with her S3, it extincts, penetrates defense. S1 has a provoke. Pretty much it. And you're most likely going to see her on Rocket Punch Gauntlet, which is probably why she's picked. Because Rocket Punch Gauntlet, as we all know from iKarina, pretty strong, right? On any defense scaling.
You're right. You're right. Thanks for that explanation. As a lot of people might have.
I'll make you
you can't
despair.
Pick Celinius though. What happens now? It's global banned.
It is global banned.
So what happens now? It's like from Interstellar.
I think there's 2 options, right?
So I think we have to do
we have to redo it
and go until Maya and then select something else, right? So you'll see us on the camera. That's exactly why the reason.
That's us.
Yeah, that's us, and this huge stage right behind us.
Yeah, actually,
with a lot of goodies given to the audience too. There were some perfumes.
Yep.
Picnic table? Not table.
There was a lot of artwork given out.
Artwork,
There was
gallery.
3,800 Skystones.
Skystones with a lot of those kokuris out there.
Yeah.
The new ones, the old ones, some mouse pad, the keyboard pads.
And there's like online rewards as well. I'm pretty sure if you go on the main website, there's a lot of events that are going on as well. So
Yes, WCG website.
make sure you guys sign up.
Yeah, make sure you do those quizzes. Maybe you may be the lucky winner.
Yeah.
Getting all those goodies. Maybe
Exactly.
not just for Epic 7. There are lots of
Yeah,
other
there's other
goodies
games
too.
here.
Yes.
I'm not going to say them, but there's a lot of popular games here. So
Yeah. Among them, of course,
Epic 7 being number one, obviously.
Up there, top-notch material overall. So we will just quickly remake the lobby, and seems like that didn't really take too long.
Yep, here we go.
And as soon as we are ready, we will go back into that game. I do hear that sound going into that draft.
And I'm pretty sure the draft will say exactly the same.
That's what I'm guessing. So the global ban added, it was Politica,
Oh,
I
it was
think.
Politica.
Oh, yes.
No, it was Fire Politica, no? I think that was Fire Politica with the skin.
We'll have to double check on
That's
that.
what
I
I
think
do.
I think it had to be Politica though.
Should we get started?
Maybe my eyes were deceiving me.
In the light's name.
It was pretty small. The icon was indeed very, very small.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Politica. Making
Politica?
Sure. Uh-huh. Making sure. And again, the same picks until Maya, I believe. And then
Not tolerate. Leave it to me.
with what?
Fighter Maya, very excited to see her though. Ooh,
A Bellion.
So we do see Zio as the sole DPS, like I mentioned, and you
Uh-huh.
mentioned as well he can do very well as the only damage dealer.
Or like Bellion having some
Yeah, and
more
I-
damage. There's a potential.
Yeah, and I guess Knights nowadays are damage dealers as well. With ML Landy coming out, that's going to be even further.
Well, technically Warriors do everything too, right?
Yeah, and I guess Soul Weavers nowadays can control as well. So, what a world we live in.
Yeah,
Learn
they
your
do have Venom.
Ooh,
And
here we
do
go.
Have Mr. Shrimps.
I actually
Leafy
love this
once
pick.
Again. Yeah, against all these beefy, heavy tank
exactly.
units.
And you know, we do see a lot more Bellions on counter nowadays rather than injury. So let's see if that's the case for Ravi as well. Now you could always just ban the Bellion here to make sure that there's no injury at all coming out from the right side.
Oh, Leafy's
Oh, and Leafy is
banned.
gone.
Post banned.
I'm sad.
And also Destina.
Destina's banned as well.
Yeah, by the way, on the other side of the stage, there's like a 30 feet Leafy.
Yeah.
Like on the wall.
Yeah. Looks pretty good, guys. Some massive reasons why. it
And
looks
here
better.
is round number 8. Let's see if
power
Mr.
of
Shrimp
the
can
chosen.
keep that streak going.
I'm really excited to see how Fighter Maya does. She does have a self cleanse, which won't really matter too much here, except for like Aros's defense break. Alright, here Zio goes into
S3 bow down before me.
into the LQC here, which probably will just get cleansed off. But he was doing it for the damage most likely, and to proc the barrier, which is very important here, because that barrier, even though it is 2 turns, which is the biggest reason why it's so good, can get stripped off very quickly by Airwell or Bellion. Just proccing it early is huge value because once battle, there's no cooldown on it. It's one and done.
Yeah, and we would also love to see the damage. Yeah, inversion.
Yep, and we're also going to see the CR push here. Most likely, and we're going to see if he goes for the LQC S3 without the attack buff. Oh, he goes for the S1. I guess he's waiting for Amelia's attack buff here to actually get his S3 off, to guarantee the kill.
Oh, here's the first
Here's the first
Elbrus.
counter.
I made it in the nick of time.
Not that much damage, so I think Robbie's relying on Zio damage mostly.
Yes. And Fighter Maya, don't counter out.
Oh, I'm yet to believe. I might be a believer after this, but we'll see, we'll see.
And that Hell Cutter is
listening, Samu.
actually still stacking here. So once this LQC gets her turn off, it's
provoke.
going to be a lot of damage.
I won't waste my breath.
Going for some extra provokes
Let's
from
see if
Bellion.
Amelia gets provoked. Probably not. She's probably on high ER. You see a lot of Amelias at like 240, 230.
And Emilia for the 11 stacks.
And yeah, it's a ticking time bomb on the left side with the LQC. She has, I think, she's going to have 11 stacks of Hell Cutter. And if you guys didn't know, Hell Cutter does boost your attack every turn you don't attack.
This disappear.
Ooh.
12 stacks.
12 stacks.
But DFI is there.
Oh boy. I don't know
Is
if
that
it's
enough? Is that enough or not?
It is, and he's on Chatty. Wow. Escort, Adamant Shield, and then the Chatty procs, right?
Yeah. DFI just 50% less damage.
You know, after that investment into the Zeo, like, how do you come back from this?
Stack another 12.
Stack another 12.
I'll protect you.
Red 3.
Somehow, some way, you still keep your team alive.
And
oh!
Well, that's a
Another
comeback.
trial to overcome.
You land the defense break and just kill him.
That was, I think, the first defense break from Aros this entire day.
Yes, not at 100%, right?
Okay.
So I've been talking about Fighter Maya.
Let me show you.
I really hope she just does something. Oh, full attack coming in. That will actually finish off the LOL. Probably didn't matter.
I'll show you what I got.
Mr. Shrimp, even with maximum Elbrus.
Rocket Punch, 2.7.
Okay, Samuel, I'm listening.
I'm
listening, Samuel.
My Fighter Maya.
Okay.
My Fighter Maya.
Okay, keep on talking.
My Fighter Maya is in my waiting room, actually. So
let's do this.
It's kind of the thing where you hype something up, hoping that it'll be a grower. Not a shower.
Not all the time, because we don't actually know all the gears for all the players.
That's true.
Sometimes even I'm amazed.
Man, an LQC.
All right, now go away.
Now I'm thinking, like, does she really need?
Ooh.
Friends is quite fun, actually.
Probably would just focus Rebellion here, right? Because the Fighter Maya can actually cleanse off the S2.
Yeah, Emilia's
gets
pretty
attacked.
fast too.
Yeah.
I'm always amazed how quickly she gets her turns.
Yeah,
And her
Magarahas.
Yeah, the cooldown's pretty low on S2 and S3 as well.
So basically all Mr. Shrimp has to do is just not hit the Fighter Maya until that defense buff goes down, just to make sure she keeps that debuff, the decrease in chance.
Hitting on the belly and also limits her counter attack.
And she's also on injury, so actually doing a lot of work this game.
There's +1, plus slightly more debuffs from the
And another S3, and Mr. Shrimp is just taking over the game.
The stage and the match, basically.
The power of the desert.
Yeah, I mean, but usually this happens, right? If you have an Amelia that doesn't really get contested or like speed-wise, and she just gets so many S2s into S3s into S2s off, like this is what's gonna happen. You're gonna see that it just gets out of control sometimes.
There's one more, but too little, too late. As Rebellion's the only one up, and
This is what, her 4th S2?
I think so. So much boost, and that wasn't that many stacks on top of LQC. So
Yeah, no crit there. So she is not 100% crit chance. Write that down, guys. Someone has to stop Mr. Shrimp.
But you can't bet LQC against the Shrimp.
The best course of action.
Yeah, Fighter Maya, guys. Who would think that she's like so strong? Like, that's crazy. Which I didn't say.
You heard from.
I say
you
she
heard
can
from the
be.
guy. You heard from the guy called Samuel, and he said it.
I always keep my word.
And Mr. Shrimp on the number 5 with Trick.
That's pretty insane.
Take down 5 in a row.
Putting his team on his back.
Yeah, just now the captain and the ace left. The ace does have to go last, so I think it's going to have to be Mira God coming out from Kroneko, the captain.
Yep.
Certainly not expected after having a 3-0. Oh, the smiles are gone.
It's like, oh man.
Oh man, what just happened? Like,
guys, the vote was what? 70 or 81 to something like that.
79 to 21.
79 to 21, and we're down 2 games.
Like, we keep on banning. It doesn't work. Ban A-Tywin, Politica, Estene.
Or maybe they're saying, you know, maybe we should actually take it seriously now. Maybe they're trying to make it fun.
Seriously, I think they haven't on a serious. They had that serious pants on for a long time now.
Yes, and it seems like whatever they actually ban against Mr. Shrimp, he just pulls out more and more picks that are designed well to deal with Kuroneko.
And the bans, and not just the pre-bans, as long as that Edward stays in the pre-ban for Mr. Shrimp, I can totally tell that he's feeling fine to go for more control. There's still solid Taria DDR combination out for him.
Yep.
A lot available.
Yeah, there's so many bans to keep track of. Wow.
And if I... Maybe when ROL is banned, things are likely going to be changing because that top tier Knight will be shifting a little more towards both sides.
Yeah, I think what we'll see from Kuroneko's side is probably less of a priority on the AROL now. It hasn't really seemed to be working. Seems to have been working here. AROS is doing perfectly fine, as you can see. And it just goes to show, you know, units that get pushed out of the meta because of what the community thinks, they're actually still fine, as you guys can see here. We're seeing AROS, who was so strong in the past, who actually isn't seeing that much play anymore in PvP. Most people just put him in their expeditions now for PvP and stuff like that. He's actually doing just as well as the SCRL here.
Yeah, you're right. I actually have some gears off of that guy.
Yeah, mine is in expedition as we speak. Because I think expedition ends tomorrow in 2 days, so if you guys haven't done them yet,
oh yes,
make sure.
It's almost the end of the month.
Just a reminder.
Yeah, also Labyrinth, if you haven't done
exactly.
your Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare. Haha.
I do have to go back and check. Thanks for reminding me too.
Yeah, Automaton Tower, stuff like that.
Yeah, Automaton Tower is easy.
Oh, I still have struggles. Not really, but just saying that to make some of you guys out there feel better.
Oh, they're all.
Oh, they're legend.
Yeah, they're all legends.
That's true.
And here now, global ban. I did get a word that our global ban starts with a Z. So.
Oh. Actually,
that's
there's
a big hint.
You know, is it Zahawk? Xeno? Xeno Fire Unit.
It seems like we need slightly more time, just a slight more time to get prepared for the next player. But we're here at WCG 2023 Busan, having a lot of fun time.
No.
Thanks for being here, Samuel.
Thank you for being with me. More fun because you're with me, so.
Yeah, we're
bromance.
We're stuck here.
Yeah.
No bromance.
No, actually, like. No, I love being here. It's super fun. I really hope, and I know they will, right? They'll definitely have more events like this because I think it's just a great way to showcase.
Yeah, I think this is
one.
I think this is the starter here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's of course a big promotion on stage, but not just as a promotion. I think this is another way of actually competing, bringing guilds, because in game we have guild wars, but
yeah, I think these team battles, like
this
world
is a
championship,
lot more entertaining.
World championships all like solo, but having like a lineup you can have.
Yeah, like a team.
Yes, and having like your ace in the back, you know, observe everything, set up the perfect way for them to win. It's just very, very fun. A lot more strategic, right? Like you see in a lot of other, you know, esports out there. So definitely a step in the right direction. And
yeah, certainly a lot of chat saying you're very, you look very good. Plus you're cute. Well, that's Samuel, ladies and gentlemen. And now I think, it might have been Kuroneko like calling for a timeout, like.
Oh, do we have timeouts?
Red button. We need a few more minutes. Like, how do we stop this guy?
Strategic timeout.
How do we stop this guy?
Mr. Shrimp. What eats shrimps?
Huh?
What eats shrimps? Mr. Shrimp. Basically everything in the ocean, no? Like fish. Summer Break Charlotte.
Any big fish.
They brought out the guy with the Lethe.
Whales.
The Lethe icon, the profile.
Oh, Leafy, yes.
He's going to eat the shrimp.
And the pre-bans.
DJ Bazaar, so yeah, definitely a good pre-ban
and the
here.
global ban was Zio, guys, just to make sure it wasn't there
Zeno.
Zio. Yeah, it wasn't Zahawk. Yeah. It wasn't registered there on the screen, but it was Zio. Just to make sure.
Let's do this.
So no Zio here and the pre-bans. Oh, actually DJ B in the pre-ban.
Yeah, and like we see it again, right? We see Kuroneko. He's the what's it called?
Oh,
SCRL. I almost spoke Korean for a second. That's crazy.
Some more speed. Potentially we skip through. Sid.
SCRL, and then Adventurosity Meteor Cowrick.
Solid picks.
I might start having to use my AROS for PvP. It's very, very strong right now. Yeah, the fatigue is catching up with me. It's hard to speak.
Yeah, with that many top tier, with a lot of crowd gone, Politica gone, a tie win.
But you can see Mr. Shrimp now, done playing risks. He's like, we're in a lead. Let's just take it slow. He's in the driver's seat. He's taken down 5 people in a row. It's up to Kuroneka's players, now their captain, to actually think of a way to take him down. I think Mr. Shrimp's not going to change pretty much anything in how he's drafting.
Yeah, and Landy calls for a Milim.
And Briarwitch.
That was basically guaranteed.
This is why usually when people pick Landy like this, if they don't have a very good supporting cast or they don't pick her 4 and 5, you want to pick her with the Milim.
Yeah, this is another reason why a lot of people are. Some people were also saying, okay, I'm actually going to just imprint my Milim onto the MO Landy when she comes. Well, yeah, I don't suggest you because she will be full Bolad also, right?
There is a chance Landy will be better than ML Landy. It is hard to say until she comes out.
Yeah, until she actually comes out.
And
we'll see.
Do you see these picks? We have Dark Corvus Acades. Dark Corvus, gonna soul burn, one-shot stuff. This fight might take like 2 hours, we don't know. With Acades to sustain him, and Destina actually, so he has 2 supports around the Landy and the Dark Corvus damage dealing duo with that arrow well to actually mitigate.
And the other hand guy.
Yep, this is Fire Cowrick. So actually, Fire Cowrick was a pick that KJ actually innovated, right? And I think he passed it down onto his guildies, and now
he did.
They all know how to use him well.
Yeah,
and of course,
Milim has to be banned.
Milim has to be banned with Landy there, and then Arrow is also gone.
Yeah, knowing that, and Double Soul Weaver along with Landy with the Dark Corvus.
Yeah, but Cowrick, I think is pretty good. Very underrated unit. As a last pick,
yeah,
he gets
still
through.
One of the fastest.
Exactly. Does a lot of damage. Penetrates defense, can silence. Cooldown pushback. There's so much he can do. And actually, this Cowrick is a bit slower. So is he effectiveness? Or is he actually full damage?
We will have to see about that.
Should we get started?
A whole lot of default.
Does strip the Guiding Light though, which is very important. Goes into Acades here. No defense break, but wow.
Okay.
I think we know the answer here. That is a damage.
Yeah, 8.5.
Full damage character. This is gonna hurt so much.
Holy crap!
Oh man.
Mr. Shrimp!
And
oh, another win!
I don't think anyone expected the full damage Cowrick. Usually he's full speed.
The captain just went down, and we're going to have the last player, the ace of the team.
One-shot Destina, Chikuwa. One-shot Destina.
Even with elemental advantage, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, that is a very, very thick Cowrick. That guy does not split Leglade for sure. That guy is...
So we thought they banned enough against this guy called Mr. Shrimp, but no. Now that he has that red Cowrick on his own.
Yeah. He has an endless bag of tricks. He bans something, he pulls out another thing.
Who is this guy? Mr. Shrimp. You'd probably have to screenshot his Korean ID, and whenever you go into RTA when you're fighting against this guy,
just leave. Save.
Might be
save
might
your
be a
pride.
good idea. Save your time, save your electricity, save your battery.
Yeah. Because no matter what you ban, how many bans do we have now, G-Club? We have more than 10, right? A ton more than 10. I think we're seeing like 15 bans almost every game because we have those 6 pre-bans, 3 and 3
this
from
will
each
be
side.
9 global ban.
And now we're at the 9th global ban, and he still has these crazily built units that people aren't really expecting, right? I was surely surprised by that Fire Cowrick on full damage. Usually it's just a Cowrick to reset, take the first turn, do some silencing, but nope, just ending the battle right there.
Yeah, just strip
silencing the crowd.
Yeah, that only took like 3-4 turns.
Yeah, I blinked and it was over.
And we might not even see Angel or Gompeng or Gomangmi KJ from this team. Well, if Mr. Shrimp takes everything by himself, 7 in a row, I think his team should buy him some good stuff with the prize money.
Definitely.
Or at least some like extra Sky Stones or something, right? This is just unheard of.
Maybe everyone will gift him catalysts for a week in the guild tab, you know? Like, here, take it all. You carried the match, you can have it.
You get the first choice.
Yeah.
After the daily reset, you get to have the first choice of action.
I know for sure if I was part of this and I won and I did what Mr. Shrimp is doing, I would say, guys, next Ancient Inheritance, you guys clear everything. I'm just going to walk around and take every single chest.
Become the Luke Goblin?
Yeah. I mean, I did that already, to be honest.
You did that already?
I hope no one from my guild is watching, actually.
That's why I was kicked last time.
Oh, really?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I actually do. Actually spent a lot of time doing the guilds.
Yeah. And you heard, right? Ancient Inheritance, new one is coming out next.
Oh yes, it seemed like the map from the April Fools.
Yeah.
It's
here.
Not an April Fool's joke. I actually like that April Fools.
Yeah, well, it was very
I
fun.
enjoyed it a lot. It felt to me like a JRPG a long time ago.
Yeah. So I'm pretty excited. And I'm very curious what they do. They're on their last rope here. It is their ace.
But it is their ace, so
Sarah Jill.
You can trust a little more. And it's going to be Sarah Jill. And let's wait for the global ban as well. What would be potentially their final global ban plus potentially the final player coming out from
It's Death Dealer Ray. Hey, global. I said it looked like Litica. Isn't that Fire Litica, guys? That's not Faithless. That's the...
I think they just got the icon off of it.
I see.
Just to put that up there. Because I do have confirmation it is Politica.
Okay. So it is Politica.
Yeah, it is Politica, but Sarah Jail, the last player for Kuroneko, he has to survive, or this will be it.
We see Peira, Lua, once again. Ran is off the table. Will we see Ran come out finally? I think he's been banned every single game.
Nice choice. Very smart choice from Sarah Jail.
He does ban that A-Ross. He's like, we do not want to deal with that.
Oh, yeah.
True knight picks their battles wisely.
Crow cannot be picked, guys.
They were thinking LR Crow's global ban. They were thinking ban LR Crow, SCRL is the best by far. Nope, A-Ross is matching it. Now we ban A-Ross too.
Yep. No Celilius.
Yep.
And no DDR, but still Solitaria is up there.
Yeah, and she's still a very, very strong unit by herself. She also stops a lot of units from being picked, right? So she has that fighting spirit, that S2 passive, which stops fighting spirit. So like Ocean Breeze, Luca gets, countered pretty hard. Ton of units get countered pretty heavily from this. Not fighting spirit, it's the focus. Sorry.
Yeah, focus. Now, but the thing is, Edward is not banned this time, so Sergio might be thinking about some Edward potential with that many debuffs happening.
Mr. Shrimp might actually pick Gate away himself. It's a very strong standalone pick.
Yeah, that's right. Very likely, unless Sergio just
follow my lead.
Ooh, he's asking himself to get cleaved here, no?
Hey, we were talking about this when with that many global bans, we might actually see Fallen Cecilia towards the end.
Now, Fallen Cecilia is good versus cleave, but remember, with a lot of new barrier countering units released. Opsig.
But no, the Bazaar here.
DJ Bazaar. Oh yeah, he is global ban. Oh, he is pre-banned.
He's pre-banned here.
So crazy, guys. There's so many bans, left and right. But we do see that he is not cleaving, actually. He's going for the Edward Elric, which is very good in the Solitaria. And FCC, can't get provoked. And Meteor Cowric to also have a cleanser alongside the Edward. So
yeah,
still pretty standard.
Just hiding his damage, main damage source, but still got very nice, a lot of ways to cleanse, to fire back after a debuff. And potentially land some nice debuff himself as Edward. But what is Mr. Shrimp thinking now?
We'll be very, very curious here to see what he picks.
Dude, winning 7 in a row, I think.
But you never know, it started off 3-0, then it went 3-3, now 6-3, maybe it goes back to 6-6. Oh, Ikarina is going to be picked up here. It is opened.
Pretty strong.
Was banned last match.
Yeah, you can look for some defense break. And some massive damage. Once you get that, once you are under that condition.
Yeah, and whatever Mr. Shrimp picks, I'm like scared. I already know this unit's gonna be very strong. And we have
no DDR, but we have Sharoon. The other Venom.
Now people think Edward Elric is good into debuffs, which he is, but you can actually overload him with debuffs because he can only cleanse himself of one debuff every turn when he gets attacked. So actually, if you overload him with too many debuffs, he actually gets overwhelmed pretty easily. So I kind of like what Mr. Shrimp's doing here. He's going for this overload the Elric strategy. Not just giving up and staying away from the debuffs that he has.
But you already have the hand guide, Meteor Correct. Do we need an extra cleanser? I think that might be too much.
I think it is too much here. I think he does need to pick more damage.
The future buff.
LHC here. Lionheart Sermia for the Solitaria. And she also does get that effect resist buff, although it probably will not be enough. to actually stop the debuff from coming in.
And on top of that, going extra safe with more,
Destina here.
some more cleanse, some more potential.
Now the question is, if the Lionheart Sermia gets banned, can Edward solo this team?
Yeah, there might
We're gonna
not
see
be enough damage.
Miss Ice Girl here probably get banned out.
Leafy, another strong unit against these beefy units.
She will destroy this right side team.
Who would you ban if you're a Sergio?
If I was Sarah Jail here, I would ban Leafy for sure. And we see SCROL banned here, so yeah, we'll see how this turns out. No mitigation on the right side in terms of, you know, Escort, Adamant Shield, and stuff like that.
There's certainly, for Sergio, there's a lot more potential to cleanse and also to sustain against that many debuffs. With Edward, Destina.
Yep.
Will it be enough? You were saying you can get overwhelmed with that many debuffs happening. And we start with Solitaria again. And Mr. Shrimp wanting to close this match with a 7-0 on his own.
Would you like to see?
And this will force Sarah Jail to decide whether to, you know, dispel or cleanse the debuffs from the LHC here to open her up for a turn, or to save it for Sharoon's turn here. And he does decide to change it, and this Sharoon is on counter, which procs Lionheart Sermia.
Good for Sermia. She was stunned, I believe.
Now, will he? I'm pretty sure he wants to S2 the LHC here for the CR push, so Sharoon can't actually stop the LHC damage by stripping or increasing her turn cooldown. That's what we see here. Not turn cooldown. She doesn't have a turn cooldown. And here we go. This is going to be a very deciding point in the match, I think. How much does this actually do to the left side?
My turn now.
Yeah,
well,
for now, not much.
Not that much. Didn't even break the barriers here with a stealth.
I will cut your future short.
Even with that defense buff, it is through the barrier, so we do have to mind that.
Yes, the FCC barrier at the start. Very, very powerful with the Aureus.
I got you.
Here's Ikarina, the rocket punch.
Knowing Mr. Shrimp, this is probably going to hit very hard. Decently hard. No defense buff, so. And this is an injury Edward here.
No.
Ah, so Sarah Jill also looking for somewhat of a longer game, but
all I have is
extra barriers now and skill knows.
You who deviated from the natural order.
That's a whole lot of buffs on both sides.
You get the S3 coming out, meaning that Shrimp can actually S3 here freely. When her turn does come around and try to prevent Sarah Jill taking over, but does proc the LHC, which makes her which is why she's so good into the Solitaria.
So
you'll pretty much get this activation every single extra attack.
And whenever there might be a member down, there is still Destina.
But very good timing on the skill null here.
This is the pain you chose.
Your resolve is
Ooh, and she does cut. Now, Sharoon does have the ability to cut depending on how many buffs are on the enemy side here. She does get that cut off.
Come on, I'll take you all down.
And does strip the defense and effect resist, which is going to lessen Lionheart Sermia's damage by a lot.
Yeah, which mattered for this Sermia.
And even so, there is that skill nully, so it's gonna not do that much to the Ikarina.
There's nothing else that he could have done, though.
Exactly.
So might as well go for it. It add no debuff either. I mean, defense buff.
In the light's name.
Who do you go for first? Karina? Then she will have that S2. Fallen Cecilia's way too much HP.
Well, I would focus the Karina because it does not proc if it's on herself, right? 50%. But while you're focusing down Karina, just keep in mind Sharoon is going to be stacking these Venom injuries. And wow, these dual attacks are so bad for Mr. Shrimp, actually. It's just constantly proccing the Lionheart Sermia here.
She's cleansing herself.
Yeah.
No cleanse even needed. And here's the first. S3 from
Decent
Edward.
amount of injuries going on here. Does get decreased attack, which is going to stop a lot of damage coming in. And the stun lands! That is huge.
Seems like her resistance is actually either very low.
This is...
Everything's going in Serbia. Yeah,
Ooh,
even the defense break.
Oh no.
Oh, this might be it real soon.
Destina does not have the speed to actually cleanse off the Lionheart Sermia to allow her to take the turn here.
Your resolve is unbearable.
Samuel, do you smell that?
I do smell it.
Lucky Epic 7.
I do smell the 7. But we don't
And
know
the
yet.
Venom,
Radiant
there's still
light.
Destina, so we'd have to look into a longer game.
Destina's protection.
Actually popping.
Does use the S3 for the heal here.
Yeah.
Pops everyone off, but is that going to be enough?
I think Sergio might be thinking, okay, Mr. Shrimp did get slightly lucky on those debuffs.
Yes.
The second time might be the charm.
Ooh, does cleanse off the stun here.
Finally some Edward. Silence.
No stun. And this will proc the LHC. Oh, but she does have
Complete.
unbuffable.
Yeah, unbuffable on top of her.
And you lack.
And there's a punch from Karina.
Yep. And because Frenzy does not decrease defense here, yeah, you're gonna see it's gonna do.
That's a
It's gonna do a lot of
massive
damage.
punching damage.
You know, Rocket Punch Gauntlet, pretty strong artifact, especially because Frenzy doesn't really stop defense scalers, right?
Yeah, it is.
So while Bruisers gets weaker, that scale with health, defense scaling Bruisers, they don't really lose any damage. They just lose
And
health.
Destina's S3 was just used last turn.
Yeah, so that Edward is not coming back anytime soon.
And meanwhile, Mr. Shrimp's going to provide all these reds on top of their heads.
Yeah, I just don't see a way for Sarah
And
to
this
come
might be
back.
it! Sarah, the ace player, about to go down!
Does he have a heal available for the Lionheart? I don't know if it'll matter, but she's gonna die to that Venom.
Is there a cleanse from Kawari?
It's fighting time.
But and this is gonna go into
No,
Lionheart here. And there's a a dual
Oh,
attack.
and another attack!
And it will proc her again.
But that's still extra damage.
Yes.
1d7!
Yeah, Sharun is controlling this meter Cowrick.
And with extras.
And dead.
Ow!
On the Third Tilt Tenebri artifact, so you're gonna see him drop to the extra damage here. Yeah, this Cowrick doesn't even have skills up. He's getting constantly reset by the Sharun.
And Destina's skill coach should still be
He should
like,
have one more turn, I believe. Might be up now, but I'm pretty sure it's one more turn.
Yeah, I think so. Just has a Soulborn for
This is a formidable
healing there.
Yeah, but honestly, even if the revive comes out, it's like, what do you do? Like, everyone on the left side's full health. Besides FCC, but she doesn't really matter. Mr. Shrimp just... Will he actually take out 7 in a row? He takes out the entire guild.
And guys, these are players from the best players, the best 7 players from the entire guild.
Yeah, top 2 guilds in Korea.
And Mr. Shrimp just demolished Team Kuroneko by himself.
I think here is deciding whether to surrender or go for more screen time, but don't really see a way he comes back.
Yeah, Mr. Shrimp's like, get out.
I will erase them all.
But good sport, he was going for it.
Good skin, we know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not much.
Yeah, we might actually see the revive come out, but I don't know if it'll be enough here.
Oh, we'll
I
see.
know it won't be enough. Does this hit?
Let's see
How much damage does this do?
Miss, but
I will honor their wishes. A little more.
Dual attack.
Radiant light.
yeah, even better. Sergio?
Oh, it's not even up?
Yeah.
It might be one more turn, actually.
Yeah, I think it was on 3.
I glimpsed
You said it because Casina is indeed very slow.
Yes. And Justina's biggest weakness is that she doesn't cycle as fast as other Soul Weavers, such as like an Amelia or like a Tien, who was very popular a
that
couple
hit.
seasons ago. And this is gonna probably kill without any damage.
And that is going to be a Mr.
And
Shrimp
that is
1v7ing the entire guild by himself, and Team First will be the winner of the Epic 7 Guild War Invitational at WCG 2023 Busan.
That's, well, I mean, I knew Mr. Shrimp was a strong player, but I think most people were expecting KJ to do a lot of the heavy lifting today, but he doesn't even show up for any matches.
Angel, Bronya, Gomtang, Gomyang Mi was just on stage
Cheering him on,
being the cheerleader for Mr.
waiting for him
Shrimp.
to win. Yeah, they
Good
came to
job.
actually eat the dinner with them today, right?
Great job, I was on stage next to you.
But you never really know, you know. All 7 of them probably talked a lot backstage about what to ban, what to pick, how to strategize and stuff like that. So there was a lot going into it.
I'm also pretty sure they purposely prepared some different play styles so they don't get locked from like 1-2 global bans
Exactly.
from the opponent guild. And overall, it just worked a lot better for First. We thought at the beginning, okay, what's happening with Kuroneko taking 3-0? And yeah, it turns out it's actually the opposite. Yeah, it turns out the fan prediction was actually correct. The
It was.
79%.
I mean, the ratio is pretty spot on as well. 7-3, 79, 21, pretty even.
Yeah, pretty even. And that is the match result, guys. And after a very short break, we will actually have the award ceremony right after. So stick around. We'll be back with the award ceremony for the GuildWar Invitational.
Yeah, see you soon.
같이도 눈을 뗄 수 없었던 명경기 WCG 2023.
A lot of highlights, great matches happening at M7 GuildWar Invitational and WCG 2023 Busan. All the airs waiting here in the audience. Had a lot of fun watching the two guilds going against each other. A round of applause for all the players who played on stage.
자, 먼저 준우승을 차지한 팀부터 발표하도록 하겠습니다.
And the runner-up,
크로네코입니다.
Guild Kroneco.
자, 오늘 아쉽게 우승을 차지는 못했지만 우리 준우승을 차지한 크로네코에는 상금
The second
210만
place
원이 수여되도록 하겠습니다.
will have
박수로 축하해 주십시오.
2.1 million Korean won. This is about
자, 우리
slightly less than $2,000 USD.
이야기를 나눠보도록 할게요. 네, 오늘
And let's talk to, let's have some interview time with Kroneco.
게임이 생각보다 이제 되게 재밌게 흘러가서
Games were actually really fun.
아쉬웠던 점은 이제 밴이 이제 글로벌 밴이 누적되면서
And as the global bans
현장에서 준비 연습한
accumulated,
많이 준비된
all the practice game and the strategy did not really happen on the stage.
소위 말하는 이제 말둘이라고 표현을 하잖아요. 거의 출전을 하셨었는데 직접 붙어본 쉬림프 조합 어땠습니까?
And you also had to fight against Mr. Shrimp. How was he?
어떤 이야기를 하던가요?
Yeah, he was indeed very good.
너무 강하다고 똑같이 이구동.
What were the teammates saying about Mr. Shrimp? Yes, my teammates were also saying Mr. Shrimp is just a solid player.
이런 걸 좀 보완하겠다.
And if there's ever a next Guild Invitational, what are going to be like some of the future fixes?
모든 게 다 설국부터 시작됐다라고 말씀해 주셨습니다. 오늘 정말 멋진 경기를
I actually missed that. What was the ban? He said he's going to ban something. Maybe like a DDR. Oh, I think it was a Solitaria ban, actually. And everyone, another round of applause for Team Kroneco.
자, 이렇게 해서 준우승을 차지한 크로네코를 만나봤었는데요. 자,
And Kroneco was the runner-up.
너무 좋은 것 같아요. 그러다 보니까 이제 팀 동료들도 서로 간의 농담도 많이 하고 화기애애한 분위기가 아주 인상적이었던
Yeah, we could
것
still see
같습니다.
the Kroneco's team atmosphere still being okay even after that many round losses.
다시 한번 대한민국 최강의 기사단이 어딘지를
And now,
확인시켜 줬습니다. WCG
indeed, they proved to be the best Korean guild for Epic 7. On the stage, the winner, the champion, Burst.
I like their fashion.
오늘 너무나도 멋진 경기력을 선보였었고
KJ fan.
그리고 올킬이라는 시간까지 어느 것 하나 완벽하지 않은 게 없었습니다. 우리 팀 퍼스트
And having an all kill. And being the winner of the GuildWar Invitational will have 7 million Korean won to Guild First.
뭐 모든 선수들이 다 잘했습니다. 그리고 다 멋졌고요. 그 중에서도 오늘 올킬의 주인공이죠.
Of course, there were a lot of great moments from this guild, but we do want to talk to Mr. Shrimp.
이쪽으로 한번 와주세요. 예.
Certainly, you can't miss this interview.
진짜 올킬.
You had an all kill. 1v7. Did you expect this?
상대분들이 설국의 솔리타리아에 많이 준비를 안 해오신 것 같아서.
I think the opponent didn't really prepare well for Solitaria, and that was it.
오늘은 승리에 이제 기여도 설국의 솔리타리아 몇 퍼센트 정도 점수 주고 싶습니까?
What's like the percentage that?
주고 싶습니다.
와.
Yeah, you would give to Solitaria. I would give about 90% to Solitaria.
조금 위험했다. 이 순간은
Did you actually have a moment that you felt threatened from the opponent?
첫 번째 판에 수나를 상대했던 판이 기억에 남는데.
I remember the very first against Shuna.
저항을 거의 100 이상 챙겨와서 다행히 저항을 했는데.
I was able to resist a few against a few of those sleeps. But other than that, I think it was okay. And that match actually was the scariest one out of all.
우리 시청해주시고 응원해주신 시청자 여러분들, 계승자 여러분들께 한 말씀 좀 부탁드립니다.
Yeah, about a shout out to everyone watching. Thank everyone for supporting us, rooting us.
퍼스트 단원분들께도
감사하고
And of course,
그리고
everyone in our
저희
guild
큰
first.
도움을 주신 검은빛 폭풍님 감사합니다.
And
잊지 않네요.
Government P.Pool, a good friend of KJ. Have a big thanks to him for a big help. And another round of applause for Mr. Shrimp on stage.
우리 고명미 주장과 인기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 오늘 시리프의 7연승 너무나도 멋졌지만
And let's talk to KJ, the captain and the ace of the team.
솔직하게 좀 마음을 좀 여쭤볼게요.
Honestly, what do you think? You didn't even get to play because of Mr. Shrimp.
우리들 중 최약체.
Mr. Shrimp is the weakest of the team. He's the weakest player on the guild.
이게 출전을 못 해갖고 많은 팬분들이 좀 아쉬워하셨어요. 더군다나 뭐 좀 팬심으로 놀리는 분들은 아 해운대 그냥 뭐 바다 보러 갔냐 고명미 왜 안 나오냐 아쉬워하는 분들이 많았는데 그분들께도 한 말씀.
And there are a lot of fans saying, "Why isn't KJ on stage?"
HMC 때 제가 한번 제대로 보여주도록
But
하겠습니다.
I'll show you what's real during E7 World Arena Championship.
지금 여기 막 고명미 파이팅 플랜카드도 막 만들어 오신 분들이 있는데 경기를 못 나왔어요.
Some shots fired there.
팬분들께 가족인가요? 예, 모르는
Family member or just a fan in the audience for KJ?
다들 저를 보러 와주셔가지고 말이 보이는데요. 다들
I can't
고맙습니다.
speak on stage, but thank you everyone for coming out to support our guild and the team, also myself. Thank you.
WCG 2023 부산 에픽 7 길드워.
And I think wraps up. Samu, any final words before we close?
No, you know, it was really fun casting, and I learned that if you play Epic 7 you're good, you get fangirls apparently, so.
More Skystones for Samu. And thank you everyone watching back at home and also offline here. Thank you so much for the Epic 7 GuildWar Invitational, and thank you everyone for making this happen, for all the players, all the staff, and of course the Smilegate Super Creative for making this happen at WCG. 2023 was a crazy big stage. We loved it so far, and hopefully we'll be back later. And of course, E7 World Arena Championship will be happening next month. So make sure to stay tuned and keep on playing Epic 7. And until next time, see you guys later.
August 12th, guys. See you there.
세상에 없던 세상을 바꿀
sinking in this darkness. Keep on forging out this anger in me. It's the only place that I can truly be myself. There's a light to fill my void when the only thing left is the night. But it gets me up, it won't let me stop through this endless fight. So now I lay my numbing soul to fate. Better my destiny, let it take over. Fight on, it's time for avenge. I'm a different in this world with nowhere to go. I'm an avenger, pain won't let me surrender no more. Deep in my empty soul, my thoughts by the bullet of my only cause. Take me on, cause nothing else could save me now. I take you down, wait for it when we get there. I will be the end of you see. It'll be the beginning of new me. Sinking, falling into despair. All hellish down and broke through my fears. When I was lost, you found me, showed me kindness, set me free. And still, I remember, now I can hear you. When I close my eyes, I can feel your hand in mine. Now I can hear you, I can find you. Finally, I realize, for you I promise, I never forget every moment that we spent together. Promise, I hold my hand, keep together, standing on the stand high.
지금 우리 학교는
to save our home. We must travel through the gateway to find new energy.
Play or live. Busan.
And we are here. It is time, the WCG 2023 Grand Finals for Clash Royale here in Busan, South Korea. It's time to get these games on. I am Paper Thin, and joining me once again is G-Clef. My friend, I am so excited for this. This is going to be a great matchup. We've got Lucas versus Sweep. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Lucas versus Sweep, Sweep versus Lucas. It's going to be one heck of a Grand Finals, and the best thing, Paper, best of 5 in the Grand Finals, not anymore best of 3. So we'll see what happens with this matchup, because these two players, they not only played before, they actually go back in history, and they know each other so well. And let's see if Lucas can keep that sweep. He has never lost a single game yet.
It's been crazy, the run that he has been on. Really, really impressive from him. So I think we're getting ready for, you know, the kind of pre-ceremony stuff. But first, let's talk about our format. Up first is going to be, it's a best of 5. So run us through this. We had a best of 3 with some picks and bans. So it's a pretty much the same, except just a little bit different this time.
Yeah, just a little bit different, as we can actually have this one. As instead of having the 2 bans out of the 4, we will only have a single ban out of the 4, which allowing the 3 decks to be played for each player. Because best of 5, you only have to win 3 times out of all that 5.
Yeah, and of
Makes
course,
sense?
yeah, right.
Makes sense.
You guys got it. There's only 1 ban this time, not 2.
Not that hard.
That's
okay.
basically the biggest difference. So yeah, so you can see the prize pool. It's still the same. It hasn't changed, right? We know
USD,
what it is.
a lot of money. At least $10,000 guaranteed, but the champion, 13,000 plus 3,000 if you win that best of 5, and of course it's also for the honor WCG 2023 Clash Royale champion on the stage.
Right. No. I am really, really thrilled about this. You can see the run that they all have made. Ali almost got that dream run where he came through the bottom of the bracket. You know, lost in his first match, and now he's so close to getting there, but Sweep was able to beat him in the end. And I'm really, really thrilled about this. But still, Lucas, the guy to beat here, for sure.
Yeah. Sweep did go down 0-3 in the winners finals, but still it was the winners finals, so I don't think it matters as much. But still, I haven't going all the way to the top. And that's what matters. And Sweep was able to beat Ali in that losers finals, so that's why he's up in the grand final here as a best of 5. Let's see who comes out comes out as a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. We still have our online event, of course. This is nothing's changed with this, G-Clef. Still, you can go on to the website. There's a whole bunch of ways you could participate. You can see them on the screen. There's a roulette event. You could spin the wheel, maybe win some prizes. You can do a bunch of stuff here to come in and get yourself some free stuff. Like, hey, who doesn't like free stuff? I like free
online
stuff.
event, I believe it goes on for many more days, even after the offline event is actually over. So you can go ahead and do your daily quizzes, and there will be a lot available for you. So make sure to go onto that WCG website and try a lot of different events.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of fun. So, you know, the players today going to be very exciting. The events are exciting. The whole thing's just been absolutely incredible, G-Clef.
Yeah, so far. And we're finally down to the top 2 players. Let's see who comes out with a win, because we started from 8 down to 6 in day number 2, and then through the morning, now only the 2 remaining players. Let's see what kind of deck they will be bringing.
Yeah, so first up here, it's Lucas. Of course, he has been really, really good at reading his opponents, really good at setting himself up for some really powerful moments where he's able to just completely predict his opponent, like what they're going to do. What he's really done well is to pick ban stuff, I think. That's been a big part of it. Of course, he plays great too, but nearly flawless. But you know, it's going to be interesting with the best of 5, though. It is a little bit, I think, a little bit more difficult to kind of predict what your opponent's going to do.
I think he's communicating with Sweep on the other side right now, saying, okay, you've got it, right? Yeah, Sweep here on the other side. Basically, these 2 players switching a lot of decks compared to day number 1. Basically trying to figure out and doing a lot of variety in day number 1 and 2. But to talk about Sweep, who's on the screen a little more, a balloon guy.
Yeah.
Will he bring that balloon again, which he lost, and he had a miserable time against Lucas in that winner's final?
He did, dude. Yeah, Lucas just read him like a book. Now, we did see the lava balloon come out then later, and he did a really, really good. So, we get to see our ban picks this time.
We get to see the ban picks.
Oh, I'm clapping, I'm happy. All right, what do you think here, G-Clef? Give me your thoughts.
The Ram is banned, so I think Lucas got a lot of win games off of that Ram deck, which is banned now. So no more spam, but Hog Miner available with the EQ, and the other Miner with the Firecracker. Okay, Wall Breaker, that's very standard too. And the last one I think was the RG.
So it's going to be a couple pretty similar decks in a way. The Firecracker deck a little bit different because it's a Hog Rider here for sweep. So if those two face off, they both have RG decks, but the Rage here is going to be sweep's option. But then we got the Drill.
Yeah,
up in
Drill.
the top right.
And then the Balloon Lava, which he won with from the losers final, it's banned. So that's out the window. But the Drill, as you mentioned, that's going to the main key. Will that Drill, Goblin Drill, actually work against Lucas? We'll have to see. And which deck do you select first?
Right, that's the real, it's like the real rock, paper, scissors. Do you want to start with the Firecracker decks and try to get those to work? Do you want to try to, get the RG going first? You maybe want to save those for, if you lose your first match. So we are ready for our first match here. Lucas versus Sweep in the grand finals here at WCG 2023 Busan. Clash Royale, it is time. Let us get into this first game of our grand finals.
And here we go, starting off already with the Hog Rider. That's going to be the selection for a Sweep. And the Fisherman to activate the King Tower early on. So that's a big advantage now. And Lucas going to be bringing that RG that we have seen.
Yep, exactly. So we already know that, it is kind of we talked about it just a moment ago, the difference between the Firecracker decks is going to be the Hog Rider for Sweep. And, like you said, RG for sure here for Lucas. So it's going to be a lot about control here. For Lucas and, avoiding any significant damage from these Hog Riders. He's already activated the tower. That's great. And he's going to be able to keep it away a little bit, but I think it's going to get one hit. Yeah. So now he's going to set up for a big push on the left.
Sweep. So he did get a couple in here. Did not get to check all the spells along with that. So it is Fireball, okay? So RG going to have an okay time. Not too bad. Could have been even better if it was a Lightning, but we'll see. Mighty Miner onto RG. Okay, a few shots landed there too.
Yeah, there's that Lumberjack that we're going to see paired with it. Able to clean it up decently, but the log chip damage going to come through. That Mighty Miner being tracked right behind.
Yeah, and plus some more damage from the Firecracker onto that Lumberjack to the tower. And reached up. Oh, that Bomb Tower a little too late.
Oh man, and now just completely having to
it's
commit
still
to
going.
This.
Okay.
Okay, there it goes. Now it's changed targets. And Lucas very far ahead though now.
Oh my goodness, straight up, that was about 2,000.
What a push there. Set up for a big one and then on one side and then went to the other. Really smart stuff.
The Will players enjoying the stage as well. Hog Rider again on right. Got a long way to go for Sweep.
Of course, the Fisherman, that time the placement was better.
Yeah, with the Fisherman, there was nothing else dragging in the way other than the Hog Rider.
Get that Bomb Tower out a little bit early, so Lucas again, when he's got the non-evoed RG, he's setting up for bigger pushes. It's kind of interesting the way he's playing this.
Early Skeleton to distract. The Firecracker doing okay on the left, and RG has to be brought down early on. Fisherman canceling that damage, but I think Sweep is saying, I'm still okay on the left side.
Man, Lucas is handling this very, very nicely here. That Bomb Tower on the far right. The log has to be invested here because the Rage is going to be on. This is going to be
that Bomb Tower too far away!
Oh, the second one comes in just in time.
But still, the second one had to come, which means that the tower is going down for sure. And Lucas, again, will be getting that first set.
He's unbelievable, G-Cliff. He just keeps winning, man. This is just incredible. Still yet to drop a single game is Lucas. And Sweep kind of shaking his head there. I thought the start looked really good for Sweep. I thought he had a pretty good read. Yeah, the tower gets activated early, but, he still has moments where he's able to get a little bit of damage with that Hog Rider early, but the setups that Lucas is able to build were so good.
Way too powerful. I got the King Tower activated very early on, so even if Hog Rider hits one or twice, I can still eliminate to minimum damage. And on the other side, I will actually focus on my own attack with the RG. That was actually the game plan for Lucas, willing to let go of some of his minimal damage and just take out the entire tower. And yeah, they're just Sweep thinking that, okay, RG might just come towards the right side. One tile away from the left side, so extra bomb tower had to be put down, but by that time it was already too late.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, he already had invested so much, and you know the panic there at the end as he realized that first bomb tower wasn't quite where it needed to be. And yeah, again, the placement's mostly near flawless from Lucas. The only one that kind of missed a little bit was the second fisherman, actually. The first one obviously pulled into the king tower, but the second one allowed the hog to get one hit. If you do it right, you know, you can prevent that. But
yeah,
overall,
after that, it was placed right at the center, and then even placed at the center after that slow, there is a chance that Hog Rider might get a hit, so just playing it safe, Lucas also had those skeletons.
Exactly.
Just to distract and delay the path just a little bit more.
I think a little bit of a sound issue is what it looked like from Sweep. He was pointing at his headphones there, so hopefully our staff can help him out and get it resolved pretty quickly and get it all set up. But I don't know if maybe the white noise might be too loud. I don't think a lot of people realize this. They might not even be used to this, that these headphones actually have white noise coming through them.
Yeah, they're also like helicopter approved headsets. It's supposed to reduce down everything that comes, all the other noises. That they're supposed to block all the other noises so they can focus in the game. That's why they have the earphones and the headset together when they go in game.
That's right. And yeah, he's just trying to get it all squared away, trying to get it figured out. Hopefully this won't take too long here. But it is important in Clash Royale to have the sound. Like, you can hear certain things that maybe your eyes don't catch. You know, with the activations of units, they all make very specific, very detailed noises, and some of our players still chilling in the audience there, as you know, Ali and the others. You know, it's Ali's birthday again, so happy birthday in case you missed it the first time around. He wasn't able to get here to the finals, but he was so close and still came away with a third place, which was a great finish for him.
Yeah, so my real question right now is that out of the two other decks that Lucas was able to play, so we have the one that's going to be a Miner Wallbreaker, and the other was actually the Hog Rider with the Mighty Miner on Lucas's side. So out of those two decks, you would have to choose. Wallbreakers might actually feel pretty good to me when you have to play all three and win all three in this best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think no matter what, I have confidence in Lucas to just do whatever it takes to get the win. It feels like no matter what the deck is, he's got a pretty good advantage, and he seems to once again be reading his opponent pretty well. You know, having that Fisherman there against that Hog Rider, really a great advantage early to get that King Tower activated.
Okay, here's the drill coming out from Sweet.
Now Lucas is having some issues, though. I can see him kind of trying to get it figured out. I guess he'll take care of it, though. And maybe just try to get it going.
And a Golden Knight! Oh, first Golden Knight of the game, of the entire tournament.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it seemed like there was some,
I think Lucas,
some type of an issue before anything got started. Exactly. So we'll just have it quickly be remade.
Yeah, he got the ref over there before
any damage done.
Yeah, exactly. So he should be all right to go. Hopefully here
in a second. Of course, the drill started drilling kind of, but no damage done before, and the ref did come right next to Lucas. So make sure to get it out of the way before we actually go into the game again. Yeah, Sweep just and say, okay, you're having problems. You're having problems, bro?
Yeah, me too, bro.
Me too, bro. And let's just get it out of the way and have a clean game.
Yeah, and these things again. We had to switch stages, of course, as well.
It's a big stage here.
Yeah,
it's the biggest stage of the WCG here.
Yeah, we go to our final stage, so we have a little more room for the fans and whatnot. And hopefully here the game will be back up and running relatively shortly. Just again, want to make sure that all of our players are comfortable, make sure that there's no weird issues, trying to place their units or anything like that. So,
yeah, of course they were on stage before, but this is if you compare the size, this is probably ×3 the size compared to the stage that we were on before, and with the huge screen, a lot of chairs right in front of them.
Yeah. All right. So just explaining the situation here to Sweep, making sure he's all good to go, and so I think hopefully everything will be squared away. Of course, Lucas has to change decks. I think it's the option, right, to sweep if he has to or not, or if he wants to or not after losing. He could technically stay with the same deck, correct? For sweep after losing?
Yeah, sweep, yes. After losing, yes. I was like, okay. What, I thought you were talking about
last time I got dyslexic when we were on the other deck.
It was the other side, yeah. After a win, of course, you can't play the deck anymore, but for the losing side, yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay, cool. All right, so hopefully everything is A-okay for our players. And you you get to maybe look at us. That's the Korean casters. Castero, very animated. Very,
and we're also right next to them. So
I should throw something at him and be like, I think Castero would get pretty mad at me if I did that.
Oh, he would be incredibly mad at you. He would actually jump right on you and maybe have like a flying kick.
I mean, that
right
could be pretty...
Okay, there's us.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're right next to them, and right in front of this huge stage, actually gigantic screen behind us.
Yeah, we look small compared to it. Like, I'm looking at my monitor.
Yeah, we're not that small, by the way. If you tuned into the other session, we were,
a lot closer, yeah.
Gotta lose a little more weight for that smaller angle on the camera, but still good.
That's why they call me paper thick, my friend. Yeah.
Oh. Gotta change that spelling a little bit.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, but I mean, I'm curious to see, you know, with the drill potentially coming in, and we saw the Electro Spirit, which meant that Lucas didn't change decks, so because he had played the RG before, correct?
Ah, yes, you're right.
So I think that might have been what the issue was.
Yeah, he did have the Electro Spirit, and actually, might have been the deck choices that he had to worry about a little bit. That's why he actually realized it immediately when we went into the game. So we'll have to see. And again, let's talk about the other decks, though. It has to be Mighty Miner Hog Rider, very strong. Actually, Lucas did play that couple of times before on the first day, and also earlier today. Did change that up a little bit. Had Mighty Miner, Miner together before, but not this time. It's like separate. He has a Miner Wall Breaker on the other side, and the Hog Rider and the Mighty Miner together.
Right.
So it's split apart. And the other Hog Rider that we saw a lot with the Monk, I don't think either player actually have that here. No monks.
I didn't see it, which is pretty surprising. A lot of times, you know, they like to use it against that Firecracker as kind of like a backup to make sure that the Evoed Firecracker in particular can't really get a lot done. And, you know, obviously you can use it against the Princess Tower and all that stuff, good stuff too. But, yeah, pretty interesting though. Monk, I think both these players kind of maybe not expecting certain things. You know, it's hard for me to say for sure what's in their mind when they go through these picks and bans, because it is, again, so new in a way for a lot of them to come through in a competitive format. Like
and also a lot more Royal Hogs yesterday, but I don't think we have seen any today.
None today.
Maybe one, maybe zero?
I think zero.
I think zero too.
Closest thing we got was a Mother Witch.
Yeah,
and then she makes hogs.
Yeah, and then and then on the other side we got a few Infernal Towers, but not today at all. Bomb Tower is usually the more common tower, along with those Hog Rider and a few other decks, of course. But for some reason, we actually had a lot more Inferno, which does cost more, a lot more HP, but it's not that great against. Maybe it's like the result of having more Royal Hogs. We have more Bomb Tower today, but no Royal Hogs because of that reason.
Yeah, it's like sort of okay against RG, but like the way that most players play it, they can get around it, and like even if you get like an Electro Spirit to somehow sneak through too, like that just shuts it down, or throw some skellies in front of it. Like there's a bunch of ways that you can actually really nullify the Inferno. Usually Inferno is like better against Beatdown, right? Like
Beatdown the Golem, even against RG, not bad, but we had a lot of lightning coming through with that.
That's
RG.
true too. That's the other problem with the RG, right? The lightning's there to protect against that.
You have to risk yourself. Like if the other opponent has a Fireball, then great. But if it's a lightning, then very likely against the Inferno, you're going to have that RG crumble back, load up that much elixir, have another RG right after, and have the lightning against the Inferno. So that's usually the combo attack from the RG player. And having Inferno, well, lightning, one of the best tools. And again, on that deck, not just lightning, you also have the Electro Spirit.
Exactly.
To chain it up. So there's a lot of ways to cancel that Inferno.
Yep. Believe me, I know as an RG player, I'm aware. Like I know how to stop those stupid Inferno towers.
I'm just going to wait until the meta shift away from that RG.
Never. It's never leaving. Now it's here to stay. Much to the chagrin, I'm sure, to many people.
You got a little lucky there with that evolution.
I did.
Out of all the cards, come on.
You know, I'm thinking what I was looking through it today, and I was thinking about it. I think Bomber might be next for the evolution.
Like the Bomber, like
I
the
think
3-cost Bomber.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
that get some buff a while ago, but that wasn't really enough to.
Or Knight.
Oh, he did make it into competitive board today. Just once.
Maybe Knight, though. That's the other one that I thought. But we'll see. I don't know if they're going to do, like, because, like, Goblin Gang could be weird because it's already pretty strong, and I don't know. We'll see. As I hope, we have a game that is about to start. Yeah, we believe.
I believe.
Take a look at our glorious stage. And all right, good lucks. Fire, thumbs up. All right, RG this time for sweep.
Oh, Lucas.
So Lucas is able to change, or excuse me, Sweep's able to change deck. Yeah. It's the wall breakers.
And the wall breakers. And it does seem like Sweep actually took that second set from the result on the right. We'll have to double check on that, but Fireball landing perfectly on that Firecracker. And a bomb tower against RG, not bad.
Yeah, so, we saw in the previous game that Lucas was really able to navigate his way around those bomb towers. So let's see how Sweep's going to handle it. If he's going to try to set up for some of those big pushes too, what exactly the plan is here. Bats. Slow, and the Goblins. Oh, and the bomb tower did not get there in time. Doesn't stop the RG, the Evo to RG from going to town.
Oh, no, it does not. And 13-10 is what's remaining on top for Lucas.
Lucas may have had to forfeit that previous match, Chikuwa.
Yeah, this is without the Lumberjack, just straight up Rage spell, which is deck we have seen from Line once yesterday.
Yep.
Oh, with the Lumberjack together and Snowball to push it back.
Oh, that was so good. That predictive Snowball, absolutely amazing stuff. But now does he have the defenses available to deal with this RG? Yes, he does. The bomb tower and the Goblins should be able to clean this up.
Yeah, Sweep actually twisting this a little bit. Rage plus Lumberjack. Predicting that placement once again, and Lucas is Lucas Clinton. Paper Thin. Oh, he's just
either name is acceptable.
Out of this world plays with the predictions and perfect placements onto the Snowball.
Yep, he's had some really good reads here.
Not just predicting the timing. Again, the placements are so Sweep really has to think twice every single time.
And the King Tower hasn't been activated yet either. That's a big part of this equation now. Bats out early, along with the Frost Spirit. The Goblins there, helping to try to deal with this Evo to RG. Yes, the Evo to Firecracker in there. It's still going to get a shot.
One more shot.
Oh, and the Fireball.
Yeah, look at the expression from Lucas saying, "Oh, that shouldn't have happened."
What a combo there from Sweep.
20 seconds.
Saving that Fireball, dude. Yeah. So this has to work. No, it isn't going to be able to get through this time. He's able to avoid any.
Oh, some more damage from the Firecracker shot, and the Miner connects.
Just going to let that Royal Ghost go through up on the other side, but those Bats getting a little bit of damage, and he can't afford much damage here. One more shot and a Fireball from the RG will be the end of the game. He has to use the Bats because the Goblins died.
And on top, that's another bomb tower. That was Lumberjack's Rage plus another Rage from Sweep. Expected that to connect.
Try the Wall Breakers and the Miner in the back.
That Fisherman was still placed in that spot. Some more damage from the Miner.
Oh, he used the Goblins over here. And right away, the RG on the left and the Fisherman on the right trying to do something about this. Can't take too much more damage here.
Oh, even the Fireball. Okay, Sweep's going for the left.
Oh.
Few more damage connections.
Ooh, one more and it's
another
done.
shot, 38, 39, that's going to be done.
Yeah,
just a shot.
Just needs to get into the Fireball and it's over. And even able to keep that Miner away from the tower. These Wall Breakers, though, they got through!
My God!
Oh, no. Sweep.
Lucas!
I thought Sweep had it. How does he do this? How is he doing this, G-Clef?
He's a real gamer.
He's a real gamer.
I can prove that for sure.
No doubt. I am shocked. I thought it was done.
Oh my goodness! What in the world is this player made of?
Something. No doubt about it. I mean, Sweep
is. That was an incredible game for Sweep too, but those predictions every single time with the Snowball and then just making it go through.
It's unbelievable, man. Absolutely unbelievable.
At this level.
Yeah. Yeah, he was absolutely just reading that so well to get those two extra.
It almost seems like he's actually playing that rock song behind.
Yeah, man. He looks like it. He looks like Claudio Sanchez from Coed and Cambria a little bit.
Oh, dude, Sweep. That's a face of saying, I should have had that. I almost literally had that in front of my eyelashes.
yeah, I think he got maybe a little focused there on the end about making sure that fireball was going to come in and just didn't quite get there in time. So I think only one more deck left, right?
I believe so, and it's going to be the minor wall breakers gone. So Hog Rider, Mighty Miner, along with Musketeer and the Mortar that we have seen a lot with the EQ.
Now the real question here for Sweep, do you have to go into that drill deck? I think he might have to. I don't know if you can beat that.
We'll see. Lucas is on a match point, a grand championship point.
That's a good point. That's exactly it. Yeah, now it is championship point here for Lucas. Can Sweep hold on? Can he take us to a 5th set? Turn it around. We shall see. So he is going to stick with this RG deck. Feeling like he knows maybe he can get through this. There isn't a lot of great targets for the log. And he's going to go for the big pushes this time.
Hog Rider up front.
Fisherman, yep. Activate the King Tower. Absolutely.
Yeah, Lucas pushed that earlier. Trying to get at least 2 shots into the tower. Yeah, didn't come through.
So not much, no mortar used to defend against this RG.
Yeah, not yet, but we know it's in there. Oh, but the rogue ghost, 2 hits. It's still very healthy along with that Fisherman.
Whoa, that tower is in trouble. Now Lucas here, content to take a lot of damage, I guess. Just didn't feel like he had the answers potentially. It's a good choice here by Sweep so far to stick with this RG deck.
But he's still Lucas, so
I'm not counting him out yet.
Let's see what happens, but still about 1,300 away.
This time around with that Mighty Miner getting pulled. Still, I think just maybe, nope, no shots, so good defense this time.
Here's the Stray Dog again. And he would have to drop that rage for the Phoenix, plus the Princess Tower a little bit.
Still though, he's so far ahead, he can afford to expend a little bit extra in the defensive department. Oh, he's still gonna get some damage though, finding that window where Sweep doesn't have great answers to this mortar, so able to get a few shots out of it. One more.
Before it disappears. Oh, suddenly it's a chase.
Yeah, now it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a setup, and Lucas kind of throwing it back a little bit, trying to figure out exactly how he wants to prepare for this big push. Because he wants to get back into that mortar attack cycle.
Quick Hog, Fisherman to distract, and the Fire Spirit!
The Fire Spirit
That's
was so
2.
good.
Okay, 2 straight shots, but dipping into the minimum. About the same HP, and the RG, no straight shots as well.
Right away, has to put down that mortar to protect against the Evoed RG. Phoenix still up top as well. The Fireball comes through, cleans it up, but still no shots.
Yeah, and that Phoenix chasing down that Goblin. Doesn't know what he's doing. Oh, here comes Hog again. He's stunned from the Electro. Pulls the guards!
Guards. The way that he's protecting this Hog Rider is so good.
Last time was the Fire Spirit, this time it's the guards.
Has to use that Mighty Miner to deal with that Royal Ghost again.
As long as there are no further connection on the top right. Now actually Lucas taking the lead with that Hog Rider shot.
Oh boy. This time the RG.
Oh, it's gonna go right! Oh, hitting it again!
Oh, this might be it. It is
with the
close
EQ.
to over.
One more EQ, that's it.
Yeah, we are close to death range here, and now just a little bit of defense for Lucas. He's just gonna try to go for the Hog Rider, try to find the timing.
Fireball,
the
fireball, but
it's not enough. It's not enough. It is going to be Lucas. He has done it. He will be your WCG 2023 Busan champion. My word, what a run. And essentially not dropping a map other than the one.
With actual gameplay, not dropping a single game against anyone out of the stacked 8-player tournament.
He's crazy good. And, Sweep, he played a great series, he played a great tournament, just couldn't quite get through to it. So, we got Lucas as our champion. Don't worry, we've got an interview, we've got a bunch of good stuff coming. Still yet to see. I think Caster O is going to go up there and have a chat with him.
All right, is it my time to take it away?
I'm going to hand it over to you, my friend.
Let's go with the award ceremony right away.
제가 땀으로 다 젖었습니다. 그 정도로
I'm sweating.
엄청난 경기 저희가
That
열을
was
내서
the firepower coming out from both of the players, and all 8 players, in fact, in 2 days.
됐는데요. 자, 지금부터
Some
시상식
incredible
진행을
matches.
보도록 하겠습니다.
Let's start with the
그리고
award
이번
ceremony.
시상에는 특별히 아마 용진이 형 보신 분들은 잘 아시리라 생각이 드는 바로 그분이 시상식을 도와주시겠습니다. 이번 시상에는 슈퍼셀의 이욱진님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다.
Mr. Lee from Supercell.
부탁드립니다. 네, 자리 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
Helping us with the award ceremony. Could you come up on stage, please? Thank you.
여기까지 네, 와주시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 본격적으로 시상을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 준우승부터 시상을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
Let's start with the runner-up.
WCG 2023 부산
WCG 2023 Grand Final.
부분 준우승
Clash Royale.
스윕 선수입니다. 여러분 큰 박수
Second place,
부탁드리겠습니다.
Sweet.
스윕 선수가 가슴이 좀 아픈 나머지 뒤에서 잠시 좀 앉아 있었다고 합니다. 지금 올라오고
Yeah,
있습니다.
Sweet after that
잠시만
defeat.
기다려 주시기를 바라도록
He's
하겠습니다.
still feeling it backstage. I think he's coming up real soon.
네, 올라오고 있습니다.
Yeah, Sweet is coming up now.
네, 여러분 큰 박수 다시 한번 부탁드리도록
Another round of applause
하겠습니다.
for Sweet.
좀 아쉽긴 하겠습니다만 그래도 멋진 무대 보여준 스윕 선수에게 다시 한번 감사의
Of course, not all the way,
말씀드리도록
but still,
하겠습니다.
you came very
다음에
close.
보시길 바라도록 하겠고요.
Thank you for showing
이쪽으로
some
부탁드리도록
really high skill
하겠습니다.
display.
자, 우승을 차지한 준우승을 차지한 우리 스윕 선수에게는 상금 $10,000 그리고 은메달이 수여되겠습니다.
Silver medal
다시 한번 큰
and
박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
10,000 USD as a prize. Congratulations, Sweet.
여기 받아주시기 바라겠습니다.
Yeah, take the
여기
medal.
걸어주실까요?
Would you have the honor?
큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 그리고 상금도 뒤쪽에 또 준비가 되어 있는데요. 상금 수여까지도 또 부탁을 드리도록 하겠습니다. wait.
Of course, you can't forget.
상금도
Runner-up.
$10,000가 수여되겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
$10,000.
네.
Congratulations, Sweet.
Congratulations. 이제 또 자리로 또 이동을 부탁을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 안쪽으로 부탁드리도록 하겠고요.
Thank you so much, Sweet.
자, 준우승 시상 이제 마무리를 지었고 또 오늘의 주인공입니다.
So that was it for runner-up,
우승
and now
선수 모셔보도록 하겠습니다.
let's bring up the champion.
자, 긴 여정 끝에 챔피언의
After a
자리에
long
오른
journey,
완전 무결의
we
사나이입니다.
do have the
월드 사이버
invincible
게임 2023 부산 그랜드 파이널 클래시
Grand Final Clash Royale.
대망의 우승 챔피언
Our champion,
루카스입니다.
Lucas.
큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 루카스 정말 완벽한 그런 경기력으로 저희를 흥분의 도가니에 빠뜨렸었던 선수인데요. 오늘도 긴 머리 벌렁이면서 멋진 모습으로 또 올라오는 그런 모습입니다. 또 가운데 또 부탁을 드리도록 하겠고요. 우승을 차지한 우리 루카스 선수에게는 금메달이 수여되면서
and Lucas will be getting that gold medal.
상금까지 전달되겠습니다. 자, 먼저 금메달 수여가 있겠습니다.
Gold medal for Lucas. Another round of applause for Lucas. And also the prize money $13,000.
수여가 됩니다. Congratulations, Lucas! 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Big round of applause for Lucas.
야, 현장에서 보니까 머리카락이 어마어마합니다. 자,
Right next
다시
to me,
한번 또 루카스
see your
선수의 우승을
hair
축하드리고
shining
또 욱진님
through
그냥
stage.
보내기는 저희가 약간 또 죄송스러워서 오늘 굉장히 많은 분들께서 와주셨고 또
Of course, we have a
인터넷으로도
lot
많은
in the
분들께서
audience.
시청을
We'd
해주고
love to hear
계신데
from you.
한 말씀 마지막으로 또 해주시고 가셨으면 좋겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 클래시 로얄 팀에서 일하고 있는 이욱진입니다. 오늘 현장에서 이렇게 봐주시고
Mr. Lee from Clash
온라인으로
Royale team
시청해주신
Supercell.
분들 너무너무
Thank you everyone for
감사드리고요.
watching.
그리고 저희 최근에
and visiting
진화카드
offline.
업데이트했는데 앞으로 계속 추가할 예정이니까 조금만 더 많은 관심 부탁드리고요.
We're having a lot of
그리고
updates
친구들이랑
recently.
쉬는 시간에 클로 한 판? 대중교통 기다리면서 클로 한 판.
And of course, through the transportation, public transportation, Clash Royale.
큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Whenever you hit the restroom, Clash Royale.
자리로 다시 한번 부탁을 드리도록
Whenever you have time, Clash Royale.
소감을 저희가 여쭤보려고 했었는데 약간의 광고가 묻어 있었던 역시나 4대 모험이기
And
때문에
we'll have more
어쩔 수
updates
없다라는
coming soon
거
too.
또 이해를 부탁을 드리도록
Thank you.
하겠습니다. 자 이제부터는 루카스 선수의 인터뷰 이제부터 시작을
And I
해보도록
think we want to hear
하겠고요. 요거
from
마이크
Lucas, of
받아주시고
course.
간단하게 인터뷰를 한번 시작을 해보도록
Let's have a
하겠습니다.
short chat with the champion.
자, 통역사분 아마 대기하고 계실 거라고 생각이 듭니다.
I think our translator
시작해 보도록 하겠습니다.
is also
먼저
ready.
뭐 당연하죠. 우승 소감
Of course, we
들어보도록
do have to hear from
하겠습니다.
how he feels.
Lucas, então você conseguiu ganhar o campeonato? Como que você sente?
Eu respondo em português ou inglês?
Em português e depois eu falo em português, em coreano.
Eu me sinto muito bem, é sempre um prazer estar participando de presenciais, é sempre bom adquirir mais experiência, estar jogando bem. Foi uma boa competição, eu acho que eu joguei bem e fiquei bem feliz. Na final eu poderia ter feito um pouco melhor, mas isso é detalhe. Fico muito feliz de ter podido vir aqui na Coreia, um país lindo, pessoas legais, comida boa e conhecer uma nova cultura, rever meus amigos e poder fazer o meu melhor no meu trabalho.
정말 항상 이 대회에 참가하는 것은 굉장히 큰 영광이고 저한테도 굉장히
great
좋은
honor to be in this
경험이었습니다.
tournament.
특히 이번 대회에서는 제가 끝에 약간 좀 아쉽긴
Especially in
했지만
this tournament,
아쉬운 부분도 살짝
there were some
있었지만
moments where I slipped.
전반적으로는 아주 만족스러운
But overall, I
대회였고요.
am very
그리고
satisfied.
이번에 이렇게 멋지고 아름다운 나라에
From the result,
또
I'm
오게
very
된
happy to
것도
be
저한테는
visiting
정말 좋은 기회였는데 우승까지 하게
this
돼서
beautiful
정말 너무
country.
기쁘고 행복합니다.
As a big opportunity, I'm very happy to be here as a player.
루카스 선수 또 먼저 축하한다는 말
And Lucas, of course,
전해드리고
congratulations
그리고
again.
앞으로 클래시 로얄 중요한 대회들이 많은데
There are a
각오
lot
한마디
of very important Clash Royale leagues happening later. I do want to hear about your thoughts about the future tournaments for you.
Para frente de Clash Royale, então como que você vai deixar depoimento para os futuros campeonatos?
É uma pergunta sobre o mundial?
Sobre os futuros campeonatos, como que de qual sentimento que você vai preparar?
Eu acho que a cada vitória a gente aprende muita coisa e a cada derrota também. Ser um profissional não é só ganhar, tanto que os meus 2 primeiros campeonatos presenciais eu perdi bem feio. Eu acho que ganhando ou perdendo, mesmo nessa vitória eu tenho aprendido dos meus erros. Eu cometi alguns erros que eu poderia não ter cometido aqui, que poderiam ter me custado muita coisa. E eu acho que toda experiência é um aprendizado, toda experiência é boa. E eu fico feliz de essa ter sido uma vitória. Mas das vitórias e das derrotas não é só comemoração, você sempre tem que ter algo a aprender para fazer melhor no outro dia, na próxima competição.
제가 항상 이길 때도 많은 것을 배우지만 또 질 때도
I
많은
learn
것을 배웁니다. 사실
a
제가
lot
이번
whenever I
대회에서는
win,
굉장히
and also whenever I
성공적이었다고
lose.
하지만 지난 대회에서는 굉장히 심하게 진 적도
In
많았습니다.
the previous tournament,
그래서
there
저는
were
한
moments
번
where I
이길
lost
때마다
really
또 많은 것을
hard.
배우고 또 질 때마다 또 많은 걸 배웁니다.
As
그래서
I learned a
앞으로
lot
다음
from every single
대회들도
match
굉장히
before.
제가 그 많은 것을 또 배울 수 있다라는
I will
생각을
take the same
가지고
mindset and
다음
still
대회에
continue to
준비를
learn the
하도록
future tournaments.
하겠습니다.
That's going to be the
자
mindset
이제
going into
마지막
the
질문
future.
딱 하나만 하고 또 마무리를 지어보도록 하겠습니다. 보시면은
And let's
꽤
have one
많은
more question
팬분들,
to
라드 오브 팬들 그리고 온라인에도
Lucas.
라드 오브 팬들
Of course,
팬들이
offline
굉장히
there's a lot of
많으시거든요.
fans, and
마지막으로
online
감사의 인사
lots of fans,
한마디만
lots more
부탁드리도록
fans.
하겠습니다.
Por último, temos muitos fãs aqui,
Any final
não
words
só aqui
to
no
your
offline, mas
fans
no
watching
online
you
também tem
right
muitos
now?
fãs que estão assistindo este campeonato. Então, poderia deixar uma ato de agradecimento para eles?
Sim, eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que presenciou o evento. Eu não esperava ver tanta gente aqui, as pessoas me trataram muito bem. Eu sempre gosto de receber o carinho, mesmo que eu seja um pouquinho tímido. E ao pessoal que está assistindo online, principalmente as pessoas do Brasil agora que está num horário bem ruim. A minha família, a minha noiva, eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que pôde me dar o apoio. Eu espero que eu tenha agradado. E eu fico muito feliz de todo mundo que está aqui vendo, tanto presencialmente quanto online, e todo o carinho que eu recebo. Eu acho que é mais do que eu esperava e do que eu mereço. Obrigado.
내가 저희 한국에 와서 굉장히 많은 분들에게서 굉장히 친절함을 많이 받았고
I
또
felt
많이 또 좋은
I could
또
feel
그
the closeness,
대우를
the
받았기
kindness
때문에
from
전 그것에
lots of
대해서
people
더
after
감사의
coming to
말씀을
Korea.
드리고요.
I want to
그리고
thank
이
all
시간에
of them
지금 브라질에서
who I
보고
met in
계신
Korea so far,
분들에게는
and
사실
all the
이 경기를 보기에 좋은 시간대는 아닙니다.
all the fans. This is not the best time for the fans in Brazil, but
지금 이 시간에도 봐주고 계신 많은
but still, I
팬들분들에게
do want to thank
정말
all the
큰
fans
감사의
watching
말씀을
right
드리고
now.
특별히 저희 가족들과 제
Especially my
약혼자들에게도 큰
my
감사의
fiance and my
말씀을 드리고
family
싶습니다. 너무
included.
감사합니다.
want to thank
좋은 말씀 감사합니다.
them especially
피양새가
once
있군요.
again.
피양새 이제 악헌자가 있다라는 거 다시 한번 더 축하의 말씀을 전해드리도록
Congratulations
하겠습니다.
again, Lucas.
자
You
이제
have a fiance
저희 마무리를
too.
지어야 될 것 같은데 의찬 해설 마지막 소감 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
And I think that's
네,
closing
일단
for us, Paper Ben.
WCG라는 세계적인
Yeah.
대회를 중계할
All
수
right.
있어서
Well,
너무
I
영광스럽고
think,
그리고 세계적인
we're getting ready to
선수들 그리고
be
선수들의 플레이를
all
직접
done
볼
with
수 있어서 너무
everything
좋았습니다.
here, and once
그리고
again, big
마지막으로
congratulations
WCG 현장에
to
찾아주신
Lucas
많은 클래시로의
played
팬분들에게도
literally a
감사드리면서
flawless tournament.
앞으로도
Doesn't get any
클래시로의
better than that.
클래시로의
Just
esports
adding to his
많은
accolades
관심과 사랑
of many
부탁드리도록
CRL
하겠습니다.
victories
감사합니다.
across the years,
정말
the DreamHack
감사합니다.
victories
그리고
as well.
저 역시도 오랜만에
So just
클래시를
absolutely
중계해서 정말
phenomenal
좋았고요.
stuff.
그리고 WCG와 함께해서 영광이었었던
Thanks to all the
자리였습니다.
players who came all the way to Korea to play some great Clash Royale here, even though the format could have been very cruel to them as a format. But congratulations again to Lucas, and thank you everyone for watching CRL for WCG.
Absolutely. Really appreciate you all. And it has been a great time here. It was fast and furious, but it was a lot of fun to get through and see who's going to come through. Some great matches throughout all of this. But guys, that's going to do it for us. Thank you so much for tuning in here to WCG 2023. For G Cliff and myself, we are going to get out of here. Have a wonderful day wherever you may be. We'll see you later.
Thank you.